calling it a quote-unquote historic opportunity lost. The US brokered de-escalation has triggered a political firestorm, and now the Congress is set to hold a protest against the centre. This is going to happen at 5:30 this evening, but in a sharp contrast to the party line. Yet again, there are some of the Congress leaders. This time, P. Chidambaram is joining Shashi Tharoor, and they have gone on to back the ceasefire, calling it wise, necessary, and a move that avoided needless escalation.
Every war that happens is not something India ever wanted. We are not an aggressor. We have never went out and sought trouble from anybody. But when our supreme national interest is at stake, we must act decisively. This time, killing of innocent tourists in Pahalgam was an act of war, I feel, on the Indian state. And we had to respond appropriately. The Congress and the opposition, the entire country became united and supported the government. And we still do. Our armed forces are second to none. They have done a tremendous job. We are proud of their valor and their strength that they have displayed. Moving forward, the ceasefire being announced from Washington was something that's unprecedented. It has never happened before. And I think it's a departure to have Kashmir being discussed at a neutral site, as the US Secretary of State has mentioned. These things need to be clarified. That's why we have sought a special session of Parliament, so all these things can be discussed. An all-party meeting where the Prime Minister himself sits and takes into confidence all those people who've supported him from April 22nd.
फोन हमारे डीजीएमओ को पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ का आया था. पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ ने कहा कि देयर शुड बी सम काइंड ऑफ स्टॉपेज. और चूंकि हमारा लक्ष्य पूर्ण हो चुका था, हम तो शुरू से ही एस्केलेशन के फेवर में नहीं थे. एस्केलेशन नहीं होना चाहिए था, नॉन एस्केलेटरी था. पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ ने फोन किया. दूसरे देशों का फोन, जहां तक दूसरे देशों का फोन आने का सवाल है, देखिए ऐसी परिस्थितियों में तमाम देश एक दूसरे को फोन करते हैं. सभी देश एक दूसरे को फोन करते हैं. क्या मदद कर सकते हैं, किस प्रकार से कूल डाउन हो सकता है, इस विषयों पर चर्चा होती है. इसमें किसी प्रकार का मगर संशय नहीं है.
Taking this across to my colleague Pallavi Ghosh, who's now with us on the broadcast. Pallavi, the Congress, while attacking the government, says that it is not attacking. It only wants a discussion and a response by the Narendra Modi-led government on why this US-mediated peace arrangement between India and Pakistan. What is slated to happen at 5:30?
So there are two things which are working over here. The Congress's two-pronged strategy. One, reviving the Indira legacy to make the point that unlike the Prime Minister, the present Prime Minister, Indira Gandhi as a Prime Minister had brokered a deal. Not brokered a deal, but she had ensured that Pakistan faced ate humble pie, unlike the present regime. But that is the second important thing that they're raising now is that why is it that it was mediated by Donald Trump? Why was the American president the first one to announce the calling of a ceasefire? And this is a violation of India's traditional foreign policy, which doesn't allow a third-party interference as far as the issue of Kashmir is concerned. 5:30 onwards, the Congress is going to start raising this issue and reviving the Indira legacy. But while reviving the Indira legacy, it's also going to be talking about the larger factor is that the present Prime Minister and his government hasn't shown that kind of sternness vis-a-vis Pakistan as Indira Gandhi had when she was a PM.
Any response by the Bharatiya Janata Party so far, other than this press conference?
See, it's very interesting that today, when the same question was asked to Mr. Sambit Patra at the press conference, he did not want to respond to it, saying that this is not the time to talk about politics. It's the time to actually focus on our operations. But by not responding, I think the BJP has given out a response to Congress, accusing it of needless politics at a time when the entire country really needs to be on the same page and forget politics over the issue.
So is this, all right, Pallavi, we'll leave it at that. We will continue the conversation around this politicking that has started after the much needed ceasefire arrangement that has been brokered so far. Let's see what happens at 5 p.m. today as the DGMOs of both the nations speak with each other, and we would see what is the plan of action after that. We do know how the DGMO has made it very, very clear that Operation Sindoor is very much on. We leave it at that. We're going into a very short break.
We have a confirmation now, 5 p.m. is when the discussions between the DGMOs take place. Right. So two confirmations. First one is that press conference that was scheduled for 2:30 is happening.
Okay.
And, we will be seeing some sort of brief by the officials. But yes, as you rightly pointed out, the DGMO level conversation that was about to happen at 12 p.m. between the DGMOs of India and Pakistan has been rescheduled and in fact has been postponed to 5 p.m. in the evening. Christine, it is important to highlight that we still don't know the reason, but there can be some technical reason behind the delay. We know that, how this is an important, matter for both the countries, given the fact that we have seen the military action and we are on a verge, to go towards a war. And that's the reason why this meeting is very important. Till now we have some sort of pause in the sort of military action that were undertaken by both the sides. But this time around, this particular meeting is going to decide the way forward. Between.
Okay, many thanks, Akash, for joining us with those details. So 5 p.m. is the time when the meeting begins. 2:30 p.m. is when we're once again going to hear it officially from the armed forces through a press conference. Going across to Major General Rajan Kochar, who is with us on the broadcast too. Major General Kochar, just a short while ago, we were breaking down an exclusive bit of information that's been shared by our Security Affairs Editor Manoj Gupta on a possible location of General Asim Munir to a fortified bunker in Rawalpindi. So clearly shows Pakistan is rattled, but would you see this as a sign of panic or some sort of a re-strategy that Pakistan is working on?
What I see is that, I'll just take you back to how General Soleimani was killed. And in Saudi Arabia. Also, at the same time, I will also take you to the Israeli strategy of targeting these leaders like the Hezbollah leader and Hamas leader in Iran and Lebanon. So, what I am presuming is that General Munir is he must have got certain intelligence reports that he is going to be targeted, and seeing the capability of the Indian armed forces, and it has been demonstrated capability this time, when we have been able to pierce through entire air defenses of Pakistan and target their 11 air bases with precision. And I'm highlighting this word, precision. So I think Pakistani intelligence must have felt that General Munir can also be targeted, because it's a possible scenario. It cannot be ruled out. So as a matter of precaution, I would presume that he is being moved into a bunker, because if you remember the statement of Prime Minister Modi, what he made was that we are going to target chun ke. We are going to target the terror infrastructure and the people behind this attack in Pahalgam. So that message is rattling the minds of the Pakistanis, because so far we have demonstrated entire destruction of the terror network in Pakistan, and the next objective.
Hello, Ravai. Good evening. Thanks for staying tuned to CNN News 18. I'm Prithween Walia. First up, we start with another CNN News 18 mega exclusive. We're tracking for you. Top government sources say that the Indian Navy wanted to participate in a big way in Operation Sindoor, and that the Indian Navy gave full plan to the NSA and was almost approved as well. Complete roundup of Karachi was on cards before the ceasefire was agreed upon. Karachi port, remember, was used for ammunition supplies, and this intervention would have worked as major supply disruption for Pakistan. As is, we did hear during the DGMO briefing last evening how Indian Navy's strategic position effectively locked Karachi, with forces remaining forward deployed in the Arabian Sea. It was a decisive posture, was spoken of by the DGMO during the briefing last evening. So this is related bit of breaking news update that is coming in. Top sources in the government telling us that the Navy did express its intent of wanting to participate in Operation Sindoor in a big way, and to an extent that the NSA was apprised of it and the suggestion was almost approved. All this happened right before the Pakistan DGMO dialed the Indian counterpart on the hotline, requested for a ceasefire, following which India gave in to Pakistan's request. But let's listen in to the DG of Naval Operations, Vice Admiral Pramod, break down some of those crucial details as well.
In the aftermath of the cowardly attacks on innocent tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir by Pakistani-sponsored terrorists on 22nd April, the Indian Navy's carrier battle group, surface forces, submarines and aviation assets were immediately deployed at sea with full combat readiness in concert with the joint operation plan of the Indian Defence Forces. Our forces remained forward deployed in the Northern Arabian Sea in a dissuasive and deterrent posture with full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing.
And in related news, we're also learning that India destroyed an air defense installation in Karachi's Malir cantonment, and that was also once again shared during the press conference which was held by the Director Generals of the Armed Forces just a short while ago. So look at this, two big developments. Yesterday came in the big word from General Pramod, who went on to say, or rather emphasize on India's naval preparedness in the Arabian Sea and how Karachi could have been the target had Pakistan not stepped back, had Pakistan not gone ahead with a de-escalation. I do want to take in a word from Siddhant Mishra, who joins us with more details. Siddhant, this is, what we picked up from the press conference that was held just a short while ago. So important takeaways. One is, of course, India's air arsenal being put to use in destroying, one military installation in Karachi, coupled with what the Navy had planned, was fully militarily prepared in the Arabian Sea with its best defense positions to take on Pakistan. So how do we piece the two of these inputs together?
Well, yes, that's right. In fact, now this confirmation is coming that Mali cantonment in Karachi was hit. Perhaps we have been told that it's an air defense base of military establishment, and this was also struck by the Indian Armed Forces. In fact, this confirmation is coming from the Indian Armed Forces. In fact, there's a press conference also yesterday in which they said it, and today the maps which were shown had this particular location highlighted. So by that it's kind of a confirmation coming that this particular installation key Pakistani army installation was also struck by the Indian Armed Forces. There is very little we know about this place perhaps and how this was done. As far as Navy's preparedness is concerned, perhaps it was a coordinated effort by all the three armed forces, and in fact from last 2 days we have been seeing that all the three forces representatives, do the press briefings. So Navy at that point in time was on the forward locations in the sea. Perhaps they were all prepared for to take on the enemy. They were all prepared to attack the enemy. Perhaps that has somewhere built a psychological pressure on the Pakistani side, because they knew that Indian Navy is on the standby. They are fully prepared, and also it goes without mentioning that Indian Navy is perhaps far more superior than the Pakistani Navy. Perhaps India is net security provider in the Indian Ocean, and perhaps they know that they cannot take on Indian Navy. So that perhaps helped somewhere to build psychological pressure on the Pakistanis, and in fact they were also fully prepared and on standby around Karachi port and the key installations. So perhaps that is what we could understand by the briefings that the Indian Armed Forces have done in last 2 days, that how the Navy was really instrumental in building psychological pressure on the Pakistanis, because the one particular the one particular domain was there was also an effort given by Pakistanis to protect Karachi port and nearby key installations because of the positioning of the Indian Navy. So that really helped, and as I said, that they were fully prepared also. If required, they would have perhaps attacked.
So this talks about a two-pronged strategy that the Indian Armed Forces, Siddhant, could have deployed. I do want to take in a word from Akash as well. Akash, on one hand, the Indian Air Force confirming of destroying air defense installation in Karachi's Malir cantonment, and had Pakistan not backed off, had Pakistan not stopped with its drone and missile attacks, the Indian Navy was as ready. Operational readiness that's being spoken of. So give us a sense of what this would have meant for Pakistan in a situation where we would have not seen the de-escalation that we see today.
Right, so Malir cantonment area is around 35-40 kilometers away from the main city of Karachi, and there Pakistan has got air defense systems like HQ-9. Indian Armed Forces in fact have confirmed this to Siddhant now, that how this system was in fact destroyed, and this destruction is sending a larger message of carrying out strikes inside at least 150 kilometers of Pakistan. Now, while we say that Navy was all set, all ready to destroy the Karachi port, we know that how Indian Air Force on the other side was striking, on Malir cantonment. Malir cantonment, plays an important role also because the sort of air defense system that they have, the HQ-9, is catering to the southern border, the southern part of Pakistan. Now, as far as Indian Navy is concerned, so we know it was a joint effort by the Indian Army, Navy and Air Force, but Indian Navy was fully prepared, and it is also because of the fact that they have got several sort of inductions in the past between that are somewhere talking about the sort of capabilities that they have. They have INS Vikrant, they have the entire battle group. When we say battle group, we know that how one aircraft carrier is there, then a number of frigates are there, a number of corvettes are there, a number of planes are there, helicopters are there, and then submarine is also there. So a number of platforms who are there in the northern Arabian Sea to tackle any sort of threat that is coming towards them, and they were also prepared. In fact, a detailed plan was given to NSA. This is what has been reported by our investigation editor Manoj Gupta. As far as this Malir cantonment is concerned, so we know about several sort of destructions that Indian Air Force and in fact Indian Armed Forces have carried out, including the Noor Khan Air Base and in fact at other locations as well, in Murid Ke and other locations as well. But Karachi is also important because Karachi is the biggest city with a lot of economical activities, a number of supply chains, trade happening from there. So just assume the condition when you are just blocking the entire Navy passage for Pakistan, and then the condition of Pakistan. As of now, you have blocked the waters, and in fact you have regulated somewhere the water that is going towards them, and you are not sharing the data, and we know the kind of consequences that they are facing. Imagine the sort of problem after the naval blockade. So a number of things are there, a lot of things are there for the messaging as well. So this was a larger message sent by the Indian Armed Forces, specifically in the press conference where the Navy officer, the 3-star officer from Indian Navy, categorically mentioned that how they were prepared. They carried out the BrahMos missile test just few days ahead of the sort of operation that they were planning to carry out on the day. And in fact, they were constantly firing the missiles and were carrying out the sort of tests in the Arabian Sea. In fact, just before the day when the strikes were carried out.
Okay, all right. So that's as far as the operational readiness or preparedness is concerned. Akash, stay on with us. I do want to go across to Arunima as well. Arunima, before we try and take in expert comments on what this means for the Indian military strategy, at least to the point that ceasefire wasn't discussed, what do you make of the press conference that took place just a short while ago? The intention was very clear. Once again, military personnel of the Indian Armed Forces reiterating that the intention is not to hold anything against the Pakistan army, that their target or the fight is not with Pak army but with terrorists operating out of Pakistan's soil. But they've also given details of the extent of damage that Pakistan has had suffered, and with proof, once again with satellite images and with photos and images of the debris and wreckage recovered?
I think the central theme of today's press briefing was that we wanted to target terror infrastructure. Our fight was against terrorism and terrorists. But because Pakistan threw its military might behind Jaish-e-Mohammed and behind Lashkar-e-Toiba once again, we had no option but to do the needful. The very start of the press conference was a montage with an embedded audio which said, "Jab nash manuj pe chhata hai, pehle vivek mar jata hai." It's a very famous poem which takes its cue from Mahabharata. That when you have decided to take the wrong decision, there's nothing that can help you, and that theme remained throughout the press conference. Where both the Air Force, the Navy, as well as the Indian Army officials said that our attack, our strike was against Bahawalpur, was against Murid Ke. We had carefully chosen the kind of ammunition to avoid collateral damage, and we were okay with ending the hostilities right there. It was Pakistan which forced us to take further action by sending in swarm of drones, by attacking our air bases, and then when we retaliated, and that's when evidence was put out of the Noor Khan air base, of the Rawalpindi air base, how the runway was damaged, how even in Karachi, air installation near Karachi also targeted, was confirmed today. So there's evidence being put out that whatever DG, ISPR and the military establishment in Pakistan might try and do as part of its propaganda to the international media, here is the proof that we have successfully managed to put a deterrent for Pakistan, and that was the three-tier objective. One, to destroy terrorist hubs. Second, to send in a political message by striking deep inside Pakistan. And third, by setting a deterrent, and all three have been achieved.
Okay. Thank you for that, Arunima. I do want to go across to Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, who's joining us on the broadcast. A very good afternoon to you, sir. What do you make of the details so far that have been shared by the top military officers? We saw in the press conference the intention once again being laid out by the Indian Armed Forces that the fight we're fighting is against terrorists and not the Pak army, yet Pakistan continues to provoke, be the aggressor, to which we're having to respond with equal force, perhaps more force. But General Kulkarni, what I want to understand is what was specifically spoken of by Vice Admiral Pramod, and find it specifically interesting given how a lot of emphasis was put on Karachi. The Navy's carrier battle groups, submarines and aviation assets, he said, had been deployed outside the harbour in Karachi to pin down Pakistan maritime forces, sir.
I think that was a huge achievement because it had happened in 1971 war also, when the Navy had done a similar exercise in which they had almost cordoned off the Karachi port, and now again they were in the Arabian Sea. Should Pakistan have done anything, they were there to react and come very heavily on it. But as that moment didn't turn up, otherwise, of course, all of it was there, and suppression of the air defenses. Should they have done it, because Karachi has a good air defense, and that I understand had got destroyed.
Yeah, they destroyed the air defense installation in Mali cantonment. Yes, sir.
Absolutely, absolutely. That is something which is unique. But I think if the synergy, the jointmanship by the Navy, Air Force and the Army exhibited during Operation Sindoor is a classic example as to how together we can actually exterminate terror, and that is what the whole fight is all about. So we have to do away with terrorism, which is emanating from Pakistan, but should Pakistan interfere as a state to fight India, then of course they also will be taught the same lesson. We have no doubt about that. Pakistan needs to be taught a lesson because the fountainhead of terrorism is the Pakistan army, and that also requires...
Okay, apologies to interrupt, sir. General Kulkarni, important bit of breaking news update coming in. We're learning that the Prime Minister will be addressing the nation at 8 p.m. Big breaking news. The Prime Minister will be addressing the nation at 8 p.m. Now, what the Prime Minister talks about is something that's unknown still, General Kulkarni, but becomes extremely important given that this is an address to the nation and the Prime Minister has done it in the past. We're speaking at a crucial time. We're speaking at a time that top security heads are in a huddle. In fact, General Kulkarni, almost on a daily basis, yesterday and today as well, we saw, the Tri-Services Chiefs along with the NSA, the CDS, all at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. What's your expectation, sir? Big news coming in.
Prime Minister, having cut short his visit from Saudi Arabia, come back, and then after the tragic and a dastardly incident that occurred at Pahalgam, he's taken charge of it. And he's been leading from the front, coordinating, ensuring, and everyone going back. He's coordinating, he's listening, and the very fact that
Right. So he's cut short his visit.
Yeah,
He's closely monitored each and every development, and the Prime Minister will now be addressing the nation at 8 p.m. Payal Mehta joins us on the broadcast. Payal, what more do we know?
Well, of course, it will be a little bit too premature to, in fact, expect what the Prime Minister really will be speaking, but the facts are really out. The way India has been able to make the world, it's thing. And the fact that India has always been chose path of peace, and India said that unless somebody doesn't need us, they're not going to do anything as well. It has also targeted Pakistan targets, which were only terror heavy targets. We've not targeted the civilians as well. What has really transpired, briefed us throughout the last 1 week or so. But the Prime Minister has taken a lot of confidence on the fact that every individual, particularly, or even the common man on the streets, have come out and supported the Prime Minister's decision to mount the offensive against Pakistan. So, what will the Prime Minister really say to the people? It's very, very difficult to gauge right now. But the Prime Minister definitely will take the nation into confidence. We have not seen any political leader come out and really speak about it so far, except for Rajnath Singh speaking at a public function as well. This is the first time around that the government of India will come out and speak to the nation, and the Prime Minister has decided to do a address to the nation at 8 o'clock. It's going to be completely, which is going to be extremely important to watch out for, to see what the message of the Prime Minister really is. Because remember, the Prime Minister says that he's taken all the action against Pakistan as the leader of 140 crore Indians, and every single person, politically or otherwise, has supported the Prime Minister's decision on taking action, because there was a huge voice which was growing, constantly saying, bring those perpetrators to justice who actually killed innocent civilians in Pahalgam recently.
Okay, thank you for that, Payal. Going across to Pallavi Ghosh as well. Pallavi, the message seems to be sent out by the Prime Minister. We've been quoting sources and maintaining that the Prime Minister said that wahan se goli chalegi to yahan se gola chalega. The Prime Minister is going to be addressing the nation at 8 p.m. He's been meeting the tri-services chiefs. Just today we saw those visuals with Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, NSA Ajit Doval. What could this be about? Pallavi? Okay. Not sure if Pallavi is through. Arunima is with us on the broadcast as well. The Prime Minister's address to the nation, Arunima, at 8 p.m. today. And this has happened in the past. The Prime Minister scheduled such national addresses without dropping any hints of what this could be about. But speculation is rife.
Yes, and especially since it is happening at a time when Operation Sindoor is still on, and our defence forces have made it very clear. Even 1 hour ago, our defence forces have come on record to say that we are ready, our air assets are ready, our military assets are ready. If there is any other requirement in the interest of the nation, we are ready for it. So it is true that things have looked better for India and Pakistan in the last 42 to 46 hours. There has been no untoward incident, no shelling, no drone sighting last night. But India is still prepared. So in that backdrop, for the Prime Minister to come on record and address the nation is being looked at with a lot of interest. And the second point is that, opposition has been, even though they were supportive of the government initially, they have been demanding a special session of Parliament. They have been asking questions as to why the ceasefire was announced by United States President Donald Trump. So there are a lot of political questions too that have been directed towards the government, and only the Prime Minister, as the head of the government, can address those. So I think all combined, it will be a very interesting address to the nation at a time when we are looking at perhaps one of the most difficult times for people living in the forward areas, people living on the borders. A lot of the civilians have lost their lives in Poonch. So in that backdrop, Prime Minister's words will carry a lot of weight.
Okay. Pallavi Ghosh and Siddhant Mishra are joining us as well. Thank you for that, Arunima. Pallavi, speculation is rife that this could be around Operation Sindoor, about Operation Sindoor, and as on expected lines, given the developments that are taking place. Now, very interesting that the announcement comes for 8 p.m. 8 p.m. is when the Prime Minister is going to be addressing the nation, and this is going to come after the second round of DGMO level talks between India and Pakistan.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I think some of the pictures which have
Okay, Pallavi, we'll have to reconnect that line with you. We don't have a very clear line with you. We'll reconnect with you. Aman Sharma is with us on the broadcast too. Aman, if I can direct that to you, comes at a very interesting time. We have heard two important press conferences from the Indian Armed Forces personnel now. Top military officials have detailed the entire operation as it went by the last 4-5 days and what really led to the ceasefire and how Pakistan was the one to request India to put a pause to military actions. Later, after 5 p.m. when the DGMO level talks take place, is post which the Prime Minister will address the nation. Aman, how do you see this?
Yes, Kitsween, and this will be a very important address. It is expected to be on Operation Sindoor. What all the country has done in the last, since May 7th when the Operation Sindoor was launched, and subsequently on May 10th, we saw the big attack by India on Pakistani air bases. The Prime Minister so far has not spoken on Operation Sindoor. In fact, the last time that he spoke in respect to the Pahalgam terror attack was on May 4th. In the presence of the Angola president. When the Angola president was here, the Prime Minister, did a press conference alongside the Angola president where he had said that India's commitment of taking firm action against terrorists and those who support them in the wake of the Pahalgam attack. The Prime Minister had said it was a heinous terror attack, but that is the last time that the Prime Minister spoke on this occasion. He has let his actions do the talking since we saw the May 7th Operation Sindoor strike on Pakistan's terror headquarters. This was the Prime Minister's direction, Kitsween, that we have to hit not just the foot soldiers, we have to really hit the headquarters, the head of the snake. And that is what we saw on May 7th as part of Operation Sindoor, the Prime Minister giving complete operational freedom to our armed forces. Pakistan did not relent. Pakistan came back, sent drones to our civilian areas, to our military bases. Finally, on May 9th night, it fired a ballistic missile towards our Adampur air base. This one, the Prime Minister, Kitsween, took his second big call, which was to attack Pakistani air bases on the morning of May 10th. We sent our BrahMos missiles, our Rafales with scalp missiles to attack air bases, mainly the Noor Khan air base in Rawalpindi and at least 8 to 9 other big Pakistani air bases. That was also a big call taken by the Prime Minister. Also, government sources very clearly saying that the Prime Minister, even when J.D. Vance called him to say that, what does India want to plan to stop hostilities, the Prime Minister was very clear that we will hit back Pakistan devastatingly if Pakistan attacks us. And that is what happened on May 10th morning. I think a lot of chatter also about the role the US has played with Donald Trump, putting out this ceasefire information before India and Pakistan could do it. Maybe the Prime Minister, and there's a lot of talk about, will the Prime Minister speak on how exactly the events have been since the morning of May 7th when we started Operation Sindoor till yesterday, when there had been a first calm night on the borders, last night was the first calm night on the border since May 7th. So will the Prime Minister go in that direction also? I think the nation has been waiting for the Prime Minister to come and inform them. Yes, our armed forces have done press conferences in the last 2 days, but people are also looking at our Prime Minister, the man who is, led this entire planning, led this entire strategy, the man who's met all the armed forces repeatedly, the Defence Minister, the NSA, and how the Prime Minister, in an unprecedented manner, I would say this time, has acted against Pakistan. The nation would really want to know from the Prime Minister himself how we have gone about Operation Sindoor and the events post that.
Oh yes, you've laid out all the ingredients on the table for us, Aman. Thank you for that. All the ingredients point to Operation Sindoor. Rahul Shivshankar with us in the studio. Rahul, that's one expectation, but what's also expected is an element of surprise, which comes with these addresses that the Prime Minister makes.
No, let's hang on. Let's just focus on the need today for messaging. Remember, the Prime Minister set benchmarks. Why did he want to hit back at Pakistan was explained by him in a speech that he gave in Bihar. He then acts upon the parameters that he set. And there is a need now to take ownership of Operation Sindoor, and therefore the Prime Minister is going to step out tonight. He's not going to go into operational details. He's a very professional politician, statesman-like individual who never crosses the boundaries. So the military has been asked and tasked to come out on a daily basis. You have seen press conferences, all the operational details have been put out by the military. There is no transgression of roles here. The Prime Minister is not going to come out and say suddenly that we did this and we did that. No, he's going to give you a bit of a outline on the initiatives that his government has taken in bringing punishment to bear. Remember, these were his words, unimaginable punishment to bear upon the Pakistani state. He will make a impassioned plea once again to the public at large to not go by some people who have been suggesting that this was not a victory for India. This has been a massive victory. Remember the context here. Unprecedented. For the first time in history, a nuclear weapons power has targeted directly another nuclear weapons power. This is unprecedented. Nowhere in military history has this happened before. You've had proxy wars. So we have completely breached a new threshold in military doctrine. And this has happened under the leadership of the Prime Minister, who has built India's capacities up to this point, to the point where we can actually inflict unimaginable costs on Pakistan, costs that are going to lead to deterrence for a considerable period of time. I'm not saying that there are elements within the Pakistani state that have been tamed. There are some rogue elements out there who will try and provoke. But this time, the Prime Minister has also set a benchmark. He has said that any terror attack from Pakistani side will lead to a declaration of all-out war. So, an understanding has been reached, no ceasefire. The Prime Minister has to address, number one, the constituency that wanted India to go in there and crazily annihilate Pakistan, because as you know, there were a large number of people, Kritzween, who came out and said right after the hostilities were ended, at least the military hostilities were ended, to say that, oh, we should have gone and run over Pakistan, split it into five. There are some hotheads out there who spoke very stupidly. And because of those people, a undeclared victory has been turned into a kind of surrender. There's another whole bunch of people in the country who have been accusing Prime Minister Modi as well as his government of, at some level or the other, succumbing to US pressure and agreeing to the cessation of military operations against Pakistan. The military has come out time after time, given you the timeline to suggest that this was not a peace agreement brokered by anyone. This is India deciding, okay, we have achieved the parameters that the political dispensation had set out for us. The political dispensation was the principal in the executive, who was the Prime Minister, who stood in Bihar, spoke in English, if you remember, Kritzween. Told the world what India is intending to do. Now he finds that there are a large number of Indians who are not willing at any level to concede that India has had the upper hand, and these people are politically motivated. So the Prime Minister is going to now set the narrative, control the agenda, explain to the public the reasoning behind the events of the last 24 hours when Indian military decided that for the next few hours, next few days, why it has decided to cease military operations. But that doesn't mean the Operation Sindoor has been called off. This has been emphasized. In fact, it continues in a other avatar, in a different avatar, through non-kinetic actions which are still in place. So the Prime Minister is going to give you this wide perspective on, first, the objectives of the mission, number two, the execution of the mission in political terms, and number three, the achievements of this mission, and number four, an audit of whether all those parameters that had been laid out to punish Pakistan have been achieved, and what lies ahead. So this is really the path that the Prime Minister is going to chart for us tonight.
Okay, I'll come back to you in just a bit. Very interesting points made by you, Rahul. I do want to go across to Payal Mehta on that note once again. Arunama is with us on the broadcast too. Payal, any details you've managed to pick up so far? Been a few minutes since we broke the story. The Prime Minister is going to be addressing the nation at 8 p.m. and as on expected lines, he's going to be briefly detailing the country on what the primary objective of the Indian Armed Forces was in going ahead with Operation Sindoor and how it stands fully achieved. What more?
Yes, the Prime Minister is going to detail what really we've seen and what has transpired, and we've heard it from the military, we've heard it from the armed forces, we've heard it from certain bureaucrats within the government system as well. But the Prime Minister has chosen to speak only when he is absolutely sure of all the details that are supposed to be reached to everyone as well. And that is something which is going to be of prime importance, given the fact that every time that the Prime Minister has spoken, whether it's of course imposing of the Notbandi, whether it's of course asking the entire country to go into lockdown, the people of the country have, it's been resonated with the Prime Minister because the Prime Minister has spoken to them with a lot of logic, has spoken to them with a lot of confidence. and that has actually built in a lot of respect amongst the people as well. The common man adhered to lockdown. There was not a single person objecting to it. Multiple things have been said. The Prime Minister even came out to his government and also said that we need to lock down Delhi for close to 3 days during the G20, and not a single person really objected to it. So that's the kind of resonance the Prime Minister really had with the people of the country. Like I said earlier, he is the representative of 140 crore Indians, and that's something which people understand very, very well, and they actually had confidence in him. When in the past did you have confidence in any leadership that they knew that if there is Uri, he will seek revenge. If there is what we've seen in Balakot, that revenge has been sought by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and of course now also when he targeted Pakistan on the terror attacks as well. So that's the kind of confidence that the Prime Minister has been able to give. And of course, he'll be highlighting these details, what steps were taken by India, because multiple steps taken by India have been perceived in a different manner because the foreign media has reported it otherwise. There have been certain sections of the Indian media also reported it otherwise as well. What was the reason for the Indian government to, in fact, go in for the ceasefire that was expected of them? Why did it happen? Why is it that India is considered to be a land of the Gandhi, and we believe that peace should be very important? At the same time, we are not somebody who actually bows down to the enemy nation. We actually said from the very beginning that we will only attack somebody only if we get attacked, and that's our right to respond, and that's something we are going to do, and that's something which has been highlighted in multiple levels as well. So an important briefing nonetheless at 8 p.m. by the Prime Minister. Let's wait and watch, and let's wait and see how he's able to speak to the country and explain to them each and every decision that has been taken by the country.
And Operation Sindoor, Payal, was carried out on the 7th. It's been 5 days since Arunima, so there's lots more that's happened since. There's been a US involvement to an extent which is being questioned by a lot of politicians here in India, to the extent that they're wanting to plan or carry out protests in the country too. So lots has happened.
Yes, and I also want to highlight here that when the Prime Minister speaks to the nation at 8 o'clock, by then the next round of DGMO talks would have happened. We were told that it was supposed to happen at around 5 o'clock. So it is quite possible that as we are speaking, the two Director Generals of Military Operations are also exchanging notes currently. What exactly does the future look like? Because when the DGMO spoke, day before yesterday, they had agreed to cessation of hostilities till the next communication, which is supposed to happen today. So when the Prime Minister speaks, perhaps we'll also get a sense of the way forward. Operation Sindoor is still on, is what our armed forces have told us. But what is it that the political leadership is seeing? How is the political leadership of India gauging Pakistan? How is the political leadership gauging the response of United States of America and China? The fact that both Chinese and Turkish made drones and Chinese and Turkish made hardwares were utilized by Pakistan to target India in this hostile atmosphere. Will that also get factored in as far as our equation with China and Turkey are concerned? Because even today's briefing, there were no bones made about the fact that Turkish drones and munitions were found, and there were visual proof of that shared. The second thing, a Shraddhanjali to our brave men in uniform, both from the military and from the paramilitary. BSF has lost 2 men, our Air Force has lost 1 airman, and also from the Indian Army. So I think the Prime Minister on behalf of a grateful nation is also going to pay his homage to these brave martyrs, plus the civilian losses. It all began with Pahalgam, and Aman pointed out that, Aman and Rahul both pointed out that after Pahalgam, he spoke in English to tell the world that we are going to avenge this. Has India avenged, as far as our political leadership and their calculation goes? Have we managed to seek justice for the people who lost their loved ones in Pahalgam? What about justice for those civilians who got targeted, including children in Poonch, a district level officer in Rajouri? Have we managed to get justice for them? And how is Indian government's leadership, the Prime Minister, how is he seeing the way forward? I think that will be the crucial part when he addresses the nation at 8.
Okay. Rahul and Aman, I want both of you to come in on this. Rahul, to you first. I find it particularly interesting that so far we've not heard from the Prime Minister on Operation Sindoor like we have in the past. So the timing here is also to be noted. Rahul.
Look, don't forget that this operation has not ended. You've heard from the DGMOs on an almost daily basis now, at least 3 days running, and of course before them the other military officers, including the FS, and they've said that this is an ongoing operation, it hasn't ended. Now, after this DGMO India-Pakistan conversation that is scheduled in the next half an hour, 40 minutes, we're going to get more clarity really on how the military operations will play out over the next few days. We don't know exactly how much Pakistan has escalated along the border. We've been told they'd moved troops to a forward position. Are they moving back or not? India is still very much, in a sense, on its military guard. Let's not forget that. So I don't think the Prime Minister wanted to talk about Operation Sindoor when it was an ongoing operation. Secondly, in a scenario such as this, no one wants to underestimate the enemy. The enemy is revanchist in nature. The enemy has shown that they do not react to what is known as chastising punishments. They react only when the costs are far too great, and it's only then will they get a sense that, okay, we should not be attacking India. And Balakot set that bar at a particular level, but about 5 years later, they breached it. Now we have set it with Operation Sindoor. The operation continues, an active operation. The Prime Minister didn't want to second guess anybody, didn't want to come out and make a comment that perhaps would be overwritten by time or by events. So he has taken his time. Even when the attack in Pahalgam happened, it was principals in the government that spoke first, if you remember, Kritsmeen.
Yeah.
It was only around 48 hours later that the Prime Minister, after sitting down, talking about exactly what he wants to say with all his advisors, came up with a statement. And remember, that statement never mentioned Pakistan. It made a distinction even then, legally, between the Pakistan state and the non-state actors that were acting on Pakistan soil that needed to be punished. And he also said their backers. Now, their backers could mean individuals who are in the senior levels of the deep state in Pakistan. He never mentioned the Pakistani state by name. He never said that its backers who sit in the executive chair, the highest office in Pakistan. He never said any of that. He measured his words. So the Prime Minister is likely to come up, as I said, with a statement that takes ownership of Operation Sindoor, will tell you what the larger, and on three basic tracks: the political, the military and the doctrinal objectives of Operation Sindoor, which hasn't concluded. So this is very important to understand.
Militarily, Rahul, we're seeing a pause in the operations. Yes,
the
Indian Armed Forces are referring to the fact that the operation still
You're
continues.
absolutely right. But these are
in its spirit, we're going to be in a state of high alert, that we're going to keep our guards up.
One second. There are military operations and there are non-kinetic operations.
Yeah.
Don't forget, those non-kinetic operations are still in place, and they are a panoply. I don't even want to get into some of the other operations that could lead to the weakening of the Pakistani state. But certainly the IWT remains suspended by India. The diplomatic exchanges are suspended by India. The trade relations are completely moribund and suspended. You have sanctions as far as the movement of Pakistani planes into India and vice versa is concerned. You have sanctions on Pakistani citizens from coming to India. You have sanctions on Pakistani artists and their other notables to come to India. So Operation Sindoor continues by another name, and it could be assuming other varied forms that even we don't know about. So don't look at this just from a military kinetic perspective. This is a basket of pressures that we have applied on Pakistan to try and get them to walk the straight and narrow. Now, whether they listen or not, of course, the onus is on Pakistan itself. I think they've been chastened far enough. International community has bore down on them. They've had to come running and ask for a peace with India. We have given, after assessing the situation, we haven't come to any sort of agreement. This is just a pause. It's a strategic pause. We are going to see how they behave. So, my point is that the Prime Minister has to tell the nation now where things stand, where we are, what we did,
so one is,
what were the original objectives, have we come close to achieving those objectives, is there something more that requires to be done? All of that will be laid out.
So one is message to the nation, and that message is going to be heard beyond the nation as well, in Pakistan, elsewhere as well. I do want to go across to Pallavi Ghosh. She's joining us from 7 Lokalyan Marg. What more do we know, Pallavi?
But see, I think the Prime Minister has also chosen the time to address the nation. Till all these days, you actually saw the military do all the talking. Once the Operation Sindoor, in a sense, has taken a pause, at least as far as the first phase is concerned, you're seeing parts of Kashmir, Rajasthan and Punjab, schools reopening, flights going back to normal. That is the kind of messaging which the Prime Minister is going to be sending out. One, showing the grit and the determination of India as well as our armed forces in taking on, giving to to Pakistan, giving a kathor and karara jawab, but also giving out a larger message that this is not over. Our war against terrorism is not over. Yesterday and today, there have been 2 DGMO press conferences, very precise, very concise and cryptic, giving all those facts. That is what the Prime Minister's address to the nation is going to be built on. Look, at the end of the day, war is something which brings a lot amount of apprehension in the minds of the common people. The military has given the optics of the Operation Sindoor. What happened, the targeting and all of that. But now the Prime Minister, as a head of the government, as a head of the nation in that sense, is going to be addressing the common people to reassure them, to tell them that, what I said at the Bihar rally is something which we are carrying forward. We did take action. We targeted the terrorists. We are not like Pakistan. We are a robust democracy. We think about the people of the country. But our economic measures against Pakistan will remain. It's not going to be business as usual. And don't worry, I am like the Bhishma Pitama. I am going to protect all of you. I think that's going to be the larger messaging which is going to come in from the Prime Minister address to the nation. Why I talk about the timing being very interesting and significant is because in the last few days, whatever press conference we have seen has been coming in from the military, the people who are experts, those who are representing those who were there on the ground carrying out Operation Sindoor, and we've given ample proof. I mean, evidence of Chinese hand, evidence of Turkish hand, talking about the fact that the global community has come out in support of India's fight against terror. All of this is something which the Prime Minister is going to be mentioning, but more than that, I think it's going to be a forward-looking address to the nation, to his people, to the people of the country, that don't worry, the government is very much hands-on. And very quickly, before I toss back to you, the pictures which have been coming out over the last 2 to 3 days, the Prime Minister leading from the front, 24/7, addressing all those meetings. Very clearly, the messaging goes across is that I'm not going to rely on anyone else. I am going to be hands-on. I am monitoring every single detail and I'll continue to do so.
Oh yes, very important. Aman, very important point. We've seen the Prime Minister personally invested in all these meetings that he's constantly held with the Tri-Services Chief, the NSA, the CDS. They've all been at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg almost on a regular basis. Not just that, Pahalgam as well was spoken of as by the Prime Minister as a personal loss. So this is a personal story for the Prime Minister. Aman.
Well, Kritswin, absolutely. There have been close to, I think, 20 meetings that the Prime Minister has done with these top officials in the last fortnight or so in the run-up to Operation Sindoor and, till the final May 10th strike also happened. See, one thing is very clear, Kritswin. The Prime Minister on April 24th in Bihar, just 2 days after the Pahalgam strike, had made a solemn promise to the people. He said, आतंकियों की बची खुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिला देने का समय आ गया है. So has that happened? Yes, it has happened. That military objective of destroying not just the foot soldiers, not just the small camps, but the terror headquarters of terror in Pakistan, be it Muridke of the LET, be it Bahawalpur of the Jaish, be it Kotli of the Hizbul Mujahideen. They have been decimated by India in very, very clear and precise strikes in which nearly 100 terrorists are dead. That was the #1 objective. Then you see April 27th address of the Prime Minister in his Mann Ki Baat, when he clearly said that not just the perpetrators, we will also give a harshest lesson to the backers of this terrorist strike. Kathor sabak sikhaya jayega. And we have seen post the Operation Sindoor, when Pakistan started sending these drones to India, when it started sending these other munitions to India. Finally, on May 9th night, when Pakistan really upped the ante after the IMF bailout and sent missiles and trying to attack our base in Adampur in Punjab, this is when the Prime Minister took a very, very big call. This was a call taken perhaps, I don't see any parallel of it in the world. When you decide to attack a nuclear power with ballistic missiles, we sent our BrahMos missiles, we sent our Rafales with scalp jets to attack Pakistani air bases. Imagine these air bases have not been attacked in such a fashion even during earlier wars. And we saw the air base in Rawalpindi, the air base in Islamabad, the air base in all major centers of Pakistan from north to south being attacked by India. So I think the country, when the Prime Minister, and what we've heard from top level government officials in the last few days, and the Prime Minister told the armed officials कि मिट्टी में मिला दो, टेरर हेडक्वार्टर्स को पाकिस्तान के मिट्टी में मिला दो, अगर वहां से गोली आएगी तो यहाँ से गोला जाएगा. This is what the Prime Minister has told the armed officials, but people, I think, also want to hear it from the Prime Minister himself, that how he took Pakistan head on, how he has taught the armed forces under his command, have taught the Pakistan a lesson which it will always remember, how Pakistan was forced to go to the US to plead for a ceasefire after India virtually, pummeled all their big air bases. So I think this is a very, very big operation. The Prime Minister has chosen to speak now because I think also because yesterday night was the first calm night on the border. So maybe the Prime Minister also feels that there is a pause right now in the hostility. It is a good time to tell the people by himself that what exactly has transpired, what exactly drove those decisions, how India did it. I think the people want to hear it from, because the people have been very angry, people have been very anguished by the Pahalgam strike. They trust the Prime Minister to act, and the Prime Minister has acted and the armed forces have acted on his orders. So I think the people also want to know first-hand from him, listen from the man himself on how we taught Pakistan a lesson.
Okay, Rahul, if the Prime Minister, amongst the several things he's likely to say or convey to the nation, if one of the things is also a reiteration of wahan se goli chalegi to yahan se gola chalega, that's also a message to Pakistan. How important do you think that could be and could very well feature in the Prime Minister's address?
Look, I don't think the Prime Minister will try and be bombastic or triumphal. He's always said that he eschews that kind of triumphalism, even when he has won elections against the odds and gone to the BJP headquarters and made his speeches. He's always told people to be humble. So I don't think he's going to do that. But certainly there will be, as you know, I've been mentioning, he will take full ownership of Operation Sindoor, which means politically, doctrinally, and of course militarily. So he will say that, look, my government has shown resolve far beyond any other government in the world. Because remember, as I told you, we have reordered military doctrine here. No two nuclear powers have gone up against each other. It was thought to be impossible. The doctrine of mutually assured destruction, or MAD, it's a funny acronym, but it translates, if you pronounce it, into mad. So you'd be mad to go and attack a other nuclear power. Well, India has done that, and it has shown that you can inflict costs even if the other adversary is a nuclear power. Remember, the Israel and Iran conflict are not on an equal footing. There's a mismatch there. Israel is a nuclear power, though covert, and Iran is a aspiring nuclear power. It doesn't have nuclear weapons. So when you see targeting there is a different kind of dynamic. People have compared this to 1971 and how Indira Gandhi dismembered Pakistan, but that was a non-nuclear Pakistan. The situation was different. There was a uprising from within Pakistan, East Pakistan, to break away from West Pakistan. All we did was to intercede on the behalf of human rights. We didn't have to create any instability in Pakistan for it to split. It was unraveling. So from that point of view, this, Christine, is a massive step forward in the way the world will be looking at the enterprise of military engagement between nation states, especially nuclear neighbors. So from that point of view, we are in uncharted territory, and the Prime Minister has redefined what are the thresholds of, or the known thresholds of engagement, military engagement. And for that, he must be given credit. It takes a lot of resolve. It takes an extreme amount of collaboration, planning, etc., and foresight to execute a maneuver such as this. So he is definitely going to take ownership of Operation Sindoor, but he will not try and sound bombastic. Now, I have to also tell you,
but that's also different, Rahul, from the Prime Minister never holding back from calling out terrorism, especially one sponsored by Pakistan.
Yeah,
so we've already always we've seen the Prime Minister toe that line making.
That he'll do. He'll give you a rationale for why we went as far as we did, why we needed to even hit perhaps the Pakistani state as we have. Remember, I mean, just look at these sites. It is from, and this was just revealed to us an hour and a half ago. Everyone has missed it. In fact, Arunima will be able to tell you the significance of this. We go into Karachi. Arunima, we go into Karachi and we hit Karachi cantonment. I mean, this is not known till about 2 hours back.
Yes, this is a recent information that was shared with us in that press conference, that there was an air base which was very close to Karachi, and that was also hit. So the air defense, not just in Rawalpindi, not just in Islamabad, but also in Karachi, was destroyed completely. 3 big cities of Pakistan. This is not Pakistan occupied Kashmir that we are talking about. This is mainland Pakistan, and all 3 big cities had the threat from Indian weapon an Indian weapon system because of the kind of attack that they tried to mount on India. The DGMOs were very clear that our target was terrorist infrastructure, but because Pakistan chose to escalate, we had to repay in the same coin, and we have managed to do that. However, we have not, we've not targeted anybody who's a civilian. We have tried to avoid collateral damage. So that kind of planning, where you have picked up intelligence about exactly where these terrorist bases are, exactly where the military infrastructure is, and how to target that military infrastructure without targeting civilians. It takes a lot of planning, lot of intelligence and precision to carry out a target attack like that. And I think the Prime Minister, when he speaks, he is going to make a mention of that once again, that our fight is not with the Pakistani civilian, our fight is not with the state of Pakistan, but we will not hold back if anybody tries to use the Pakistani territory to carry out attacks against civilians. From here on, it will be treated as an act of war. There's a new doctrine which is now in place. If you use Pakistani territory or a Pakistani national to target Indian civilians or carry out a terror attack against India, this is how we are going to respond. The threshold has been set with Operation Sindoor. I think that's what the Prime Minister's message will be.
Okay, Aman, not only a military installation or a cantonment area near Karachi, about 35 kilometers of Karachi was struck by the Indian Armed Forces. The Navy was as ready to strike Karachi. Not just that, we're learning of how an air defense system was taken down in Lahore. So we've gone as deep as into Lahore, and that's been spoken of by the armed forces so far. So we could see an echo of the same coming in from the Prime Minister, because remember, it has been the Prime Minister since the word goes spoken of full operational freedom to the armed forces.
Of course, Christine, I think from the Prime Minister, it's a big thumbs up to the armed forces. We have seen in those visuals also in the meetings that the Prime Minister has held with the three service chiefs, the CDS, the NSA and the Raksha Mantri over the last few days since Operation Sindoor. Of course, India is extremely happy with the success of Operation Sindoor, especially because, as I was mentioning earlier, the Prime Minister's directions to the armed forces were very clear, that we are now no longer going after the foot soldiers. Now we are no longer going after the small camps. We are going after the headquarters of terror in Pakistan. We had to turn out the terror tap. We have to turn it off. We have to end Pakistan-sponsored terror for good. That was the philosophy of the government soon after Pahalgam, because it realized that earlier also Prime Minister Modi came up with this, bold idea of surgical strikes. We did it after Uri. We did it after Pulwama. But that time we were attacking the bases, the terror camps and the bases. This time I think the level was much higher. Yeah. The bar was set much higher with the attacks on the terror camps, and that was Prime Minister's direction, that we have to hit the head of the snake. We can't just go after the foot soldiers only. This has to be a much bigger strike. Of course, what has happened since is also
6 Indians. India's military has highlighted how Indian forces have struck deep into Pakistani territory and deterred all launch pads, all launches from Pakistan. How about 100 odd terrorists have been killed. Now the Prime Minister is going to be addressing the nation, giving an insight into what Operation Sindoor meant, what the future course of action against Pakistan and Pakistani proxies, Pakistani-based terrorists is going to look like. Pallavi joins us, getting us more details. Pallavi, this nation to the address to the nation by the Prime Minister comes at a time when the opposition has been asking for the Prime Minister's presence in an all-party meeting, a special session of Parliament to be called for by the government. At such a time, we have the Prime Minister going on record with this address to the nation.
I don't think the Prime Minister is going to make a political speech. I don't think he's going to be answering any of the allegations coming in from the opposition. He's going to be talking like the head of the government. He's going to be talking like someone who is going to be talking on behalf of the 125 crore Indians over here. And of course, people are going to be watching and what he has to say with a lot of bated breath, because there's a lot of apprehension, there's a little bit of concern, but there's also a lot of anger against Pakistan, because most people do know that Pakistan is one country which is unlikely to even accept its mistakes or may not completely give up. There will be attempts which are going to be made possibly by Pakistan in the future to stoke terror or trouble in our country. I think that is something which the PM is likely to touch upon. Goli ka jawab gola se denge is a very, very important line, and I think that is going to be the underlying sentiments of the Prime Minister's address to the nation at 8 PM. But just to look at the time when the Prime Minister has decided to address the nation, there was a kind of unsaid word within the government that no one is going to speak out of turn. The people who actually were on the ground, who are involved in the operations, will do the talking, and we saw that happening with the Foreign Secretary. We had Vomika Singh, then there's Sophia Qureshi, and then over the last 2 days, the 2 DGMO representatives have been speaking since yesterday and today. They've given all the operational details, they've given every evidence which is possible to show, because of security concerns, that Pakistan deserved every act which was initiated against them. It was an unprovoked Operation Sindoor. It was actually a provoked Operation Sindoor. We never targeted them. If you go back to the words of the DGMO, all of them said the same thing. Our fight was against terror and terrorists, whereas Pakistan were trying to target the civilians and create a communal problem in our country, but we managed to give them a karara jawab. But what next? Because we're now going to look ahead to the days and weeks and months to come. What next? What is the kind of assurance the PM can give to a nation? I think the assurance he's going to give to a nation is, don't worry, our guards are high, our morale is also very high. We have the best in as far as a team on the ground is concerned, and we have been managed to win over all the sentiments in the country, the world over. The world also understands. I think the Prime Minister also, frankly speaking, had to rebut these kind of allegations, though he's not going to mention it specifically, that it was America which was calling the shots. In the last 2 days, that clarity has come in from the DGMO. It was initiated by DGMO Pakistan. They were desperate, they were scared, and they were the ones who wanted this truce, and we got for the ceasefire on our terms, because we made it very clear that any terrorism from them is going to be seen as an act of war. Prime Minister is essentially going to give a morale boosting look ahead, addressing the concerns and sentiments of a country which has shown exemplary unity and consensus as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned.
Absolutely. Aman and Arunima also joining us on this broadcast. Aman, just a few days after the Pahalgam attack, the Prime Minister had vowed to identify, track and punish all those who are behind this gruesome attack, this attack that killed 26 unarmed civilians. From the highest political officers, from the Raksha Mantri, the Prime Minister, the message has always been clear that these terrorists and their puppet masters sitting in Pakistan will all be dealt with an iron hand. That's the kind of message he's only going to reiterate tonight, isn't it?
Well, see, Poonam, the Prime Minister made a solemn promise to the nation on April 24th in Bihar, just 2 days after this Pahalgam strike. At that time and even now, the country was enraged, the country was angry, the country looking at those visuals of Pahalgam, and the Prime Minister gave that clarion call कि आतंकियों की बची खुची ज़मीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया है. 3 days later, on April 27th, he again spoke on Pahalgam in his Mann Ki Baat address when he had said that the harshest of punishment will be meted out to the perpetrators and the backers of this terrorist strike. The last the Prime Minister spoke was on May 4th in the presence of the Angolan president in Delhi, when he had again said that the Pahalgam attack was a heinous attack and we will go after the perpetrators. He hasn't spoken so far on Operation Sindoor, which happened on May 7th, and that is what makes this speech tonight at this address to the nation at 8 p.m. extremely important, because here now the people want to know from the Prime Minister himself that what did we achieve through Operation Sindoor, how Pakistan has been taught a lesson. There are 3 or 4 things that the Prime Minister has done, without speaking. He's let his actions do do all the talking. Number one, giving these armed forces the license, the operational freedom to go after Pakistan's terror headquarters. Not just these small terror camps, not after foot soldiers, but attack the terror headquarters in Muridke, in Bahawalpur, in Kotli, Lashkar, Hizbul Mujahideen, and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, killing over 100 terrorists. India's Operation Sindoor, in a way, was complete with that, but then we saw Pakistan coming back, sending these swarms of drones, and ultimately, the big the big provocation was this ballistic missile that Pakistan fired on the night of May 9th towards our Adhampur base in Punjab. Then is when the Prime Minister has taken this big call that मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया है. अगर वहाँ से गोली आ रही है तो यहाँ से गोला जाएगा. That unprecedented, which has not even happened in earlier wars, Poonam. We have sent ballistic missiles, our BrahMos, our Rafales, to attack Pakistani air bases right from the north to the south, right from Rawalpindi, Islamabad to Karachi to Skardu. All these major air bases of Pakistan were attacked. When is the last time a country which is nuclear powered has been attacked in this way by another country? This was unprecedented, and I think these big calls that have been taken by the Prime Minister in the last 1 week or so, starting with Operation Sindoor till May 10th, and now also, the Prime Minister still has this firm view that we have to re-verify and be top on our guard. We can't trust Pakistan. If Pakistan further does a strike, it will be considered an act of terror and India will go out. There is a pause, there is a truce, there is a sort of a ceasefire, but India's guard is very much up. The country is safe, the country is secured, and the country is being led by a strong and decisive leader. I think this message could come through to the people through Prime Minister Modi's address today, because people are also looking up to him, to give them that assurance. Many people have been worried over what has happened in the last few days. So I think the Prime Minister's speech, the nation address also comes the night after, last night has been the first peaceful night on the border in many days over the last 1 week. So I think the Prime Minister's address is very significantly timed in that direction.
And speaking of timing, Arunima, the address to the nation of the Prime Minister is also going to come after DGMO level talks are held. That call is expected to happen between India and Pakistan. Even as we play out this broadcast for our viewers, that is expected to be at 5 p.m. There will be more details that will, of course, come out of what was achieved from both sides. The Prime Minister could also perhaps throw light on where this takes us forward from here with a country like Pakistan that has a long history of backstabbing us.
Oh, absolutely. The DGMO calls slotted at 5 o'clock should all likelihood be happening as we are speaking. And Prime Minister's address will tell us not just about Operation Sindoor, because it's an ongoing operation. The last time the DGMO spoke, they decided to cease hostilities till the next conversation, which is today, the 12th at 5 p.m. But post that, should we all be going back to our normal lives? Yes, the schools in even forward areas are now going to be opened up. Airports which had been shut, they're all opening up, including the Srinagar airport, which is a defense airport. Even there, by tomorrow morning, you should see normal flights resuming. A lot of Hajis wanted to go to Saudi Arabia. They could well get their first flights out of Srinagar very soon. So a sense of normalcy is being portrayed. The blackouts, the sirens have not been heard yesterday. No incident reported from the LOC or the international border and plus the Sensex. The markets have also showed a huge thumbs up since this morning. So does this mean that we can all go back to our normal life? Will it be business as usual? I think that the Prime Minister will convey that we had a limited objective as to why we took on Pakistan, to destroy the terrorist infrastructure. Once we did that, Pakistan tried its misadventure and we have retaliated to that also. For now, as far as India is concerned, even though we are in a heightened sense of preparedness, we are taking a step back and waiting to see how Pakistan responds. Unlike Pakistan, like the Prime Minister has said, we are also moving forward to becoming the third largest global economy, and we are on course for that. So all these other factors of the Sensex, the market, the airports functioning normally, our schools in border areas opening up, shows that we are competent enough to take limited action against Pakistan if it indulges in misadventure like Pahalgam again, but at the same time make it so fruitful that it will not derail us from our economic goals as well. So I think Prime Minister's message will be twin-pronged, one of assurance and second, declaring the military achievements that we have had over the last 4-5 days.
Absolutely, and a lot of steps went into Operation Sindoor. Siddhant, the kind of deception or the blindsiding of Pakistan that was done diplomatically as well, and the Prime Minister, the External Affairs Minister were all at the forefront of this, of trying to show the world and to Pakistan that for India, the time will come to avenge the terror attack, but for us it is important to keep everything else going on as well, because for this country, the economy, our social welfare, all of that is important as well, which is why we saw the Prime Minister at different other engagements in the aftermath of the Pahalgam attack as well.
Well, yes, that's right, Poonam. And in fact, Prime Minister till now have spoken on 4 various occasions after Pahalgam terror attack, as Aman was also pointing out. And in fact, those were very limited remarks by the Prime Minister Modi, as India was planning Operation Sindoor at that point in time. And in fact, this would be the first time when he would be speaking directly to the people of India, perhaps talking about the operation. And as Arunima was also saying, that now since the schools are opening up, the life is getting back to normal, there is a lot of fear still in the minds of the people, especially those who are living on the border areas. Perhaps if an assurance will come directly from Prime Minister, that would really be helpful for those who have suffered the drones coming into their areas, the blackouts in last so many days. So the message, a strong message from a Prime Minister, message of assurance from the Prime Minister would really be helpful for them to restart their lives. Having said that, one thing is also very important to highlight, Poonam, that on the very first day when CCS took place in the national capital after Prime Minister returned from Jeddah, there were mainly 3 objectives which were perhaps laid down by the Prime Minister Modi in CCS. One was the political objective, the other is the military objective, and the political objective, military objective. So all the 3 objectives now have been achieved by the Indian side, and the third is psychological objective. The political objective, keeping Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. Perhaps that's the cost of terrorism which Pakistan has to play, and India is very clear on that. Second is military objective. On 7th May, we struck the terror camps in POJK and POK. In fact, we have given evidence, proof regarding that. On 10th May, which was a turning point, we had again hit the military and air bases in Pakistan, including air base in air defense base in Karachi, Iskardu, Saroda. And third, the psychological objective perhaps which was achieved, that this particular strike, this time the strike by the Indian Armed Forces, have broken the spine of the Pakistani armed forces. It has made an impact on their psychology that this is a new normal. So if they are going to hit India, India will hit back even more harder, and that's going to destroy, and that would be devastating for them. So the psychological dent is something which will perhaps establish deterrence in the years to come. So since now all the 3 objectives which were laid down by Prime Minister Modi in the 23rd April CCS meeting, which he took place in the national capital after returning for Jeddah, now since 3 objectives have been achieved, he will directly be speaking to the people of India, assuring them full security and safety, and perhaps assuring them that deterrence has been re-established.
Absolutely. Aman, as far as the Prime Minister is concerned, he's been down to work ever since he cut short his Saudi trip, came back right on the tarmac. He had a briefing. He travelled with the NSA to his office. Even as that happened, we've seen the opposition here raise questions about where the Prime Minister was. There were jibes that were taken about him being an absentee Prime Minister, about the Prime Minister missing in action. And yet we've seen meetings that were held by the Prime Minister pretty much on an everyday basis. There was a high-level meeting held this morning as well.
Well, yes, Poonam, and maybe this was not the occasion for Prime Minister to come and speak every day. They were almost at war with Pakistan. And this that offensive poster which was tweeted by the Congress party and saying a Gayab Prime Minister, I think the best answer to that was given through Operation Sindoor. What happened and how the Prime Minister approved that big operation against the terrorist headquarters in Pakistan. Even since then, the Congress has been questioning why is the Prime Minister not there at the all-party meeting to brief them. I think this was the occasion when the Prime Minister chose that let my actions do all the talking. The actions, that the directions that he gave to the armed forces कि terrorist headquarters को मिट्टी में मिला दो, वहाँ से गोली आएगी तो यहाँ से गोला जाएगा. And the kind of Pakistan को सबक सिखाने का time आ गया है. The words that apparently he used to the armed forces when these big raids were launched on the air bases of Pakistan. So I think the Prime Minister were doing more important things. He's held almost 24 meetings, which of the kind we saw today morning with the entire top think tank which has executed Operation Sindoor, from our top armed forces officers to the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. He has been deep into these meetings. These are deep strategy meetings. Big calls have been taken in these meetings. I think the May 10th strike, Poonam, on Pakistani air bases is even bigger than the May 7th Operation Sindoor strike on the terrorist bases, because we are on May 10th attacking a nuclear powered neighbor. We are now saying, drawing a new line, in the war paradigm that, be it the border or be it your nuclear threat, nothing will make you, safe from us if you do terror acts against India. This line that India adopted even before that ceasefire announcement came was very, very clear that any future act of terror against India will be seen as an act of war. All this is coming from the Prime Minister, and these directions are coming from him. And that is why I think the people also, Poonam, feel that sense that they want to hear the Prime Minister now speak. We have seen the actions, we have seen our armed forces speak to us and give us intricate details of how these operations have been carried out. But people also want that booster from the Prime Minister to know exactly how what happened, why the Prime Minister took the calls that he took, how he has actually fulfilled his promises, which he made way back on April 24, 2 days after Pahalgam, that आतंकियों की बची कुछ ज़मीन को मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया है. How the forces went about that. I think the people are looking forward to listen from the Prime Minister. Also, this whole talk that the opposition is raising right now, Poonam, that the US enforced this ceasefire. It is very, very clear from top government sources that even when J.D. Vance called up the Prime Minister before these airstrikes happened by India, the Prime Minister was unmoved. He was simply said that if Pakistan attacks us, we will give a devastating response. Even when Secretary Rubio called up India, after these strikes were over, to say that he had spoken to Asim Munir on the Pakistan side, and Pakistan is ready to wave the white flag. India was very clear even to the US that let Pakistan DGMO call us directly and tell us we don't want the US as a mediator here. So I think India has adopted a very clear policy in this regard. The US may have done what it has done, but India is very clear that this is a bilateral matter. Kashmir is a bilateral matter. Top government sources also revealing Prime Minister Modi's thinking to me earlier today, very clearly saying that Modi thinks that the only unfinished agenda with Pakistan is the return of Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir back to India. So, there is no other talk which India wants to entertain with Pakistan at any other neutral venue, as the US suggested. Let's see what all the Prime Minister reveals today in his address to the nation.
Absolutely. And speaking of the United States, Pallavi, as far as the Congress is concerned, over the last few days, over this weekend, in fact, Congress leaders, pro-Congress social media accounts have all been putting out Indira Gandhi's speech from the 1971 war. The way in which she stood up to the United States is the kind of narrative that the Congress has been trying to build as well. At such a time, the Prime Minister's address to the nation is going to put light to a more public message, like what the Congress has been showing about Indira Gandhi as well. I believe we don't have Pallavi, but Arunima, if you could take that.
Yes, and it will be important for the Prime Minister to address these political barbs that have been directed towards his government. These barbs have been coming from two quarters. One, there is a section of especially social media users who thought that this escalation from Pakistan's side will be responded adequately by India by taking back POJK. So that Prime Minister and that section has been showing their disappointment on social media by saying that, what have we really achieved, showing their sense of disappointment, turning this moment of victory into a moment of mourning. And that, I think, is important for the Prime Minister to come out clearly and set the record straight that this is a huge moment moment of victory for our armed forces. Never before have we managed to go strike Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Karachi, Lahore without crossing the international border, without crossing the line of control, not taking into account the nuclear prowess of Pakistan, and yet managed to set in a deterrent for Pakistan that if you do Pahalgam, we will ensure that you are scared to be in Lahore, Islamabad, Pindi and Karachi. The second bar has been coming from the opposition, demanding why the Prime Minister has not addressed the all-party. The first all-party meeting that was called in, the opposition was more conciliatory, more cooperative. They did ask why the Prime Minister was missing, but then we have been hearing voices like that of Bhupesh Baghel saying Mallikarjun Kharge has said he will walk out of the all-party if the Prime Minister is not present there. Rahul Gandhi writing a letter demanding a special session, and the opposition combined asking as to why is the United States talking about, because Donald Trump put out a tweet saying I will try and resolve 1,000-year-old Kashmir issue. There have been objections to this kind of statement as well as to why India is allowing US to become the third player in Kashmir when it is very clear that this is only our issue. It is not even a bilateral issue. Kashmir belongs to India and we will do what we deem fit as far as that territory is concerned. So these are all barbs that have been directed towards the government, and I think when the Prime Minister addresses the nation at 8 o'clock, he will set the record straight. This will be an address to the nation which will be part of history writing as well. What did India achieve? How did India achieve? What is the political leadership's viewpoint now going forward as far as India-Pakistan relations are concerned? Also, India-US, India-China, India-Turkey relations are concerned, because all these countries have become a factor some way or the other in this ongoing tension with Pakistan.
Absolutely. India's foreign policy with all of these countries is also important, especially with Turkey, given that Turkish weapons, Turkish drones were used by Pakistan against India. Pallavi, as far as the opposition is concerned, so far they've stood with our armed forces, with the government of the day, to send an unequivocal message to the enemy, which is Pakistan and Pakistani proxies, that we stand united. But as far as the Prime Minister is concerned, there have been some within the opposition that have questioned about where he has been and whether and why he is missing in action, even though the BJP has countered that fact by fact. Is the opposition also waiting to see what the Prime Minister is going to say today and only then open up their fresh salvo perhaps, or have we already started to see that happen?
But naturally, I think the opposition parties, more specifically the Congress, which really, Poonam, has been the most aggressive one as far as questioning the government is concerned, will be waiting to hear what the PM has to say. But if you take a look at the letter which was written by Mr. Kharge yesterday and also Rahul Gandhi to the Prime Minister asking for an urgent special session of Parliament, the point that they were making, and Mr. Kharge very specifically mentioned that we would want a special session of Parliament and we would certainly want the Prime Minister to be there, which he should have been there at the two all-party meetings. So the two all-party meetings was, according to them, one which was not taken seriously by the government, because if the operations are micromanaged by the Prime Minister, that the PM really should have been there and also spoken to all the leaders of the political parties who were present at that all-party meeting. But having said that, I wouldn't be too surprised that post the PM's address to the nation, the Congress party also raises a question mark over the fact that the PM doesn't have time to call a special session of Parliament. He doesn't attend the all-party meetings, but he's decided to address the nation. Well, the logic coming in from the government and from the BJP to this, of course, would be is that he's talking to the people of the country. The address to the nation is not to any political party, but it is to the people of the country who have multiple thoughts in their mind. And we see those thoughts in the minds of the people when we speak to them about what's going to happen next, how well prepared are we, do they completely trust Pakistan, and is the world with us? There is, of course, a concern, evidence of Turkish and Chinese weapons also available. So is there an access which is developing? How is it going to hurt us? So all these factors require reassurance to the real India, and the real India is the people of India, and I think the PM will be doing that very clearly, addressing the concerns of the people. But more than that, it's about a feel-good morale boosting. Our armed forces, our military requires a morale boosting. The people require morale boosting. The frontline operators, the backroom operators, all of them need to be reassured that we are fine. The edge is definitely has been and will be with us, but I don't think it's going to satisfy the Congress. The Congress's concern has largely hinged on the fact that why is it that American president announced the ceasefire? Was he privy? Was he the one who was negotiating it? And isn't it a departure from the traditional convention foreign policy of India, which is why we have always resisted the Pakistan's call that a Kashmir resolution can only come at an international platform? So why is it that India agreed to America, and what are the reasons that we are bending to America? These are the questions which the Congress has been asking. Though I have my doubts, I'm pretty sure actually the PM is not going to be raising any political point. He's not going to use his platform to address political parties, but he's going to use his platforms to reassure the people. I don't think it's going to reassure and calm down the opposition, because politics has already begun in the last 24 to 48 hours.
The Prime Minister may have a statesman-like approach to this. The address to the nation is going to hint at what India has done, what our future course is going to look like in this fight against terror. I request my colleagues to stay on with us, because 2 days after the Pahalgam attack, after 26 innocent unarmed civilians were killed, the Prime Minister vowed that every single one involved, every single one who was responsible for that dastardly attack is going to be tracked down, identified and punished. Listen in to that declaration from the Prime Minister a few days ago.
India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done.
Now, when that address was made in Bihar, the Prime Minister was there to launch several developmental works. But that bit where he said we will identify, track and punish anyone who's responsible, everyone that's responsible for this attack, was made in English. It was a message sent out to the rest of the world, to our allies as well. Aman, is that something that we could perhaps see in today's address too?
Maybe, Poonam. I think the Prime Minister is addressing the country, but is also addressing the global audience as well, even today. You know, even the global audience, the US and many other countries would want to know what the Prime Minister is saying, because he has not spoken so far on Operation Sindoor. What I believe, there are two key aspects to the Prime Minister's address today. Number one, of course, is the big win. I think this will be a speech which will show that the triumph of our armed forces, the superiority shown by our tri-services against Pakistan. You know, not just the Air Force, the Army, the Navy, how we have acted decisively, not just against terror infrastructure, terror headquarters inside Pakistan, but also against, you know, Pakistani air bases when we needed to, because there was a retaliation from Pakistan. And all this, Poonam, has been done even without crossing the border. You know, since Balakot 2019, India had really built upon its arsenal. We have now the BrahMos missile, which we can fire from our side of the border and strike anywhere in Pakistan. We have bought the 36 Rafale jets in 2020, which started to come, with which the initial strike on the terrorist headquarters was carried out. We also fired a BrahMos at the Bahawalpur terror base to send a message to Pakistan, because Bahawalpur JEM was set up by the ISI. Also, I think because we don't even need to cross the border, the superiority which we had, Pakistan was caught totally unawares on how it happened. Whatever Pakistan sent towards us, be it drones, be it missiles, be it munitions, everything was shot down. That was a testimony to our strong air defense systems, the S-400, the Akash defense system. You know, S-400s we got from Russia also after Balakot. They came for the first time. We have three squadrons of it right now. So I think India's superiority in the air defense system, India's superiority in the artillery, India's superiority in striking Pakistan with our air assets, all of this maybe could find mention in the Prime Minister's speech as a big thumbs up to the bravery and the superiority of our armed forces, which have kept India safe. They have not let even a single drone land successfully on Indian soil, though 500, 600 of these drones were fired by Pakistan. Pakistan even tried to fire a ballistic missile at our Adampur base, but we brought it down. On the other hand, Poonam, Pakistan was not able to stop any of our attacks. We used our drones to smash the Lahore's air defense system, and especially on May 10th, when we attacked Pakistan with such ferocity that their Rawalpindi base, the Islamabad base, Lahore air base, Karachi air base, everything has been attacked by India deep inside Pakistan. Pakistani territory. I think Mr. Modi's leadership is shown, and our armed forces have shown that terror, if you commit terror against India, no border is safe for you. We will come inside the borders, we will hit Pakistan where it matters, we will destroy our terrorist headquarters, we will destroy our air bases if the need be. So I think the big thumbs up to our armed forces, I think, will be one aspect of the Prime Minister's address. The second aspect, which many people are asking, the politicians are asking, is about this Donald Trump, intrusion in a way into the Indo-Pakistan matters, trying to say this is a ceasefire. So will the Prime Minister go that line? I am not too very sure. We'll have to wait for what the Prime Minister says, but officials are very clear that when J.D. Vance had called up Prime Minister Modi, Prime Minister was unmoved. He had simply said that if Pakistan attacks us, we will retaliate in double measure. Even when Rubio called up Mr. Jaishankar on May 10th after our strikes, it was very clear that Pakistan DGMO has to call us to ask for a ceasefire. We won't listen it through the US. So it is Pakistan which asked for a ceasefire. We forced Pakistan into, brought it down to its knees through our airstrikes, and that is what I think the essence of today's address could be.
And we'll find out in about 2.5 hours from now what the Prime Minister's message is going to be, what he outlines for the country and for the world. I thank my colleagues for getting us that perspective. But before we head into a quick break on this edition, listen in once again to Prime Minister Modi, who had made his intent clear back on the 24th of April that all those who back terror, all those who perpetrated the Pahalgam attack will be tracked down, will be hunted down and punished.
India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backer. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done.
We have a confirmation now. 5 p.m. is when the discussions between the DGMOs take place.
Right, so two confirmations. First one is that press conference that was scheduled for 2:30 is happening.
Okay.
And, we will be seeing some sort of brief by the officials. But yes, as you rightly pointed out, the DGMO level conversation that was about to happen at 12 p.m. between the DGMOs of India and Pakistan has been rescheduled and in fact has been postponed to 5 p.m. in the evening. Between, it is important to highlight that we still don't know the reason, but there can be some technical reason behind the delay. We know that, how this is an important, matter for both the countries, given the fact that we have seen the military action and we are on a verge, to go towards a war. And that's the reason why this meeting is very important. Till now we have some sort of pause in the sort of military action that were undertaken by both the sides. But this time around, this particular meeting is going to decide the way forward.
Okay, many thanks, Akash, for joining us with those details. So 5 p.m. is the time when the meeting begins. 2:30 p.m. is when we're once again going to hear it officially from the armed forces through a press conference. Going across to Major General Rajan Kochar, who is with us on the broadcast too. Major General Kochar, just a short while ago, we were breaking down an exclusive bit of information that's been shared by our Security Affairs Editor Manoj Gupta on a possible location of General Asim Munir to a fortified bunker in Rawalpindi. So clearly shows Pakistan is rattled, but would you see this as a sign of panic or some sort of a re-strategy that Pakistan is working on?
What I see is that, I'll just take you back to how General Soleimani was killed and in Saudi Arabia. Also, at the same time, I will also take you to the Israeli strategy of targeting these leaders like the Hezbollah leader and Hamas leader in Iran and Lebanon. So what I am presuming is that General Munir is, he must have got certain intelligence reports that he is going to be targeted, and seeing the capability of the Indian armed forces, and it has been demonstrated capability this time, when we have been able to pierce through entire air defenses of Pakistan and target their 11 air bases with precision. And I'm highlighting this word, precision. So I think Pakistani intelligence must have felt that General Munir can also be targeted, because it's a possible scenario. It cannot be ruled out. So as a matter of precaution, I would presume that he is being moved into a bunker, because if you remember the statement of Prime Minister Modi, what he made was that we are going to target chun ke. We are going to target the terror infrastructure and the people behind this attack in Pahalgam. So that message is rattling the minds of the Pakistanis, because so far we have demonstrated entire destruction of the terror network in Pakistan, and the next objective or the next target for us would be the people behind this terror. So presumably I have a strong belief that General Munir actually fears that there may be a target targeting him now.
Yes, because there's a parallel universe that Pakistan seems to have created, or is at least attempting to create, that the world will buy its version. But India stands right there to counter each of those fake narratives. General Kochar, what I do want to understand from you is also, how do you...
Thank you for staying with us here on Nation at 5. Prime Minister Modi is going to be addressing the nation after Operation Sindoor. That address is going to take place at about 8 p.m. in about 2.5 hours from now. The Prime Minister, remember, right after the Pahalgam attack, had made the intent of the Indian government, of the Indian armed forces, very clear. Those behind this terror attack will be tracked down and punished. India launched Operation Sindoor right after that. Pakistani proxies, Pakistani terror camps, Pakistani military installations were all targeted in that Operation Sindoor to break the backbone of this terror infrastructure that flourishes in Pakistan. My colleagues Siddhant, Arunima and Pallavi join us on this broadcast to get us more perspective. Siddhant, as far as the Prime Minister's address is concerned, we're hoping that not only does he assure the country of the kind of steps that we have taken, but also give us an inkling of what awaits India, what awaits the people of this country. Are we headed into a situation of war? Is it all over? That's something that the people of the country also want to know.
Well, that's right. Also, the message is that, India has won without doing a conventional war against Pakistan. Why I'm saying this? Because India has set a new normal for Pakistan. If they will hit us, we will hit them harder. Perhaps there is also a change in character of terrorism in Valley. In fact, there was a devotee of a temple which were attacked a few days back in the Valley. Then Pahalgam terror attack happened. So India, it was a need for India to send a strong message to the terror groups and also the Pakistani government, perhaps, that if they will do anything like Pahalgam again, then they are going to get it from India. So all this while, Poonam, there was a strategic silence, from the government side, from the Prime Minister's office and from the Defence Minister's office, because they all were so much involved in planning Operation Sindoor. In fact, there was a strategic silence from Ministry of External Affairs. Prime Minister also spoke on 4 occasions, but those were limited remarks which he made on those occasions, assuring the people of India that revenge will be taken. Now,
right, sorry to interrupt you there, Siddhant. I'll come back to you and I'll get in Arunima and Pallavi in as well. But we have some more breaking news that's now coming in. This is an exclusive information that we've accessed here on CNN News 18. This is about Indian drones penetrating deep into Rawalpindi, which came as a major shock to the Pakistani military establishment. Top sources have now told CNN News 18 that the Pakistani army is thinking to relocate to avoid concentration of leadership. There's a possible relocation to Balochistan or to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa that is being mulled as well. Akash now joins us, getting us more details. Akash, the Pakistani military, the Pakistani army chief, all completely in panic mode, which is why these kind of decisions are being mulled of relocation?
Right, and in fact, it is in close proximity. The Noor Khan airbase that was hit by the Indian Armed Forces is in close proximity to the headquarters, GHQ headquarters, which is the army headquarters. And, that's why they are now, thinking of relocating it to a place where they can get, in fact, the natural cover or, some sort of safety. Because this is one fact that, Chinese air defense systems who are unable to protect them or their property, the infrastructure. And that's why now Pakistani army is seriously, considering the relocation. We know that how
Right, sorry to interrupt you there, Akash. We'll try and get a sense of what's happening in Pakistan. But at the moment, what we're learning is that the DGMO level talks are underway. Remember, these talks were expected to begin at 5 p.m. So far, there has been no discussion on the Indus Water Treaty between the DGMOs of India and Pakistan. Arunima, we have more details coming in. The discussion is currently limited only to the situation at the LOC, at the IB, and it's only about the ceasefire violations.
Gupta is also learning that currently the discussion that is happening is on modalities of cessation of hostilities. Donald Trump has called it a ceasefire. Indian authorities are refraining from using that term. But that is where the talks between the two Director Generals of Military Operations stand. At the moment, there is no discussion on the Indus Water Treaty is what we are told. These talks are important because, when the last time the two DGMOs spoke, when the Pakistani DGMO dialed his counterpart here, it was still today 12 o'clock and then it got postponed till 5 o'clock. So what does tomorrow, day after look like? I think that is the modality that is going to be decided in these talks, and it is important for Pakistan to give that kind of a confidence because India has made it very clear, you attack, we counter attack. If you are going to cease fire, then we are also willing to stay back. But Operation Sindoor is still on, and in that backdrop, these conversations between the two DGMOs are extremely significant.
Akash is also with us in this broadcast. Akash, any more details that you've been able to gather? We'll try and reconnect that line with Akash. But as far as the DGMO level talks go between India and Pakistan, so far they are limited to the situation at the line of control and the international border. There is no discussion on the Indus Water Treaty. Remember, India had made it clear that the Indus Water Treaty that was put in abeyance after the Pahalgam attack, that decision continues. Akash, I believe, is now with us. Akash, any more details that you can share with us?
Director General Military Operation is in contact with his counterpart, in fact, from the other side, and Manoj Gupta is bringing us these details where he is talking about these talks that are underway. Now, the discussion is happening on ceasefire. This is what he is bringing to us, and in fact, it was very much decided earlier. In fact, we know that how matter has escalated to military level, and ceasefire and the sort of military activities that are happening. In fact, the drone activities that are happening even after the last conversation, that is somewhere the agenda, and it would be discussed. In fact, these talks are underway. We'll get some sort of outcome in some time from now, where an official statement is expected from Indian Army. But importantly, ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address to the nation at around 8 p.m. today, these important developments, given the fact that we have seen Operation Sindoor in the last few days, now future course of action will somewhere be decided after these sort of conversations.
Right, do keep a track of what transpires in that meeting. Akash, Arunima, Pallavi, Siddhant, thank you so much for getting us those updates and that perspective. It is time for a quick break on this edition of Nation at 5, but we'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
We have a confirmation now. 5 p.m. is when the discussions between the DGMOs take place.
Right, so two confirmations. First one is that press conference that was scheduled for 2:30 is happening.
Okay.
And, we will be seeing some sort of brief by the officials. But yes, as you rightly pointed out, the DGMO level conversation that was about to happen at 12 p.m. between the DGMOs of India and Pakistan has been rescheduled and in fact has been postponed to 5 p.m. in the evening. Between, it is important to highlight that we still don't know the reason, but there can be some technical reason behind the delay. We know that, how this is an important, matter for both the countries, given the fact that we have seen the military action and we are on a verge, to go towards a war. And that's the reason why this meeting is very important. Till now we have some sort of pause in the sort of military action that were undertaken by both the sides. But this time around, this particular meeting is going to decide the way forward. Let's see.
Okay, many thanks, Akash, for joining us with those details. So 5 p.m. is the time when the meeting begins. 2:30 p.m. is when we're once again going to hear it officially from the armed forces through a press conference. Going across to Major General Rajan Kochar, who is with us on the broadcast too. Major General Kochar, just a short while ago, we were breaking down an exclusive bit of information that's been shared by our Security Affairs Editor Manoj Gupta on a possible location of General Asim Munir to a fortified bunker in Rawalpindi. So clearly shows Pakistan is rattled, but would you see as this as a sign of panic or some sort of a re-strategy that Pakistan is working on?
What I see is that, I'll just take you back to how General Soleimani was killed and in Saudi Arabia. Also, at the same time, I will also take you to the Israeli strategy of targeting these leaders like the Hezbollah leader and Hamas leader in Iran and Lebanon. So, what I am presuming is that General Munir is he must have got certain intelligence reports that he is going to be targeted, and seeing the capability of the Indian armed forces, and it has been demonstrated capability this time, when we have been able to pierce through entire air defenses of Pakistan and target their 11 air bases with precision. And I'm highlighting this word, precision. So I think Pakistani intelligence must have felt that General Munir can also be targeted, because it's a possible scenario. It cannot be ruled out. So as a matter of precaution, I would presume that he is being moved into a bunker, because if you remember the statement of Prime Minister Modi, what he made was that we are going to target chun ke. We are going to target the terror infrastructure and the people behind this attack in Pahalgam. So that message is rattling the minds of the Pakistanis, because so far we have demonstrated entire destruction of the terror network in Pakistan, and the next objective or the next target for us would be the people behind this terror. So presumably I have a strong belief that General Munir actually fears that there may be a targeting him now.
Yes, because there's a parallel universe that Pakistan seems to have created, or is at least attempting to create, that the world will buy its version. But India stands right there to counter each of those fake narratives. General Kochar, what I do want to understand from you is also, how do you see the DGMO level talks play out at 5 p.m? Earlier was set to take place at 12 noon, a little bit of a delay at 5 p.m. And what's your expectation?
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to yet another edition of Take 3 Shots. With me, Rahul Shivshankar and Zaka Jacob. And what we are talking or we're building up to, queuing up, is the Prime Minister's address. The DGMOs are in conversation with each other, Bharat and Pakistan's DGMOs. Only the extension of stoppage of fire and perhaps towards a ceasefire agreement, that's the only contours of the conversation between the two nations' DGMOs. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled to address Bharat at 8 p.m. It's the first time since 2021 that he is making this address. When he first pitched the issue and the thought process of a Viksit Bharat in 2047 with Atmanirbhar Bharat. That Atmanirbhar Bharat pitch 4 years ago was the last that he had addressed the nation at 8 p.m. This is, and before that, of course, the demo conversation had happened. But now, after 4 years, at a time when the nation is asking, why did Bharat pull the finger off the trigger when they had the enemy on the knees, and why didn't we push through? That's the time when the Prime Minister is now going to address the nation to say, to perhaps answer a lot of questions. Is Operation Sindoor still on? Is the war on terror still on? Was there a mediator? Did US play the mediator? Was it under US and Saudi pressure that India has stopped or taken the finger of the trigger and asked for the stop, agreed for the stoppage? Plenty of questions which are there, and of course there is politics. Zaka, your thoughts. What is the expectation from the Prime Minister at 8 p.m. this evening?
Well, look, it'll be a political speech. It's the first time he's speaking after
after Pahalgam, at least to the nation. He spoke in Bihar, etc. He's addressed the forces. But this is the first time after Operation Sindoor, and so he will sort of tell the nation directly that, look, this is why we launched it. This is what we have achieved. What happened thereafter? We gave, multiple windows of opportunity and off-ramps to Pakistan. Clearly, Pakistan did not take that. And hopefully, he will give us a clear understanding of what happened in the night between 9th and 10th. And then subsequently, by the evening of the 10th, what made Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, come out and say that there's going to be a stoppage of fire. And right now, even as we speak, the DGMOs are meeting, and as you said, the only issue they'll be discussing is how to extend the stoppage of fire, till what time will they extend this, and will this now become a full-fledged ceasefire as it existed from 2021 till, of course, Pahalgam happened and the entire thing was blown out of the water. Do you see the Prime Minister getting into the nitty-gritties, Rahul, or will he leave that to the army, the DGMO and the MEA to address? But while he says future act of terror is equal to act of war, Bharat is not going to listen to anybody. Bharat dictates the terms in this war against terror. There is no mediator. Now, will there be messages? Because some messages have to be sent to the Americans. Someone like President Donald Trump, with due respect, he had no business jumping the gun the way he did. And perhaps a lot of people may feel upset because of what he did. That was immature. But Trump is Trump. That's how. You can't expect anything from him. The other aspect is, was this war against Pakistan? Did Pakistan military jumping in turn the shape of Operation Sindoor from a war on terror into a war between two nation states? What do you expect the Prime Minister to speak on?
Well, the Prime Minister has always been a very careful messenger. Don't forget that he has already given complete operational command over to the armed forces, and he has allowed the military to come out, maintaining those distinctions. He's very correct in these matters. So he never tries to sort of transgress the lines. So the military has been holding parallel briefs. He won't get into operational issues, but he will definitely take ownership of the political, military and the doctrinal narrative. This is very, very crucial. Because what is being said, after all, that this mission is still not over, deterrence has not been established, we pulled out under someone's pressure, America, third-party mediation, have we gone back on all the holy of holies that we ourselves held ourselves to? Have you now gone ahead and rewritten the rule books? So he will definitely correlate the mission statement, as Zaka said, to the results. He will make sure that the speech that he gave, he will rephrase it and says, look, all the things that I had said we would do, we have done, and I've done this according to your wishes. The third thing is, I don't think he'll get into a direct, I don't think he'll do a direct, blunt, criticism word for word. I think he'll generally speak in a larger sense about how India has actually achieved the upper hand. Remember, this is for the first time, and we have to underline this because we have really re-scripted the Prime Minister and the military establishment and his internal think tank, that whole group of people who sit, and we should show those pictures because they've really sat down and they have rewritten the annals of military history. There was a complete rule of thumb that existed from the Cold War era that mutually assured destruction means that two nuclear powers can't go up against each other. Here he has shown you that there is space under the nuclear threshold to impose costs. And this will be studied by all these others who live in the shadows and fight through proxies. This has never happened. So he will definitely take ownership and say that, look, in the pursuit of our objectives, we have demolished a large number of things that were thought to be completely immutable.
And this entire Pakistan bogey of nuclear weapons and all of that it is possible in just punitive, well-planned strikes to even
He'll say no one else has ever done it in 50 years after 1971.
Whether he'll say all that, or the other aspect is that this is something which the DGMOs also highlighted upon, Zaka, that it's a preparation of the last decade that's come to fruition. The other thing is this entire aspect of Atmanirbharta in defense. This is perhaps the biggest example. Is the Prime Prime Minister going to use this to send a message to the world that Bharat is Atmanirbhar also to a large extent in defending itself? Attack capabilities, perhaps we had certain level of dependence, but that is also, a lot of it is now indigenous. It's being manufactured here. So you think that's perhaps another message that Bharat is a global military power, Bharat is also a military provider. Nations that were looking to China and other nations can actually trust Bharat's technology now. You think that's also a message that can come across from the
Look,
PM?
I think this is a closing of the loop kind of speech, because he had promised in Bihar 2 days after Pahalgam that each one of these terrorists and their backers will be pursued to the ends of the earth. So now he has to go back to the people of India and tell them that, look, that's exactly what Operation Sindoor did. There is a bit of a fine balance that he has to walk, because Operation Sindoor was never envisaged as a military operation against another state. It was never meant to be, war with Pakistan. India did what it did. It targeted the terrorists, and India said, that's it, we're done. We're not escalating this. It's Pakistan that chose to escalate. And India, of course, had to respond, because India has to defend itself. So Pakistan sent those drones, we retaliated. Pakistan then targeted our air bases, we retaliated. And I think, he'll definitely not address Trump or the Americans and this whole business about mediation directly. I don't think the Prime Minister will refer to that at all. But he will underline the fact that what actually forced Pakistan to come to the negotiating table at the end of the day was the military and power differential between what they did or tried to do to us and what our Indian armed forces ended up doing to Pakistan. It is that which forced the Pakistani DGMO to call his Indian counterpart and wave the white flag.
Unimaginable punishment. The other thing is, interestingly, the Prime Minister has not said a single word on X or on social media on Operation Sindoor. He's not even congratulated or said anything, nothing. Contrary to a Shehbaz Sharif, who's done everything on social media, perhaps otherwise nothing. The other thing is that he is not named Pakistan ever directly. There is no confirmation from PMO that the leaders of the world have been speaking, and it's all come from the other side. It's never come from the PM. So do you see somewhere a subtle message going to the world that you pick up the phone and you try and call me, I will talk to you. I will listen to you, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to obey what you say or I'm going to follow what you say. And Bharat is going to do whatever we want to do with terrorists emanating from Pakistan. So that's our job. You don't tell us. You think that message is going to come across?
I think we've already sent that message through sources in government. You know that we have not termed this a ceasefire. In fact, we've said that the operation is ongoing. In fact,
Operation Sindoor is still on.
It is still on because your military kinetic options might be suddenly withdrawn for tactical reasons, but the non-kinetic options are still on. Anand, don't forget that Pakistan is still going to have to deal with water shortages. They're going to have to deal with diplomatic, trade, all sorts of other interactions that they were used to, business as usual. Planes are not flying over their airspace, at least the ones that are taking off from India. And the other point that I actually want to make, and this is not something that he's going to address, but let's not forget there are a lot of reputation that bitten the dust. The Chinese, as you yourself mentioned, F-16 Lockheed, the Turks, the Dassault, I don't know about that, but if you read between the lines from the DGMO's press conference, it appears that we might have taken a couple of losses here and there, so we'll have to go back to the drawing board. And check this. So that is, of course, incidental to this conversation. But I think the Prime Minister is very clear in his mind that he has to take political ownership of this. That's the one thing he's not going to allow anyone else to sort of either take away or snatch.
Also, he has to respond to the opposition. I think today's speech will respond.
I think he will talk about the difference between 1971 and today. How this is a gigantic new.
The other thing is, I think whether we support Prime Minister Modi or we oppose Prime Minister Modi or however it is, but as an Indian citizen, as a Bharatiya, there is credit that has to be given where it is due. Somewhere one has to accept that Bharat's military capability has seen a huge turn. It's a 180-degree turn that it's seen, and it's all happened in the last decade. Under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership. This posture, this military posture, this strategic posture that we are adopting as a nation from a position of strength is not something many people thought would happen. And it's happened. And it's happened in 90 hours. 90 ghante mein Natmastak is a big underlying thing, message to the world that we are a force to reckon with. We are not just the fourth largest economy in the world now. We are also a military power that you don't take lightly. Well, we run out of time. It's time for plain speak. Thank you, gents. We'll stand by.
Run out of time.
Someday we will not. Someday we will not. Okay. Thank you very much.
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to address the nation at 8 p.m. This is his first address since Operation Sindoor began. We don't really know what he would say, but perhaps a recognition of the Indian forces and the new normal of not bending to terror even one bit could feature in his address. After the ceasefire was announced, there are questions and some doubts in the mind of the Indian public. Prime Minister could well address those. Meanwhile, the Indian DGMO and the Pakistani counterpart have started their scheduled chat and we are awaiting details from that. What we do have more details of are the operations that targeted Pakistan military and especially the air bases. DGMO of the Tri-Services spoke to the media in the afternoon today and showed more images of like the Chinese-made missiles that were brought down in India along with other Pakistani drones and missiles that were also intercepted. So let me just break down first up all of these air bases and others that have been attacked as far as the Indian action is concerned. Our armed forces have inflicted significant damage on Pakistan's military forces during this 3-day confrontation, including downing fighter jets from Pakistan with advanced technology and striking military installations. So let's take a look at Noor Khan Air Base, for example. It is located in Rawalpindi's Chaklala area. It is set to be the main transport and logistics hub for Pakistan. The base also houses VIP transport planes used by the political and military leadership of the country. 5 to 6 squadrons of the Pakistani Air Force are stationed here and they include some of the premier transporters as well. The airbase has played a crucial role in past conflicts, including the 1965 and 1971 wars. Situated about 200 kilometers west of Amritsar is Mushaf Airfield, said to be the most elite and widely operational base in Pakistan, consisting of its most capable combat aircraft and best equipped squadrons, highly trained pilots and commanders. It's home to the F-16, the J-16 and the Mirage 5A. The Murid Air Base, located in Chakwal district of Punjab province, is the hub of drone operations that were unleashed on India for 2 days. The base is known for housing its unmanned aerial vehicle and unmanned combat aerial vehicle fleet. Rafiki Air Base at Shorkot in Jang district of Punjab was also hit. Named after 1965 war hero for Pakistan, squadron leader Sarfaraz Ahmad Rafiki, this base also houses JF-17 Thunder and Mirage fighter jets along with support helicopters. Its central Punjab location allows rapid deployment across Pakistan's eastern and western fronts, making it a key node in the country's air defense system. The Pakistan military installation is located in the Rahim Yar Khan city in South Punjab in Pakistan as well. This base is strategically located for rapid deployment and operations across the eastern and southern Pakistan. It is said to be an important forward operating base that faces Rajasthan in India. Pakistan's Bholari Air Base is located near the town of Bholari in Jamshoro district in Sindh province. This airbase is home to US-made F-16 and China-made JF-17 jets as well, critical to Pakistan's southern air operations. Shahbaz Air Base in Jacobabad was another target. This is located in North Sindh, opposite to Rajasthan, about 170 kilometers from Longewala. The airbase is used for fighter and support operations. This airbase is a site of the decisive Battle of Longewala, which was fought in 1971. Another Pakistan military facility located in Jamshoro district of Sindh. It was inaugurated recently and houses the 19th Squadron as well as the Operational Conversion Unit, which operates the aircraft F-16AB Block 15 ADF. So this is the length and breadth that the DGMOs have talked about that were targeted in Pakistan. But this is not it. Apart from the key military installations, India also destroyed 3 key air defense radars. Although smaller in size, Pasrur airstrip played a crucial role in emergency aircraft operations and dispersal. India's successful strike on this facility basically diminished Pakistan's operational flexibility. Roughly 70 kilometers of Lahore, Chunian Air Base is a vital operational site supporting both fighter and support aircraft. With a primary runway and an emergency taxiway system, the base is critical to maintain operations even under attack, and this is why this site was chosen.
India also struck Arifwala air defense radar, which provides information on north and northwestern India. Destroying it again diminishes Pakistan's operational ability in this region. The question though is, despite all of this pummeling that Pakistan has received at the hands of the Indian military, particularly the Indian Air Force, is it going to learn its lesson or not? That and more coming up.
So the social media, the Twitter is abuzz with the fact that we hit a site called Kirana Hills, which is supposed to be the nuclear storage facility. And there is a lot of rumors about Sargodha. There are foreign analysts who've mentioned that the Sargodha attack led to certain leaks. Is there a confirmation that we actually hit Kirana Hills, or we were careful of not to do any such thing? Thank you.
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday. Shown on the screen is the probable enemy PL-15 missile, which is of Chinese origin. This missile has missed its target, and you can see the pieces now which are available with us. Another weapon system or weapon which was found was the long-range rocket, the pieces of which you can now see on the screen. We have talked about the loiter munitions and the unmanned aerial systems, and here are some of the glimpses of those systems which we have brought down. To your right, with the right undercarriage or the wheel, you can see is the Yeeha system, which is of Chinese origin with Pakistan. You can see some quadcopters, and you can see one odd Sonka drone hanging by the wire. All these have been brought down by our trained crew and air defense systems.
आज शायद क्रिकेट की बात भी करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं देख रहा था कि विराट कोहली ने टेस्ट क्रिकेट से रिटायरमेंट ले ली। कई भारतीयों की तरह वो मेरे भी फेवरेट क्रिकेटर हैं। तो 70 के दशक में ऑस्ट्रेलिया और इंग्लैंड की फेमस एशेज सीरीज चल रही थी, और उस समय ऑस्ट्रेलिया के दो बहुत तेज गेंदबाज, जो कि क्रिकेट हिस्ट्री में बड़ा उनका नाम है, जेफ थॉमसन और डेनिस लिली, उन्होंने अंग्रेजी बैट्समैन और उनकी बैटिंग लाइनअप को तहस नहस कर दिया था। और ऑस्ट्रेलियंस ने उस समय एक कहावत निकाली थी, दैट फ्रॉम एशेज टू एशेज एंड फ्रॉम डस्ट टू डस्ट। और अगर आप इस लेयर को देखें तो आप समझ जाएंगे कि मैं आपको क्या बताने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं। तो अगर आप सारे सिस्टम्स को पार कर भी गए तो आपको फिर भी एयरफील्ड या लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशन या जो भी चीज को आप टारगेट कर रहे हैं उसमें पहुंचने से पहले कोई ना कोई इस लेयर्ड ग्रिड का सिस्टम जरूर गिरा देगा।
So there you heard some of the excerpts from that DGMO press conference, more details that were offered today. We believe the Indian DGMO is in conversation with his Pakistani counterpart as we speak. We are awaiting details of that. But let me go across to my guest joining us, Lieutenant General Arun Sani, former GOC in Command, Indian Army, Lieutenant General Harimohan Iyer, former Chief of Staff, Northern Command, Prabhu Dayal, former diplomat and CG to Karachi, and Tara Karta, former Director, NSCS, all joining us. I do thank you for your time. Let me begin with Lieutenant General Arun Sani. More and more details being presented by the DGMOs. Do you see this as an effort, one, to counter the propaganda and the misinformation that the Pakistani side is peddling, but also just to tell the global community and Pakistan also of the damage that we can inflict, a reminder of what we have achieved and what we are capable to do if they were to attempt any misadventure again?
Yeah. Thank you, Jai Hind. Shivani, good to be on your show.
Thank you, sir.
I think you have correctly stated if you've seen the methodology of the briefing, we had the ladies who came in, lady officers who came in the beginning, which from a particular community, which actually gave a significance about the secular character. And now we've got the military DGMOs, the Air Force and the naval counterparts sitting here to brief, you're absolutely right. It is part of a narrative and a perspective which has to be created to give authenticity to the various kind of achievements of the Indian armed forces in this last 4-5 days of exchange across the border in a standoff domain. Undoubtedly, it has highlighted two things. One, the capability of the armed forces, the capacity for us to tackle some of the Chinese hardware which is being talked about.
Yes.
Second, it has also proved the collusivity that has now become endemic and is a challenge which India will have to be ready for between China, Pakistan and Turkey. And if tomorrow we find that electronic warfare and signals and connectivity which they can give from the satellites directly to the backs will also be an area of contention which we will have to cater for. The third issue which I think which really comes out well is, yes, it is to prove to the global community, which actually last time we couldn't do too well, is to give irrefutable evidence of the fact that we have actually been able to pulverize and hit them not only along the borders but right in their drawing rooms and in their bedrooms. That's what's happened when you hit Sargodha, where they've got some in close proximity their nuclear facilities, you've got the Prime Minister's residence, the army headquarters. So I think this whole exercise is of transparency. I think the nation also today with the younger generation wants to participate in a manner being party to what has happened along the borders.
Yeah.
Because
times have changed, absolutely. Times have changed. The information is going to be talked about regardless of whether you give it out or not.
Yeah, so absolutely. So I think it is to even satisfy this new need which is required, because that's how this nationalist and the citizen or an all of India approach comes in when you're giving. And I think this all indicates the stages of deterrence that have come in place.
Yeah.
The world will have to look at it differently. I mean, the India is one when it comes, irrespective of political, religious talks that keep happening for various reasons in the diplomatic or in the internal space. But finally, what we are doing as a nation is there. The army carried out the action which it was given as an order, as a clearance from the Prime Minister, and it has executed it flawlessly. We have shown that we can hit with precision, even if you have some of the best capabilities which your adversary might be supporting.
Yes, absolutely. You know what I really loved, I think this was said yesterday in the DGMO press conference, is that we have, I think Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai said this, that I don't care what Pakistan is going to do. I'm not interested in their plans. We have a plan and we're going to stick to it to the T. So I think it means, Lieutenant General Harimohan Iyer, I'm coming to you, that for every stage, India has a pre-planned response of what they're going to do. If Pakistan does something, we have a response. Okay, you do this one time, we hit this. You do it second time, we hit this. You hit the third time, we're going to do this.
Good evening, Shivani. Good evening to my fellow panelists. It's an honor to be on a panel with General Sani, considering my guru, old-time guru.
That's great. That's great. That's great to have both of you then.
It's a pleasure to have him go together.
So, when I look at this current last 3 days, and I think I have been repeatedly saying this, we have called out a large number of bluffs which we were worried about for over a decade. For the last 10 years or so, in fact, the last 10 years of my service, every time we used to sit on a war game and the air ops used to start, the first thing which used to be played up is what happens when we have to tackle his HQ-9 systems. He's got a tremendous air defense cover, whether we have to go high, low or low, high, low. There were all those parameters which Air Force used to work out to how to defeat the so-called invincible air defense package which Pakistan used to flout. He has also got a series of these radar sites which gets almost a gap-free coverage across the border. So it was a kind of a challenge for us, and somehow we gave it a first hit when we went to Balakot in 2019. That was an eye-opener to say that yes, there is a capability for us to break through this, but that we took it as a one-off thing. We never went after that. This last 3 days, in fact 6th, 7th and 8th, these 3 days have displayed that Pakistan's air defense system can be defeated. It has not only defeated, it can be dismantled. Today, as I look at it, I don't see him having a roof on his head. His entire armed forces, which were dependent on these so-called super air defense systems, which was supposed to prevent our forces from maneuvering into his territory, I don't think they will have the confidence of moving from place A to place B also, because he knows that our air will pick him up and knock him off.
Absolutely, absolutely. Not will a lot of other countries.
It's kind of symbolic. I said this yesterday also, and I say this. You should not see, and so people have been saying, we had him on his knees and all that. We have carried out symbolic hits at the length and breadth of his country. While where we went with one missile, tomorrow we can go with 10, maybe 20. We can put his airfields down for days, and like somebody said, he may be able to put his aircrafts in air, but he'll never be able to land them. So that kind of superiority we have, and the aircrafts are now going to be flying in a kind of a scenario where they are worried whether they'll be able to carry out their tasks. And it's kind of a thing which we have got into the commander's head, that he is going to be looking up all the time to see where this next round of hit is going to come on him. And the second thing which has happened is this bogey of drone warfare has been killed. When the Ukraine war happened, all of us were worried. We went in for various kind of modifications to our equipment, because the way the Russian equipment, capsized to drone warfare from the Ukrainian side, and that to these Turkish and Iranian drones which went there, they created very havoc there. So we were a little worried. In fact, I was also part of a large number of studies to find out how to counter a similar situation in our scenario. And in fact, as it stands, I must say that I'm still working on one. I work with the IIT Madras now, and we are still trying to find solutions to this kind of a problem. It's not that it is one problem, there are multiple solutions.
No, obviously technology will continue to evolve, and systems will continue to evolve. So we have to be on the watch.
One thing we have made it very obvious in the last 3 days is, and as the DGMO very rightly put up, in fact, that was a wonderful statement he gave. There are so many layers.
Yes.
And if the drone manages to penetrate any layer, will be taken out. And the best part is our vintage L-70 guns have performed tremendously.
Yes. And the indigenous systems have performed tremendously.
Tremendous performance.
Yes.
And
No, absolutely. So I just want to, with our military guests, I just want to focus on two quick issues, and then I'll open this up to our other guests as well. I do thank you for your patience in advance. Lieutenant General Harimoyan Iyer, do you want to take this? Today in the press conference, there was a confirmation that the surface-to-air missile site at Malir cantonment in Karachi was also one of the sites that India had hit. It is there on the map that the army presented today. How do you look at this particular bit of addition that we didn't know yesterday?
So I guess the DGMOs or DG Air Ops has put it out today. Getting a surface to air site is akin to taking out a radar. It is basically a radar along with a missile site. So let's say you mentioned about Pasrur and Chunia. Pasrur and Chunia are those radar sites which give low level coverages. So when you go to Malir actually looks after the entire desert as well as the ocean, the Arabian Sea area. It is a very prominent site for our Navy as well as for the ground forces which operate in the creek as well as in the desert sector.
Okay.
So it's a major indication to them that if required, Karachi can also be without aerial cover, and we can play merry hell with them through the Navy.
Through the Navy. That was the warning that was given yesterday itself.
That was given, I think, yesterday by the DG Naval Ops. So this is just to, I think, amplify the issue that we are capable of.
And it also, this map and the map that we showed you earlier shows you the length and breadth of Pakistan that the DGMO was talking about. There's literally no area left out of touch. And the fact that they couldn't do anything about any of these actions is what has pulverized the Pakistanis mentally as well. But before I open this up, Lieutenant General Sani, I want to ask you quickly about the Kirana Hills issue. The DGAO was asked about this. That question was posed to him. He said, we don't know what's there at the Kirana Hills. Thanks a lot for telling us, but we did not hit it. What do you make of his answer? What are we supposed to take with this? Take from this?
I think his smile actually gave away everything that he wanted to get for the answer. But the issue goes that Sargodha itself has the SPD headquarters in the close proximity.
Yes.
That's the Strategic Planning Division, which looks at nuclear assets. So undoubtedly, the indication of hitting this, and that is where I feel, when you talk about Malir coming into play, I think getting across in depth into areas which they thought are high security zones, which can't be penetrated, has actually defanged and put another nail in literally their stand that India can reach us wherever it is, and maybe that's what forced them to actually get the outside agencies to come in and talk about bringing an end to the operations.
Yeah.
And I don't know, there are rumors, as I say, rumors shouldn't be played, and that's what we keep advising everyone. But on the social media, there is something about some kind of an earthquake in 4.2 Richter scale. So I mean, you never know what got hit and what really didn't get hit.
Well, there is that issue of that alarming intel that we don't have the answers to, that the Americans keep talking about. All right, Tarakatha, coming to you, you know, it seems like the military action is one thing, but we know what the psyche of the Pakistani military and even its establishment, let's say the general psyche of Pakistan is. The big question we're asking today is it going to really learn its lessons after all of this?
Shivani, that's a very easy question. They're not going to learn a lesson. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been doing this for years. But you just saw, I think the DG ISPR had a press conference where he very solemnly said, we are a jihadi army.
Yeah.
I mean,
We believe in jihad. I think he said something like that.
Yeah, something, I mean, to the effect.
Yeah.
Now, all these years, to tell you the truth, I had a lot of respect for the Pakistan army. This is, earlier. They were professional, they had a certain psyche. Now, I don't know where that has gone. So, they've kind of gone, they pushed us, right? Each time, when Vikram Misri was talking, each time he gave a chance for Pakistan to back off. They never took it. So the US intervention and that holding of that meeting of their nuclear command authority, that is normally a typical sign that they are willing to back off, because they do that every time. They will bring out some missiles, and then if somebody will come and say stop. So
is that so, Tarakatha? You're touching about a very important issue, because the public wants some answers to this. Do you think this is actually credible that they tried to pull off that threat or that bluff this time?
See, it's a very frightening scenario. So they did this during Operation Parakram, they did this during Kargil. Foreign Secretary Shamshad Ahmad had said that we reserve the right to use all nuclear weapons. So this they've been doing every time. They'll hold a meeting of the command authority, or they'll put some
saying this
down.
is one thing and announcing a meeting of the nuclear command authority is one thing. Actual movement on the ground is another.
Yes, you're quite right. So they didn't. Hopefully did not. I don't have those inputs as yet, but I don't think they will. I mean, you still have a degree of civilian control. Nawaz Sharif, by the way, has been trying to reach out to Indian leaders this side. I don't know whether he's successful, but there are people with a big degree of sense. But you can't count on that every time.
Yes.
Given how he's saying we believe in jihad, and then you've got nuclear weapons, and nobody's bothered about that. So if I would say we should use the US intervention to highlight the fact that this is an highly irresponsible nuclear state.
No, the US should know this in itself. I mean, if this is indeed what happened, then nobody needs to tell this to the US. I'm sure they've got brains of their own to know that this cannot be allowed to continue. But we know the history of US when it comes to turning a blind eye when Pakistan was acquiring its nuclear weaponry. So, I mean, who are you going to, preach in this case?
I think, also there is, as administrations change and bureaucracy changes in the US, the institutional memory starts changing. Now they've shifted away from terrorism to Ukraine, Gaza, these huge wars. You need to rekindle that.
Okay.
You had the whole non-proliferation debate. Then you shifted to a terrorism debate. Now you've got this conventional war. They have no time for you, actually, to tell you the truth.
No, that's fine. That's fine. If they don't have any time, then don't meddle. But the reality is they have meddled. And they've meddled in a way which has muddled a lot of things. But I have to bring in Prabhu Dayal on this. So thanks a lot for your patience. Same questions to you. Do you think Pakistan could mend its ways? There are, as Tarakatha says, some saner authorities, quarters in Pakistan that will say, okay, listen, this is not the path that we want to go down on, because India is going to absolutely pummel us. Let's rebuild from here and not do what we've been doing. Is that even possible at all?
No, I don't think it's going to be possible in the long run, because hostility towards India is in the genes of Pakistan.
Yes.
Now, I've been following the media reports just now. The meeting between the Indian DGMO and his Pakistani counterpart has ended. And according to sources, the reports say that the Pakistani DGMO conveyed that the Pakistan military would not violate the ceasefire agreement. Now, this is only something which suits them now. Will they stick on to it? Will they hold on to this position? I'm afraid not. They are Jhutistan. Their name should be changed. They are liars when it comes to dealing with India. You know, and the sad part for the Pakistani establishment is that they have been exposed in front of their own people. You know, I served in Pakistan in the early 80s, and some things that I would hear always is that one Pakistani soldier is worth 10 Indian soldiers. Second thing was that we will bleed India by 1,000 cuts. This is the sort of narrative on which they have brought up their people. You know, this is what the people of Pakistan grow up thinking. Now that narrative has been shattered. The very fact that the Pakistani DGMO called our DGMO and asked for a ceasefire shows that we have bashed them. Otherwise, they would have not called for a ceasefire.
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
They have been pummeled, and the generals who were speaking just now explained in great detail the different strikes which have taken place. But in a nutshell, Pakistan never expected it. They thought that they were very strong. They underestimated the might of India. Now, we had made it very clear that we were only wanting to strike the terrorist targets. But we had also said that if you escalate, we will retaliate.
Absolutely.
Pakistan never realized the seriousness of the situation. And they allowed, in fact, they did things which escalated the situation, and they are paying the price. Now, what is going to be the fallout? Firstly, the position of Asim Munir will be weakened. Secondly, the internal strife within Pakistan will increase. Thirdly, this strife will also encourage the Baluchis and the Pashtuns to step up the fight against the Pakistani army. So there are lots of things which will happen. What will be visible straight away is that the Pakistan economy may suffer a further blow. Although the United States has helped them in getting this loan from the IMF. But, you know, the economy is in such bad shape, the efforts of the United States cannot save it, because the long and the short is our strategy includes weakening the Pakistanis, including such as by the Indus water treaty being held in abeyance. So Pakistan is in for a very tough time. They know it. But whether they will give up the hostility towards India, I agree with the other panelists, they will not. That hostility is endemic to their character.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. You know, something serious has indeed happened as far as these strikes are concerned. We don't quite know, and that's actually one of the many spokes we are still wanting to get more information on. But you were absolutely right in terming Pakistan as Jhutistan, because, you know, we wanted to focus on the kind of propaganda that Pakistan has peddled, and it hasn't come from social media warriors, as they call them. It has come from the head of the GGISPR, and some of the things that have been said in their press conferences is absolutely mind-boggling. For example, how their drones hovered over the national capital, including on top of, you know, key political and other installations. General Sani, what do you make of these blatant white lies? You know, cropping a clip from an Indian television channel as if nobody is going to find out. Do they think their own public is that stupid in today's day and age, or what is going on?
Let me put it like this, that disinformation campaign is always aimed to look at the Western media and the Western press, which seems to be biased in their favor. I think we have this great narrative challenge that remains, that irrespective of what you say, what was picked up, I mean, that stupidity of a DGISPR report with some pictures which any channel which is of any value will take 30 seconds to see that there were pictures from Lebanon and other places. Was followed up by the Reuters and by the BBC, then by the Al Jazeera. And then these fancy articles in Telegraph UK about how this whole electronic wall of the Chinese capability has come in, which has now actually knocked the hell out of India's air forces. So I think what India needs to do is, which is what I think the Prime Minister has correctly done, we are going to have a long-term impact. It's going to be a sustained pressure on them. And I think the right thing happened. India refused to talk to any of their leadership and made their army cow down and ring up our DGMO to say, listen, we want an end to the ceasefire, or we want a ceasefire with immediate effect. The second thing which I would like to say is, I think India should continue to concentrate on building up its power. It's military, it's hard and it's soft power, it's economic power, it's standing as an economic power. I think itself will change it. So I would say sustained action needs to be done. Efforts to build a narrative and change it with multiple forums needs to continue, which is happening. And more importantly, we shouldn't be too worried about what the world says. I think what the EAM said in one of these conferences recently, we are looking for partners and we're not looking for preachers to tell us what to do. India is capable of looking after its own interests.
Yeah, I wasn't even too worried about how the international media is portraying certain things. Maybe their news cycle would adjust to the information that India is putting out now. Speaking of what's happening in India, India-Pakistan DGMO talks that began at 5 p.m. They've concluded. I'm still awaiting more details officially from that. But I just want to take our viewers through that disinformation campaign that I was talking about. For example, Pakistan officials claim that their armed forces damaged India's S-400 anti-missile system, a claim that India's armed forces categorically denied. Wing Commander Vomika Singh, in fact, had said that Pakistan is spreading fake news in this regard. Then Pakistan claimed that their military had destroyed a BrahMos missile storage site as part of their retaliatory operation, but the Indian Armed Forces rejected those as well. Not stopping at that, Pakistan intended to spread more fake news by claiming that India's airfields in Jammu, Pathankot, Bathinda, Nalia and Bhuj have been hit by them. Indian Armed Forces have in fact, with facts and images, put out the fact that all of these facilities are completely intact. Pakistan, that has been targeting civilian areas, has accused India of deliberately targeting mosques in Bahawalpur and Murid. So they tried to give it that religious spin. But it is very clear that regardless of what those structures are, Indian armed forces have only targeted terror sites. So if they are mosques, if they happen to look like mosques or function as mosques as other times, it's irrelevant, isn't it? We've seen this playbook for a very long time. Pakistan militaries falsely claimed that Indian drone tried to target holy place of the Sikh community at Nankana Sahib. This is of course another angle from that entire K2 strategy. The External Affairs Ministry described it as a blatant lie and said that Pakistan is again desperately trying to impart a communal hue to the situation with an intention to create discord. Pakistani army officials during their press briefing claimed that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Another claim rejected by Foreign Secretary Misri. He called these frivolous. After being punished by the forces, Pakistan made a laughable claim that Indian armed forces were targeting their own cities and then blaming Islamabad for those drone and missile attacks. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri stated that only Pakistan can come up with such claims, and India has, this is a desperate attempt by Pakistan to disown its own act of aggression. I think this is where he used the act of farcical denial, which is an example of its duplicity. Pakistan even claimed that heavy damage was inflicted on ammunition dumps in Chandigarh and Beas, another claim that has been rejected by the Indian Armed Forces. And Tarakata, look at the differences in the way we are conducting our press conferences and the way they are conducting their press conferences. They're, using edited version of Indian media clips. Like children, really. I mean, 4th standard kids can do a better job today. Or they're cutting and pasting two different statements where you can see the background changing. There is credible information that some of their Navy fleet images that they have shown are actually photoshopped images of the past. So this is almost laughable.
No, I quite agree with you, Shivani. Especially that, the one which he showed a whole map saying how a missile came, it was targeted to Pakistan, it hit hundreds. So, I mean, who believes that? But the other difference is that, when our people talk, it's not a chest beating exercise. It's a very factual. This is what we've done. Here's the photograph. This is what we've done. That's not how they behave. Theirs is, oh my God, we are so wonderful and we are so great.
No, they've declared victory. There are posters of Shehbaz Sharif with with these lines like "we have won" and all of that. I mean, this is just mind-boggling.
It's quite hilarious. But I'm saying, okay, you guys do that. Yeah, I mean, as long as you got this lesson right, what the PM is going to say, that all of this depends on how you behave on the terrorism issue.
Yes.
Everything is contingent on that and how we're going to deal with that. their demand for Kashmir, which is the whole point of this whole exercise, and which they have tried for decades, is what we need to watch out for, because this is an attempt to get at your water. They are not bothered about Kashmir. This is an attempt to control the waters of the Indus. So let's see how this goes. But as of now, we are good. We are not boasting, and we are pretty happy with where we are.
Lieutenant General Iyer, you want to come in on this? Just the sheer amount of lies, they're not even sophisticated lies, and I don't know who they think this is fooling in today's day and age. Surely the Pakistani public is not going to be fooled by this either.
No. So Shivani, I'd like to take you back to 2019. So immediately the next day of the Balakot strike, they did something called a swift retort. And it was basically flying over their own area and releasing some weapons in selected areas. They were hitting all over the countryside in J&K and very shallow depth. Unfortunately, there was an air intrusion of our side. We chased them out, and we had a pilot which went into Pakistan, and they claim it as a huge victory.
Yeah.
So on 8th, I personally believe they were looking at a face saver from their side. They hoped that they would be able to do a similar kind of a thing, and they will be able to get out saying that we were the superior ones. I heard large number of people saying that they threw 24 missiles at us, we'll send 48. Even in the nuclear test, we did 5 tests, so that guy went and did a 6th one, just to show that I am, superior. So what happened was, on the 8th, when they tried their drama with us, we just didn't let them enter anywhere. That was something they did not prepare for. And when they tried to hit us, the response which went from us was very, very severe. We knocked out their complete command, communication and radar systems. In fact, somewhere in the evening of 8th, I believe Lahore didn't have any aerial cover.
Yes.
And if an offensive had been launched that day, there would have been very hell to pay as far as Pakistan is concerned. Thereafter, since they were not able to do anything, the next full day they tried to, conjure some kind of results which they can tell their own public. So when you were saying who is so stupid, the public in Pakistan is stupid. That is why they are running around with flags. They are believing that so many aircrafts have been down, the S-400 has been hit, Delhi has been hit. So they are trying to spin a story which unfortunately DGISPR somehow has got a kind of hold on their own public, that whatever he says, the public tends to believe. And that is the only reason why Pakistan Army is able to have a hold over the country. Because the public has unhinging faith as far as their army is concerned. They feel the army cannot do anything wrong. And I also feel this is basically because the political system is a horrible one. So the only system in Pakistan which the people have little faith on, that is their army. So whatever is given out by the army is taken as gospel truth, and that is what has happened over the last period. But this time what has happened is we have been able to counter the narrative very well. Unfortunately, I felt on the 7th or 8th day, I think I mentioned it in your show also,
yes,
our information, this thing was a little less. What we have been able to do over the last 2 days, we have completely destroyed the narrative. And Western media has actually picked up whatever these people were pushing out on the 7th.
So that's interesting, because I want to go to Prabhu Dayal with this as well. We shouldn't care too much of what the Western media is saying. There are stories within stories. Some of the American media may be doing, some say, all of what they're doing, believing very happily the information that Pakistan is feeding them, knowing very well that those are not reliable sources, because there is a story of the weaponry here as well. If India has taken those hits, then it kind of pits American weapons versus the ones that India has. So do you think those plays are also very much alive here, which is why some media is so keen to take every word coming out of Pakistan as gospel truth, and some of it is like so easily verifiable and fact checkable?
You're absolutely right. There is a clear agenda in the sort of reporting which some sections of the Western media are indulging in. I wouldn't say all sections, because there is only a particular section which is pursuing a specific interest which you have highlighted, and that is to showcase the sort of quality of American weaponry which India should acquire rather than, for instance, the Rafales. And the Pakistani...
And the S-400, for example.
Yes, and the Pakistani fake news about having shot down the Rafale, etc., is being bought by the sections of the Western media. Now, you know, you have spelled out the entire range of fake news which the Pakistanis have spun out. And I had raised my hand at one particular point to say that perhaps an even more suitable name for Pakistan, because of all the fake news, is Fakistan. They are selling fake news to the world and to their own people. But, and this is a fundamental but, many Pakistanis are not buying their government's narrative. There is umpteen, sort of social media availability of handles where the Pakistani narrative is being openly questioned.
Yes.
And in fact, not just in social media, even within the Pakistani parliament, there are members of the parliament who are questioning what the Pakistani government has said or what it is doing. One member of parliament openly said during the deliberations there in the parliament that the Shehbaz Sharif is a geether, he's a jackal, he's doesn't have the guts. And don't be surprised, things happen very fast. Army chiefs are deposed in Pakistan. Once Asim Munir is deposed, he will be labeled a donkey because he has made big miscalculations. He totally underestimated the strength and the ability of the Indian armed forces. And the result is that Pakistan is paying a price. Pakistan's condition is worsening and will continue to worsen.
Right.
Pakistanis were hoping that the World Bank will intervene in this Indus Waters Treaty. But the World Bank chief, Ajay Banga, has clearly said that the World Bank has no role. The World Bank was only a facilitator.
Yes.
So now Pakistan realizes the sort of situation it is in.
Yeah, absolutely. Two key things we are still waiting for. One, of course, if the ceasefire is to continue post these DGMO level talks, what are the conditions that India is going to impose on Pakistan, because we certainly have the upper hand here. Secondly, how the world community is going to behave further from here. Even if we ignore what Donald Trump has said so far, maybe misunderstanding of the Kashmir issue, misunderstanding of India's traditional position on any mediation, we still do need these countries to have a long-term view that is supportive of India, and where are those chips going to fall is extremely important. Tarakat, I have 30 seconds before I have to end this. Do you want to just come in on this, of how well can India maneuver this, because everything has become very confusing and very muddled right now?
I quite agree with you. I mean, one of the biggest problems is, we had senior US officials condoling with Pakistan on civilian deaths.
Yeah.
What on earth are you talking of? So it's all, that's why I said earlier, it's almost like an entire reality has been erased. So our diplomatic challenge is going to be to put that out as a, it has to be a very, very careful effort to say, go study this war. Let's invite international people, give them as much transparency as possible and say, study this war, which is unique. Let me tell you, Shivani, it is really unique what we've done. Under the nuclear threshold, you operated with solid control. Very unusual. Let them come and study it. Then they'll know the realities of what went on. I mean, nobody will give all the information. But this narrative has to change. And I wouldn't fully agree that we've got a narrative out. We still have a lot of work to do. It's okay. If they don't buy it, it's too bad. But going forward, this is what we need to do. Okay. We need to put this back, the focus back on terrorism and the threat that is faced by a highly unstable state.
Absolutely. Still some work to do on that front. I do thank all of our guests for joining us.
Thank you.
Let's focus on what's coming up later in this evening. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to address the country at 8 p.m. This will be his first address since Operation Sindoor began on May 7 and was announced on late night on May 7 or the early morning of May 8, as we can say. And we've seen what has transpired over the last 3 days or last 5 days now. But the message from the Indian Army has been very clear. They've achieved their objectives and they're ready with their plans if Pakistan was to do anything else. So what could the Prime Minister really mention? Let me go across to my colleague Aman Sharma, who's joining us with more on this. Aman, it's always difficult to predict what the Prime Minister may say, but what is the sense within the government?
See, Shivani, the Prime Minister has spoken on Pahalgam on at least 3 occasions. The Pahalgam terror attack, he spoke in Bihar on April the 24th. On April 27th, we saw him speaking in the Man Ki Baat address, and then on May 4th, in the presence of the Angola president, the Prime Minister had said that India will get justice for the Pahalgam victims. But the Prime Minister is still to speak on Operation Sindoor, which happened on May 7th. The Prime Minister so far has let his actions, speak more than his words, and we have seen the big decisions he has taken, the free hand given to the armed forces, the direction given to them that we don't have to go after just the foot soldiers or some camps of the terrorist organizations. We have to hit the head of the snake. We have to go after the terrorist headquarters of Jaish, LET, the Hizbul, and that is what India did with remarkable precision and success on the morning of May 7th. The Operation Sindoor, which was carried out, the name was also coined by the Prime Minister as an emotive message to the victims of Pahalgam, the 26 innocent tourists who were killed in the Pahalgam dastardly strikes. What has happened since is also another big move that he made on May 10th morning, when the country decided to raid the air bases of Pakistan, as deep as Rawalpindi, Islamabad. This was because Pakistan upped the ante and tried to fire a ballistic missile at our Adampur air base in Punjab.
Right.
So I think that was even a bigger call, and so I think this will be a moment for the Prime Minister maybe to tell the nation what has really transpired in the last 7 months, how the country has emerged stronger, how it's been a magnificent victory for our armed forces which beat Pakistan all ends in every battle, and what's the way ahead that India continues to re-verify, not trust Pakistan, re-verify the operation still continues, the Indus Water Treaty still keeps in abeyance, and now India has the no borders, no nuclear threat by Pakistan will be able to stop us from going inside and hitting our enemies.
Yes, Pallavi Ghosh, my colleague, and Payal Mehta also joining us. Payal, again, the government has, of course, through other means sent out its message, but it will be still very interesting to see what the PM says. And I think what most people are looking forward to is what's the road ahead. We know what has happened or transpired right now, but where are we at really when it comes to our diplomacy around the world on this issue, and of course how we're going to deal with Pakistan going forward?
Well, of course, if there are 140 crore Indians who have faith on one leader, that leader undoubtedly is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and there shouldn't be no doubt in anybody's mind as well. Every time that the Prime Minister has addressed the nation, he's been able to take them into confidence and make them understand why the government decision has been taken and what government decision has been taken. The way in which he was able to handle the whole COVID crisis, and in fact, make sure that lockdown was imposed, that was a success. That was, of course, the aura of the Prime Minister, which actually struck a lot of chord with the people of the country as well. But like you rightly said, that we do understand what has happened, why it has happened, but what is going to be the way forward? How are we going to deal with Pakistan? Because Pakistan is an enemy nation. Pakistan did not even wait for a ceasefire violation. Even within hours of that being announced, Pakistan has violated the ceasefire. Clearly, nobody really wants to trust Pakistan. But what is India going to do? How is India going to disengage with Pakistan? What really happens to the announcement that India made right after the Pahalgam attack? All of these things need to be given a lot of clarity with.
Okay.
There are a lot of people within the media as well who are trying to actually paint the government in a picture saying that, we probably succumbed to the US, etc.
Yeah.
What really transpired? Why did India agree to peace? And like Aman has been pointing out, it's a very important day to understand that today's Buddha Purnima, Buddha stood for peace and harmony. And how is the Prime Minister going to really make the people of the country really understand that Pakistan is a liar? Pakistan is lying that they won the fight. There's no fight which is being fought. Eventually, it's just peace which is fought, which is won.
Absolutely. Pallavi, I think two big questions on everybody's mind. Why the ceasefire, and what is going on as far as this whole US, intervention is concerned?
That's right. I don't think the Prime Minister's speech is going to be political, or he's going to use his platform to try and counter what the opposition parties are saying. I think that is something which is going to be left to the party spokespersons and the ministers, or maybe the Prime Minister, but much later stage. The timing is very significant when the Prime Minister chose to speak and address the people of our country. Till now, the narrative has been put forward by those who were on the ground. The real experts, the ones who were involved in Operation Sindoor, whether it was the first 2 days of press conference by the Foreign Defence Secretary, flanked by the two officers, Sophia Qureshi and Vyomika Singh. And then since yesterday and today, the press conferences by the DGMO representatives of the three wings of the Army, Navy as well as the Air Force. So that essentially sets the stage and the agenda of what the Prime Minister is going to speak about. But there are concerns which the people of our country do have. But most importantly, is the story over? Well, the Operation Sindoor is definitely not over. It may go in for a bit of a pause. We are not going to be attacking Pakistan. We never did, but it was a provoked one. We only wanted to target the terrorists. And I think that's what the Prime Minister will tell the people of the country, that we gave a befitting reply to Pakistan. We specifically targeted the people who know their job, did their job. But Pakistan is not a democracy like India. The Pakistanis don't have any concern. The government has scant regard for their people who are really crying because they don't have water, they don't have food. There's a problem of inflation massive in Pakistan, whereas India is almost heading to be $1 trillion economy. That's our target for ourselves. So he's speaking to a nation which is of course going to be looking for reassurance. He's also going to talk about morale boosting as far as the armed forces, our soldiers along the border, because the real fight is having to be fought by them.
Yes.
So I don't think it's going to be a political speech. Definitely it's going to be a feel-good speech, one which is reassuring and something which we all expect from the head of the government.
All right. I do thank all of you for joining us. Let's wait and see what happens as far as that address is concerned. Moving on, we've got some updates as far as the India-Pakistan DGMO level talks are concerned. They are over. As I mentioned earlier, they have concluded today. They started somewhere around 5 p.m. this evening. All we know is that they have discussed modalities of the ceasefire and drone issues. Ceasefire modalities discussed for international border and the LC both. The talks will continue and the next date of the talks will be announced soon. So this is going to be a continuing, evolving process. My colleague Akash is also joining us with more on this. Akash.
Shivani, you rightly pointed out that these talks have concluded, and in fact, just a while back, we have got a confirmation that how the modalities related to the ceasefire, in fact, at the LC and also at the international border, was discussed. And in fact, this input is by our investigation editor Manoj Gupta, that how these talks are going to continue. In fact, the next date would be announced soon, where both the officers, the 3-star officers from Indian side and major rank officer from Pakistani side, would continue this conversation. Until then, we are assuming that the situation and in fact the military action will be halted.
So just give me a sense, Akash, what really happens as far as these DGMO level talks are concerned? When they say they discuss the modalities of the ceasefire, how are usually these conditions? How are these conditions, and how are they usually arrived at?
Right. So, Shivani, you see, in general, cases, every Tuesday, these officers connect on hotline, or the offices of these officers connect, where the colonel rank officer or the brigadier rank officer discuss the issues related to LC specifically. We know that LC is an understanding where, it is not the international border, it is just the line of control where both the sides have their the area of control. In general cases, they discuss the sort of issues that are coming from the commanders at the LC. But in this case particularly, when we know that several sort of violations have happened, several sort of activities have been happening. Last time when the officers, connected, they of course discussed about the sort of military activities that were happening. And from Pakistani side, it was requested that these activities should be stopped. And after that, it was decided, and in fact, agreement was there. In fact, understanding, I should say, was there that we should, in fact, stop these activities till the time we are not discussing the modalities. And in fact, the conditions on which, we will be, in fact, we will be going with. And in fact, now we are learning that today, in fact, this was the very part of the discussion, that how we are going to, go further. And specifically, if we talk about the ceasefire and the drone activity, so it was somewhere agreed upon that now, both the sides will not go for any sort of attack or any sort of military activity. Okay. But as far as, decisions are concerned, so, next date would be, in fact, decided, and in fact, will be given soon.
Okay, all right, Akash, that's all the time I have. I have to take your leave. Thanks a lot for watching Plain Speak. My colleague Anand Narasimhan is joining you on the other side of a very short break.
Powered by
This mission is still not over. Deterrence has not been established. We pulled out under someone's pressure. America, third-party mediation, Have we gone back on all the holy of holies that we ourselves held ourselves to? Have you now gone ahead and rewritten the the rule books? So he will definitely correlate the mission statement, as Zaka said, to the results. He will make sure that the speech that he gave, he will rephrase it and says, look, all the things that I had said we would do, we have done, and I've done this according to your wishes.
Right.
The third thing is, I don't think he'll get into a direct, I don't think he'll do a direct, blunt, criticism word for word. I think he'll generally speak in a larger sense about how India has actually achieved the upper hand. Remember, this is for the first time, and we have to underline this because we have really re-scripted the Prime Minister and the military establishment and his internal think tank, that whole group of people who sit, and we should show those pictures because they've really sat down and they have rewritten the annals of military history.
Correct.
There was a complete rule of thumb that existed from the Cold War era that mutually assured destruction means that two nuclear powers can't go up against each other. Here he has shown you that there is space under the nuclear threshold to impose costs.
Correct.
And this will be studied by all these others who live in the shadows and fight through proxies. This has never happened. So he will definitely take ownership and say that, look, in the pursuit of our objectives, we have demolished a large number of things that were thought to be completely immutable.
Yeah, this entire Pakistan bogey of nuclear weapons and all of that it is possible in just punitive, well-planned strikes to even
He'll say no one else has ever done it in 50 years after 1971.
When we say all that, or the other aspect is that this is something which the DGMOs also highlighted upon, Zaka, that it's a preparation of the last decade that's come to fruition. The other thing is this entire aspect of Atmanirbharta in defense. This is perhaps the biggest example. Is the Prime Minister going to use this to send a message to the world that Bharat is Atmanirbhar also to a large extent in defending itself? Attack capabilities, perhaps we had certain level of dependence, but that is also a lot of it is now indigenous. It's being manufactured here. So you think that's perhaps another message that Bharat is a global military power. Bharat is also a military provider. Nations that were looking to China and other nations can actually trust Bharat's technology now. You think that's also a message that can come across from the
Look,
PM?
I think this is a closing of the loop kind of speech, because he had promised in Bihar 2 days after Pahalgam that each one of these terrorists and their backers will be pursued to the ends of the earth. So now he has to go back to the people of India and tell them that, look, that's exactly what Operation Sindoor did. There is a bit of a fine balance that he has to walk, because Operation Sindoor was never envisaged as a military operation against another state. It was never meant to be, war with Pakistan. India did what it did. It targeted the terrorists, and India said, that's it, we're done. We're not escalating this. It's Pakistan that chose to escalate. And India, of course, had to respond because India has to defend itself. So Pakistan sent those drones, we retaliated. Pakistan then targeted our air bases, we retaliated. And I think, he'll definitely not address Trump or the Americans and this whole business about mediation directly. I don't think the Prime Minister will refer to that at all. But he will underline the fact that what actually forced Pakistan to come to the negotiating table at the end of the day was the military and power differential between what they did or tried to do to us and what our Indian armed forces ended up doing to Pakistan. It is that which forced the Pakistani DGMO to call his Indian counterpart and wave the white flag.
Unimaginable punishment. The other thing is, interestingly, the Prime Minister has not said a single word on X or on social media on Operation Sindoor. He has not even congratulated or said anything, nothing. Contrary to a Shehbaz Sharif, who's done everything on social media, perhaps otherwise nothing. The other thing is that he is not named Pakistan ever directly. There is no confirmation from PMO that the leaders of the world have been speaking, and it's all come from the other side. It's never come from the PM. So do you see somewhere a subtle message going to the world that you pick up the phone and you try and call me, I will talk to you, I will listen to you, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to obey what you say or I'm going to follow what you say. And Bharat is going to do whatever we want to do with terrorists emanating from Pakistan. So that's our job. You don't tell us. You think that message is going to come across?
I think we've already sent that message through sources in government. You know that we have not termed this a ceasefire. In fact, we've said that the operation is ongoing. In fact, you know,
Sindoor is still on. That's
it is
the
still
message,
on
yeah.
because you know your military kinetic options might be suddenly withdrawn for tactical reasons, but the
India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backer. अब आतंकियों की बची खुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया है।
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. I am Anand Narsimhan. The might of the Bharatiya Sena was witnessed by the Pakistanis, and that was outlined over the last 2 days by the DGMOs and also the operational heads of the three forces who came there and made this briefing. But what also stood out was the tone, the psychology itself, and the messaging. We'll talk about that and also build up to Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's address to Bharat, to the people of the nation. The first time since 2021 that he is making an address to the nation. The first time since he spoke about an Atmanirbhar Bharat that he will be addressing the nation. And also he is speaking the first time to the nation after in Bihar, where he said we will identify, track and punish the perpetrators of Pahalgam. Operation Sindoor, the first time that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be speaking once Operation Sindoor was unleashed to avenge the massacre of Pahalgam. We've just got news coming through. The DGMO level talks have just concluded, and the conversation was nothing but the modalities of furthering the stoppage of fire to an eventual possible ceasefire. The issue of drones was spoken about, and the ceasefire modalities were discussed for the international border and also the LOC. These talks will continue. The next date of these talks will be announced soon, but somewhere the message is clear. Right now at the DGMO level, the only conversation is you behave and we will keep the finger on the trigger and not press the trigger. You misbehave and then goli ka badla gole se diya jayega. That message is clear, and its stoppage, it's still an understanding. Operation Sindoor is still on. It's just that the modalities of how kinetic action or military action will be stopped along the border and along the line of control has been spoken about. The next when the DGMOs will speak, those dates should also be announced very, very soon. So we'll come back to that, but it's a privilege to have the three wings of the armed forces with us here. In the studio this evening, we have the former Air Chief Marshal R.K.S. Bhaduria ji, the former Chief of Air Staff, with us in studio. I have Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, former GOC 15 Corps of the Indian Army, with us, and Vice Admiral Anup Singh, the former CNC Eastern Naval Command of the Indian Navy, also with us. My namaste and Jai Hind, gentlemen. Thank you very, very much. When have we ever heard Shiv Tandav Stotram being played? And you have the Air Marshal Ops there saying, Air Chief, Bhai Bhinu Hoina Preet. So the shift, the philosophical shift, many people noted, has moved from Gandhi to Ram. And that is evident that those who do not understand Vinay, and Ram says this in Ramcharitmanas, as far as he says this after 3 days of penance to the Samudra ki mujhe ek marg de do, pyar se nahi bola, so then he picks up the Dhanush Ban and says, I'll dry you up. Do you not realize my capability? How potent I am and what I can do. Is that what the Indian armed forces have told and shown this neighbor, that don't underestimate us, chhedoge to chhodenge nahi?
I think so, very much. Is in this one statement summarized where we have reached at the end of these 4 days. We just started with targeting the terrorist sites and terrorist infrastructure, and it was just in line with what Honorable Prime Minister said. Unbearable punishment, unimaginable punishment for the terrorists, their accomplices and their support. And it was exactly that, those 9 terror sites and infrastructure that was hit. And after that, what Pakistan did when they started sending drones, missiles, and how our defense forces responded with a lot of restraint. First night, the second night it increased, then it increased further. At the end of the day, I think those 11 targets so precisely struck exactly was summarized in this line, I think.
In this line, Vice Admiral Singh, would you also say that Bharat never went up the escalation ladder? Bharat responded to Pahalgam, struck the terror infrastructure and said that's far and no further. So the blame or the onus of escalation was on the Pakistanis, and they went up the escalation ladder, and that's why they were the ones who had to pick up the phone and say ceasefire.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's just no doubt, because we had taken measured steps as the Prime Minister had announced right in the beginning, and those steps, as soon as our assault started, we had declared that this is not an assault on that nation or its military infrastructure. We are going in for the terrorists, which the Prime Minister had announced while doing a rally in Bihar, that we'll track and punish them. Identify, track and punish. That's become an overarching theme now, ITP. And we need to remind Pakistan again and again that this time onwards, it's been spelt out as to what will be the line of action. The line of action each time there is a terrorist attack over here will be not just counterattack, but finally go in for this big surgical strike once again.
Prime Minister's address to nation, we are counting down to it. We'll come to that in just a bit. But General Pandey, our philosophy, our strategists also say that दुश्मन को घुटने पे नहीं, उसको खत्म करना ज़रूरी है. You've got to finish them so that there is peace. In order to have ahimsa, you have to ensure that anyone with the hinsak pravritti is first finished off. So, do you get that feeling? Perhaps we should have pushed on for another 24 hours, or do you feel that because it's a war on terror and not against the state of Pakistan, that's the reason why we picked up the phone and listened?
So, interestingly, for last few days, every time I have come on a channel, I think all the anchors and rest everybody wanted to carry on, right? And possibly I was the only military man having seen what war or operations mean firsthand, I was possibly talking of measured stuff which was being done. So let me quickly amplify what is happening time and again now in this whole newsroom engagements, social media warfare. We have very clearly forgotten first principle, why did we come onto the stage, and that was the killing of 26 innocents, 1 Nepalese in Pahalgam. It was a terror strike perpetuated by people who are fronted for proxies of Pakistan. This somewhere gets lost in the din for the requirement of hitting back against an enemy which had been after us for a long time. Decent neighbors, a very, very big problem child for the world, somewhere nested in our clothes. We can't change that. That is one. This 4, 5 days or 6 days have been days of messaging. Each word has resonated with messaging. Sindoor, messaging at multiple levels, multiple layers, right? The tasking which was, time and again people say that the political dispensation should give written statement and directions. But I think in our age of matured armed forces, leadership, political dispensation doesn't have to come out in writing to give. When the Prime Minister makes a statement that the perpetrators of terror in Pahalgam incident will be punished, sought out and punished, that is the way to look at it. So I think the armed forces picked the orders and they finished the job on day one, right? So this is one messaging which was there. The third one, which is very clear, India is no more timid. There's a world of people talk that Indians are timid, you can slap them onto one side, they will give another one. Because I'm not saying ahimsa is wrong or right, but the bottom line is that somewhere in the world people have accepted that we will not respond with adequate muscle and power when you have hit around. So I think there's a time which has come while MEA under Jaishankar ji has been hitting at the level of diplomacy, but somewhere the punching at the military level was to be showcased, was done in a measured term after Uri, Pulwama, but this time there's a new norm which has been set. Now we'll come hunting for you also, right? So people who are behind the Dahshatgardi ke piche vardi hai. It's not our we have coined. It is the Pakistanis who have coined, right? So this talk of now getting after the Pakistani army will also possibly start coming up, and there is a next level which will come out. So I think there is a number of, and the last one which I want to state is from Clausewitzian philosophy, which has ruled Indian armed forces for a long time. MacArthur, we have been reading only the Western books, Sun Tzu, the works, but slowly I think we are starting to go back into our own history, which is rich in warfare, rich in statecraft, right? And somewhere I think we are going back to understand what does Chanakya mean and apply it. So number of things, and I'm so glad that the Air Marshal, DG Air Ops came out with the Dinkar's this thing. Frankly, there is enough literature on us to come out and state that military power is very, very important for the country to progress and go ahead in time. In case you want Viksit Bharat in 2047, trust me, this is a lesson for life in last few days. If you don't have a powerful military, you can never reach there, because there are people who will come out from Turkey and China to test their weapon system. There are enough people who will try and put the country down.
True. But Air Chief, the other thing is, along with, do you agree, disagree with General Pandey, your thoughts there? And the other fact is, this is also a testament to our Atmanirbharta in defense, the scaling up or improvement in the systems, but the level that we have also become indigenous in our defense tech.
No, absolutely. Firstly, I agree with him totally on all the points made, and that's very important for everybody to understand. Issue is not should we continue, we should have gone for the kill. Issue is where we started, what were our objectives, and once Pakistan kneels, you couldn't have continued. I mean, we are a mature power, our leadership is so matured, you have to understand it correctly. They have kneeled, they have said, stepped back. So that is, I think, the facts that must be understood. On Atmanirbharta, very, very important point that you have raised. And it is so evident that some of the weapons, some of the initiatives under Make in India, Atmanirbharta, is already yielding results, and some of those results that you have seen in this, deployed in this, both particularly in the range of initial response to the drones. Most of our counter air systems, a lot of our jammers, a lot of air defense strength that has come, radars for that, our entire integrated air command and control system is indigenous. People forget this. This is one of the best in the world. I think only 4 countries have it, but we have it pan-India. Nobody has it to this level. So we are well advanced into some of these achievements which have been done indigenously, and not to talk of weapons. BrahMos on Su-30, totally indigenously done. The BrahMos mod was done on the Su-30 by HAL, not by the Russians. Okay, again because of a dedicated decision, and Mr. Pillai, who was looking after BrahMos then, will be very proud today of what has been started during his time and what has been achieved. So this is just the beginning result of Atmanirbharta. I think what is important is, from here we still have a fair amount of imports, and we still have a fair amount of DPSUs and private sector dependent on imports. So while we place order there, they import. We have to get into indigenous manufacturing. We have to change the scene on Atmanirbharta. We have to step up our levels to different scale in order to ensure that everything that gets produced gets new technology that comes, new IPs, all are Indian. I think we have to change the scale now and change the intensity of Atmanirbharta.
Vice Admiral, your thoughts? So perhaps for the first time in a decade that we are talking about an integrated defense staff, we are looking at all wings pressed together. Is this also perhaps telling the enemy that we have reconfigured? The Navy is there and it's there at a place from where you know कि तुम हरकत करोगे तो हम पीछे से भी ठोक देंगे या इधर से भी ठोक देंगे. So we got them cornered on all sides, and I was hearing the Navy official there, the ops chief there. He said that we were looking at what they were doing. We were providing cover for hundreds of kilometers, and the warships and the Navy was also positioned in a particular place from where, if required, from observing to acting, that movement was possible. Now, this posture from Bharat we did not see during Kargil. This posture from Bharat we didn't see even during Balakot. This is very different. Now, is this also a message to certain nations all around us that our military posture is changing?
Absolutely. You see, this event for the first time has actually made a loud signal to the rest of the world, not just to Pakistan.
Wing Commander Matiman, namaste. Thank you. Sorry, I'm acknowledging you a little late, but please, great conversation. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Yeah, please. Ji.
And therefore, Pakistan has been forewarned for the first time that what we announced, we did it, and we did it with absolute precision, with no collateral damage as we had announced. That this is a strike against your terror camps. Insofar as the Navy's part that you were asking is concerned, we did not do it during Balakot, there's no doubt, because that was a surgical strike which was just from one arm only aimed at a particular terrorist camps. It was different. We did cross the LC in order to carry out the attack. This time, because we have the capability of real good standoff weapons, we didn't have to cross the LC. And we carried out all kinds of precision strikes on those 9 targets. Insofar as the Navy's part that you were questioning, we did something similar during Parakram. We did something similar during Kargil, the famous exercise, the Operation Talwar. And it had its telling effect. One has to understand that the geographical configuration of the Indian peninsula, which includes Pakistan, from the Makran coast downwards, is all to our advantage. Secondly, we are a large nation compared to Pakistan. Remember what Benazir Bhutto said to our army commanders those days, called the Corps commanders, in 1993. Generals, you forget, we do not have strategic depth. She was talking of not strategic heft, but geographical depth. Till your geographic expanse goes beyond Afghanistan, it will never happen. They don't have anywhere to hide. And that's been their worry right from the beginning. Therefore, navies across the world, firstly, are meant to provide flanking support, in a manner of speaking, for the activity on ground by the Army and Air Force. And in our case, because the Navy is so much more powerful compared to them, we are capable of carrying out what is called sea control, in other words, dominance. This time also, I am sure, as the Navy has done it each time, the entire fleets, the combined fleets of the Navy, were positioned at an arc from Karachi. Unfortunately, unlike us, the Pakistanis have got only one access and entry for import and export, unlike us who have got 200 ports. So they can't do a thing. For example, if things had become worse, all you had to do was not even declare a blockade, but carry out contraband control short of war. None of their tankers would go in, none of their onion cargoes and Kabuli chanas would go for export. What will they survive on? IMF doles. So that puts a real sense of terror in their mind each time.
So we can choke them, and we
absolutely,
can,
absolutely.
We can also toko them. That's so easily possible. Wing Commander Abhishek Matiman, your thoughts, because we also had Air Marshal Bharti today commending the work that's been done in terms of upgrading our defense systems, our capabilities over the last decade. Prime Minister is scheduled to address the nation in just about 45 minutes. What are your thoughts as a Fauji? What are your thoughts as a civilian? What are your thoughts as a Bharatiya?
The last decade, absolutely, it's been phenomenal. Referring only, taking into context only the last similar kind of an operation, wherein we addressed Balakot, that was the only target visualized and executed with precision. Things were very different. We did Balakot with precise impunity, but when what came the very next day, we were not put down, but definitely we were looking for answers. So the
swift
asymmetry,
the swift retort, what the Pakistanis called
absolutely.
It,
The Operation Swift Retort by the Pakistani Air Force had us looking for answers, searching for answers. So in the past 5 or 6 years, a lot of water has flown down the Jhelum, if I may say that, and where we find ourselves now and what we did on the 10th is a classic example and a record of sorts, which is going to go down in history as the only one of its kind. We have attacked, targeted almost all the airfields simultaneously from the northern end till the southern end of the nation called Pakistan. So the capability, see the asymmetry in capabilities which has happened over the last few years. So we always had it in us to possess a similar capability which is in sync with the difference in the size, bare size of the two countries. The economies differ in equal measure. The populations differ in equal measure. Even the geographical area we cover differ in equal measure. Why not the armed forces and their capabilities? So here we are able to justify our existence next to a smaller, much smaller neighbor and dominate the way we ought to. So it's been absolutely, it couldn't have been possible without the government, the current dispensation, who have rightly, the Prime Minister had rightly given so much of thrust on Atmanirbharta. The Atmanirbharta was on display all through right from the word go till whatever understandings have been reached.
So from retribution to defense to offense, Atmanirbharta was writ large.
Absolutely.
But Major Manik Jolly is also with us. Namaste. So some aspects of the intel part also we'll talk about, but then I'm coming back to you, sir, and I want to draw your attention and tell me why this was being possible and how significant this is. Okay, so this is Info in Data. They have given us, I'm going to give credit to them. So there are two ways this has been broken up. It's been broken up in two ways. One is the military installations that were attacked, and these are the terror bases attacked during Operation Sindoor. And this is the distance. So let's focus on the red dots. The red dots first are the terror bases. So the first one is Muzaffarabad. There is also Bagh. There is also Kotli, and then Gulpur, Bhimbar, Sialkot, Chakamru. There is Muridke here, and then there is Bahawalpur. So these are the 9 dots, and the distance, if you were to look at it, Bahawalpur was the furthest at about 145 kilometers that was targeted. This itself, when we look at the 9 terror hubs itself, is a departure from the past. Right? If you look at the departure from the past, Air Chief, is because we have struck beyond the IB also. Absolutely. Not just striking beyond the LC. Absolutely. And the Muridke, these were actually huge headquarters of the terror tanzeems. Did you ever think that Bharat will do something like this? Now, and the other thing is, did the Pakistanis ever think that Bharat will do something like this?
The answer is clearly no. Going by what we've been doing for such terror attacks, nobody, even we wouldn't have thought of such in-depth action, and Pakistanis of course would not have. So therefore it was after Honorable Prime Minister said and gave clear direction. Firstly, the nature of attack at Pahalgam, and secondly, the kind of atmosphere it created within the country, and the clear direction from political leadership. And also he said, I have given free hand to the defense services. This is the result. Okay, this extent of number of targets, this extent depth of targets, and this would have been after complete analysis and hitting their core strength, headquarters, भावलपुर, मुरीद के,
ये सब तो जब आप सर्व कर रहे थे
कभी भी नहीं सोचा होगा।
नहीं, ये तो जब आप सर्व कर रहे थे, एक ये भावलपुर हो गया, फिर ये मुरीद के हो गया, फिर ये जो भिम्बर गली, ये वाला जो एरिया है, ये बाग, कोटली, ये मुजफ्फराबाद, एंड दिस चकामरू, सियालकोट, These must all be places जब आप when you must have been serving तब भी आपको पता था कि यहीं से
हम तो फोटोग्राफ देखते रहे.
You must have known
and
that they come from
Muzaffarabad, particularly Muzaffarabad, Bawalpur and Muridke. These are absolute core centers of their training and of their headquarters. So hitting them is a very strong message. Firstly, great damage to the terrorist setup, very big damage. A bigger issue is a message to Pakistan, message to Pakistan Army, message to ISI, this won't do. Thirdly, message to the world. This is the epicenter of terrorism. This is what we have done. This is how we will do it in future.
Though, true, but General Pandey, at that time there was a need to do it or a want to do it, but the ability to be able to execute this, was there always a question mark saying, is there the ability to be able to not just do this and then also withstand the repercussions for it?
You see, we always had the capacity to manage it, right? We also had a near capacity, I will not say a full capacity to hit out. But, well, it may sound strange, but we didn't have the possible political will.
Political will.
Because for too long, we have been good nation. That we will not touch, we will keep it to LC, we should not go beyond, let's not touch IB, maintain the sanctity and stuff like that, One is that. Second is very important what the Air Chief has brought out is hitting at the headquarters, all these three, the snake heads were very clearly nesting, knowing fully well that nobody is going to, no arm is going to touch, right? And
this is 145 kilometers inside.
It's about 100 plus kilometers.
Yeah.
From the place they have launched is 145. Right? It is something unimaginable because not even many countries in the world have done this, right? Except for possibly America, which has launched from various bases and carried out this strike. But you look at the signal, two things have happened. There is no place for you to hide. We will strike at will. Is one message that you go to anywhere. There is no strategic depth left for the terrorist and Pakistan Army. The third, which is very important, what is exposed with this, with that photograph which we were talking of yesterday and day before yesterday, that are the terrorist proxy of Pakistan Army, or is now Pakistan Army has become a proxy of terrorists?
Can we just, I'm just going to request our team, can we pull out that picture of Hafiz Abdul Rauf reading the prayers? I think that's the picture that General Pandey is talking about. We'll try and see if we can call that out.
One Lieutenant General, one Major General, the Corps Commander, I was a Corps Commander, a very big man, right? These Corps Commanders don't even go for the wreath laying or for the burial of their soldiers and officers, right? They have got lost 35 to 40 soldiers. How many of them have you seen going to the respective homes or any photographs? But here you got, and I think we must try and tell the world the response of Pakistan Army to retaliate after this hit is a clear picture of a shift in focus, that terrorism is so deep rooted that today Pakistan Army, which has sprouted terrorist or terrorism as a state policy, unfortunately the terror network has got a state and a Pakistan Army for that too. So the shift is there. You imagine?
See, it is interesting. Now, this is the picture. See, we've got the picture on air. Now, look at this. They are all senior officials in military uniform standing behind this man, Hafiz Abdul Rauf. He's the Lashkar guy. So, names may be similar. So, that's how the DG ISPR, whose father himself is a proscribed terrorist, he is at that time proscribed by the UN Security Council for aiding Osama bin Laden. So the DG ISPR comes out. Look at the salute.
It's a state of
flag.
And
look at the irony. It is the same army that did not acknowledge its own serving soldiers in Kargil. Serving soldiers.
It is not only in Kargil,
and
continues.
And many times thereafter. But here, for terrorists killed in an attack on their headquarters, this is what they are doing.
And this is Lashkar. This is Muridke. So this is what has happened in Muridke, and the Jaish they have not even spoken about. Jaish has been totally decimated. The DG ISPR tries to equate Rauf Asghar and Haji Abdul Rauf, and he calls him a simple pious man. He calls Hafiz Abdul Rauf, who's been again listed by the UN, US proscribed terrorists, and he's been listed as the front man for the Jamaat-ud Dawa and for the Lashkar. The DG ISPR actually calls him a pious family man, Major Manik Jolly.
Yeah, thanks, Anand. You know, firstly, we should be a little more smiling. It's a great day. I know I dare not say in front of so in general, but I still say that. You know, where we are today, actually, it's a, if you review it that way.
By the way, I have to tell you, I love Kupwara codes. I finished reading it. Amazing. The amount of life insight into an army person or a Fauji's ops and the life in J&K, fantastic.
Thank you so much.
I couldn't resist myself. Let's go ahead.
Thank you so much. It's the first book I've written, sir. Let's talk about that. So I was saying where we are today, there's a, why did we select these targets? You know, it's very important to see that. There are three things that go into making anything happen. One is a national aspiration. We want to kill these terrorists. Second is the armed forces capability. Can we kill these terrorists? And third is the INT capability. Do we know enough? Are they actually there or not? Or where are these bases? What the supremacy that India has shown today. We not only have INT capability to know exactly where they are, we have the armed forces capability to strike where we want, when we want, whenever we want. You cannot hide from us. And we are aligned with the national aspirations also. So, you know, the political, the national, the intelligence, everything gets in together. And now we are total dominance. We will do whatever we want and they can't do anything about it.
I want to take this the next level.
Yeah.
The Pakistanis want to respond militarily. The Pakistanis fire a Fatah 2 missile towards Adampur. That's what we are given to understand. Right? It was intended towards Delhi and one towards Adampur to strike the airbase. Look what Bharat has done. Now please tell me, Air Chief, did we ever think that we will do this? Noor Khan Air Base, Sialkot, then you have Gujranwala, there is Chunian, there is Okara, Rafiki Air Base, Rahim Yar Khan, Jacobabad, Sukur. ये तो अभी सब लोग yes no में लगे हो, but that's what info and data says. Karachi Cant also, and there is Malir Cant and Bholari. So and there is Kardu also. So all this across, कोई भी एक जगह नहीं छोड़ी.
See, in a build-up or a plan for a conventional conflict, we would have certainly done it. But in this starting point from attacking terrorist infrastructure and their sites, and in response to whatever Pakis were doing in terms of drones and missiles, they could have never imagined that we will do it at such scale.
Yeah, this is supposed to be war on terror.
Absolutely. On that, to do this is display of capability and to give a warning, this is what we are going to do. And please mark my words, whatever was done was still very controlled. The choice of targets on these 7 targets and the limits of targets, otherwise we could have targeted much more. We could have done another wave. We could have done 3 waves. So that was
had this been war on Pak.
Yes.
What would have happened had it been war on Pak?
So they could not even, to my mind, intercept one of these attacks. Every target was damaged. So this shows the capability. And if they had gone on for another night, let me tell you, obviously the level would have gone up. And from the Navy's actions, and that has been explained by DGMO quite well and just now explained, I wouldn't have been surprised if they had not kneeled down, if Pak had not stepped back. The next night, Karachi would have been on the crosshairs.
What is special about Noor Khan? What is special here?
No, Noor Khan is important, strategically very important. Some very high level of combat assets are there. Very, strong combat assets. They park their Saab Erika aircraft. So AWCs are there. It's a transport base. It's some other strategic assets get located there. Let me also tell you, still the hangar that was targeted there and the over targets achieved was still very calibrated.
And Sargodha?
Sargodha is the nerve center. Sargodha is one of the most heavily defended targets in Pakistan, where Pakistan Air Force has so many assets, especially the nature of their storage of advanced weapons, the kind of aircraft that operate from there. Sargodha historically has been very well defended. Kind of their air vector assets in terms of aircraft assets.
Kirana kahan pe, sir?
Kirana
also happens.
Kirana Hills kahan pe? Kirana you'll have to locate yourself. I will not point out.
Kirana Hills. I had to push him a little because he's dithering from using the N word. So I had to ask him this.
No. But on the N word, let me tell you, I hear a lot of this buzz that maybe one of those are targeted. There is no way that we would have targeted any of the known the storage sites or the command center N. No way.
Okay.
Okay,
There's
this-
no way
this
that
is all- this is all-
that there is no way that Bharat would directly target any
It would
of
not.
their
It would
nuclear
not. We
sites.
have targeted
But
in a
it
very
is-
calibrated manner,
Yeah.
and we have got what we targeted.
But it is possible that in targeting something with trying to decapitate them or to disable them in terms of air capabilities, is it possible that something that was hidden was also blocked and something got happened?
It is not
Something.
possible. These were very precise attacks. What it has shown them that basically the nuclear saber rattling was done by Pakistan. We never said anything. They said we have a nuclear bomb. It's not for hiding. It's not for show. We will use it. So it is a show of capability. We can reach anywhere and the kind of damage. Therefore, if required for any of those targets, can we damage? It was a clear demonstration. Yes, we can.
That we can. तो जब चाहिए ठोके. अभी ये तो war on terror है, इतना कर दिया.
And possibly
We've done so much. If it was a war on terror, had it been a direct war with the Pak state, what is it that Bharat could have unleashed? General Pandey, and then Vice Admiral. Ji.
Yeah, I'll really please say this. Firstly, intelligence we always had, not today. For last 5, 6, 7 years, it's a process which you develop as a military, professional military force. So we got everything which is gridded with us, of everything, and it's a whole of nation effort. It's not done by Army, Air Force or Navy, right? There's a whole thing which happened. We got enough intel on everything, right? One is that. The second is we always had the capability to, in some extent, but I must tell you, in last about 4, 5 years, 6 years, that capacity and capability to hit with ranges and numbers has actually increased. Now, why it is increased is a matter of all detail. But there has been I'll talk of, let's say, AD. There were huge gaps in our AD in terms of family, especially the army. We know. But those have been covered. We got enough in our kitty to fight for much, much longer period, which could have imagined.
So the stockpile ability to sustain and also to and be therein for the long haul.
The second and third is that there is a whole industrial complex which has come about. So you fire a day, you get a churn up of 2 more days. So there is a capacity which is there, which can be enhanced and ramped up. So all these things have enabled and empowered us to reach where we had to reach, right? So this strike actually has been a major message to tell them that we can hit you whenever we want to hit you.
Okay, Donald Trump right now, yes, Vice Admiral, as we speak, Donald Trump has come out and said that my intermediation is one that brokered the deal. Bharat at this point has said everybody was talking to us, but we are not listening to anybody.
True.
So Vice Admiral, how would you read Trump jumping the gun? So सब कुछ सही जा रहा था, इसने खेल बिगाड़ दिया. Lot of people think that way. Trump needn't have said what he did, and he's continuing to go on this line. Now, is this actually a diplomatic harakiri that the President Trump is committing? How is Bharat going to look at this? Because the Pakistanis have immediately latched onto it. Shehbaz Sharif is already rolling over and saying, "Okay, come, please help me out, help me out, help me out," and he's on the psychophancy job already. Trump has spoken. Let's listen to what he's saying.
Having these, they really were, from the standpoint of having the strength and the wisdom and fortitude to fully know and to understand the gravity of the situation. And we helped a lot. And we helped also with trade. I said, come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. People have never really used trade the way I used it. Let me say a few words about the historic events that took place over the last few days. On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of 2 nations with lots of nuclear weapons. And they were going at it hot and heavy, and it was seemingly not going to stop. And I'm very proud to let you know that the leadership of India and Pakistan was unwavering, powerful, but unwavering in both cases. And having these, they really were, from the standpoint of having the strength and the wisdom and fortitude to fully know and to understand the gravity of the situation. And we helped a lot. and we helped also with trade. I said, come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. People have never really used trade the way I used it. That I can tell you. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're going to stop. And they have. And again, let me say a few words about the historic.
Vice Admiral, are you thinking Donald Trump can say what he wants to say, Bharat will do what it wants to do?
I think knowing him, he's trying to convert brownie points into golden points. He is well known for this. I don't think there is any credibility left insofar as their stand at the moment with the current dispensation is concerned. Everyone knows it. Pakistan knows it better than us. But I just want to take you back on the map where you were describing, Narasimhan. You see, this is what I meant about strategic depth in geographical terms. Where will they go and hide? Where will they survive?
Correct.
Look at the spread of the airfields.
Yeah.
All of them are strategic to them.
Yeah.
And look at our distance from LOC ever since, and the IB, ever since we've acquired standoff weapons and precision munitions. They should know it better. This nuke saber rattling will just not do. And this time, more than any previous occasion, we have proved it loud and clear to Pakistan and to the rest of the world, which is so scared about two nuclear powers at war, that conventional war, an assault at our will under nuclear overhang has no meaning to India. And they will not lift a finger. They'll not put their finger on the trigger.
On the trigger.
Whether it is Asim Munir or anybody else.
No, with each one, Air Chief, have we pushed the entire nuclear bluff, called it out, and also pushed the ante, up the ante and the benchmark, and the normal is now different compared to what it was perhaps a decade and a half ago. And your thoughts on Trump? Yeah.
Yeah, certainly. We've called the nuclear bluff and pushed it further. Balakot was a beginning. Now this is another level. And on the issue of what statement you had mentioned and on the ceasefire issue, I think let's not go by the words. Let us see the ground realities and facts. We had an upper hand. We were responding to Pakistan's intrusions. Every night it was getting scaled up. After the night when 7 bases were attacked and total targets went down to 11 and all successful, and the kind of damage inflicted, very clearly it is Pakistan. When somebody rings up from world leaders, you do pick up, you do talk, of course, but very clearly it was Pakistan who went to US. They did not get a face-saving attack on us where they could inflict much damage and go to the public and say, we have taken terrorist attack ka badla le liya pehle din ka. We have avenged. They could not achieve anything. So they needed a face-saving. They have gone to Americans and said, we are willing to stop, or when Americans approached them, they would have. It is their stepping back, and that is why their DGMO has called us. We haven't called off.
But you know what, in the larger game, I'm just going to bring in Wing Commander and Manik Jolly here also, Major, if I can ask you. This communication game, the Pakistanis seem to have mastered this art of trying to snatch victory even in defeat. This allows what Donald Trump is doing is a great disservice to Bharat in a way, because he's trying to hyphenate Pakistan again with Bharat. Whereas Bharat is hyphenating Pakistan with terror. So there is a difference here. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Your take on it, and then we'll take everybody's thoughts. Yeah.
You're bang on, and the reason stems from the fact that they had been at it. They means the ISI had been taking good care of it since decades back. We were a little late to start on the propaganda or the psyops, or as you call it on the information warfare front. We were late to take off the blocks, and thereafter also our lookout to that particular critical aspect, which in the current context, in the current age and times, holds is the fourth pillar. Absolutely. Is one of the most important tenets which needs to be concurrently going on while operations are carried out, even before that, and even in the beyond that, for the world and the international community to draw the lessons or draw conclusions the way we want them to understand it. So the Pakistanis had been at it much before us. So by virtue of sheer experience and having started off the blocks earlier, they stand at an advantage till date. Now is the time that we have started catching up. We woke up to the fact of the importance of information in.
It's not even information, it's about how to manipulate the narrative. And then I'll come to the seniors.
I teach strategic communication professionally. I do take capsule at Staff College on information warfare, management, social media. The thing is, what Sir said was absolutely right. We'll not go back, but let's stick to this point. A small trick, right? We attacked their 9 air bases. Social media works on algorithms. The entire ISPR, ISA managed handle will not talk about those 9 bases. Their entire tweets, their entire communication will say, we dropped your planes, #Rafale. They will not mention that. What happens is, in the trending, in the global information sphere, all those 9 things get subdued. Hence, what starts picking up is that, we downed your aircraft or we did this. That's how they gain an upper hand. They do it very professionally. They engage the right people, they engage professionals, not only within Pakistan, all across the world. And sadly, we don't do that. If we have to up our game, this is a very, this is a game where you can't be winning just by being nice boys. We can't say, we will give our press statement.
And this is not a game, it's a war actually. It's a big war. It's far more complicated than the chessboard. It's a master plot in terms of how you manage to move the pieces and how one communicates as a nation, as a whole of nation approach. This aspect of information is critical. Yes,
so
please complete on
that. I won't go what is wrong with us. We can improve, definitely improve of that. If the armed forces decided to, let's say, take a little different direction in the strategic communication part. But what I was trying to make from a simple point, that these simple things matter a lot. We all have friends abroad. Ask any one of them. The communication everywhere is that India attacked Pakistan and we started with that. Pahalgam is missing from the narrative. Why we attacked this #terror camps is missing from the narrative. We feel happy a lot is communication going on because we see each other tweets. We are within the geography and the ports which are managing our communication. But we need to take it abroad. It's very critical because communication shapes opinion. Opinion shapes decisions. How the world looks at us, how much they support us.
No, and that is reflective on the. Okay, yes, General Pandey, your thoughts.
Let me just split it in 2 parts.
Okay.
Right? Firstly, Donald Trump has actually spoken out of turn not once. He's done it a number of times. His constituency knows it. The world knows it. Unfortunately, we give him too much of credit because he is the president, and we should stop giving because everybody knows. Let's come out to the very sequence. Once said, we are not getting involved, right? Second is, we finished technically off Sindoor when we struck the camp. We reached out to the Pakistanis and said, we are done, thank you so much, let's not go beyond. They come back, we hit back again, right? Now, every day, the message goes back to the Pakis that, okay, you scaled up, we have scaled up a little bit, and thank you, let's stop it. Nowhere has it gone that we reached out to the Americans to do the deal. Now, something happened when you're talking of the targeting part. On the 3rd day, we hit symbolically Rawalpindi, Lahore. Right? These are symbolic hits. We told we'll touch you, but they didn't understand. Pak Punjabis, they came back again, emotional charge. They hit back, taken out all the missiles. But when we punished them at critical points, when you hit Sargodha, Sargodha has got other ramifications. When you hit Rawalpindi, where you hit again, has got other ramifications. You hit where you talked not to speak of N, but somewhere around symbolic. That is when the Pakis dial up that now it is out of our control. Let's go back to Uncle Sam. There's a deep state which will help us out, right? So what I can just imagine, what would have happened? They must have dialed up Jaishankar and said, let's stop. He said, हम तो बोल ही रहे हैं पहले से. So why our media is not talking of it? हम तो पहले से कह रहे थे, तुम बंद कर दो. Now the DGMO yesterday made it very clear. The Pak DGMO called him at 1 o'clock. He was busy. He picked up the call and spoke to him 3:30. They said, we don't want to fight. That's good enough. So where is the missing point? There is nothing to do with trade, right? Now he is going for a brownie point to his communication. The second part I want to very quickly come out. I have been the ADG Stratcom, right? there is a issue. The network, the digital space is controlled by the West, right? When you're talking about the algorithm, today I tweeted something against Turkey, right? It took me 3 times to upload. It comes out, it gets checked. The algorithm controls that this thing. All my other tweets will go couple of thousand. This one will not even go for 1,000 touch. There is a whole control, that lever which is there. And what Jolly is saying is so right. We have missed out by not engaging, because the West has been invested in Pakistan because of geostrategic location, and Pakistan is a proxy of the terrorist, proxy of the Chinese, and the proxy of the West. So naturally they will invest in them. And you are a good boy. We have still not learned the Western way of walking the talk, right? Till the time you start, behaving like them, coming on the table, start playing proxies, start playing that game at the high table, you will never be considered of their own.
But here's the thing, someone like a Trump gets away with trying to equate and saying 1,000-year problem, I will solve Kashmir.
No.
Who the hell is he? And why will a president of the United States have the gumption and the ability, dare to write something like that on that tweet? One. So that is something that Bharat needs to address. The other thing is, we know that the Pakistanis endgame, when they lose, when they get a hiding on their backside, is to go back and somewhere internationalize Jammu and Kashmir, whereas it's supposed to be bilateral. And the only issue with Kashmir that Bharat has very stated clearly is, how are we going to settle POK and when are you handing it back? That's the only issue with Jammu and Kashmir. These are things which the world looks, and there is a, Bharat's point of view does not get put across. Now somewhere the establishment has to do it, the military establishment, the political establishment, all of us as a nation have to address this very clearly, that the world realizes that Bharat is the good boy here, the villain is the next one whom you are sitting and still throwing bones at. And it's behaving like a Rottweiler to the person who throws the biggest bone, be it China, be it the jihadis, or be it America. So that is something which we have to do. Major Malik Jolly.
Yeah, I'll only say one thing, that even during the election campaign, right, Trump brought out his role as a global peacemaker very heavily. He wanted to take away the aid which is going to Ukraine. He wanted to say, I will solve this. Before that, he was actively involved in the Abraham Accords. He wanted to tell that I'll solve the Middle East also. None of these things happened. So what is happening is, he caught on to India-Pakistan thing, and he's saying, what I could not do here, I'm achieving here. But what you said is absolutely right, to equate us with Pakistan. His statement would have been that I have told Pakistan, who has carried out terror attack, to not do this anymore.
Yeah.
At least, not put us in the same basket and, equate us together, that these are two kids fighting, I have tried to control them. That's very wrong of them, actually.
Now, how do we manage this? And do we expect, and let's build up to the Prime Minister's address, 12 minutes to go, and let's now take this conversation towards the political will, the political messaging, and if there is one man who can correct this, or perhaps set the tone on how to correct this, it's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So how do we do this?
No, I think very clearly, all points made quite well. I think very clearly we should stop giving it too much credence or this thing in terms of words. The facts are very clear. Indian government hasn't gone for asking US that you step in. We have told clearly to Pakistan, you don't do it, otherwise we will repeat it. They did it, we repeat it. So there is enough. There is total clarity, and we should not even discuss what has been said in terms of words, etc. We all know what has happened over the last 3-4 months. I think that's how we should deal with it.
But Chief, see, we know, let's say the Bharatiya think tank knows, majority of the Bharatiya know. But Bharat is also not isolated as an entity. It has a stature among the world, and there is a need for those who are wanting to engage with Bharat to understand and to respect this position.
So very calmly,
that Donald Trump needs to be put out there saying that it's Pakistan that went up the escalation ladder. Bharat only waged a war on terror. Waging a war on terror is not equal to waging a war against a state, nation state, that the Pak military did.
Yes.
These are things which, someone as, let's say, unpredictable as Trump should also get to understand.
Absolutely. We
and
should calmly make this
what
point.
role did he play? The day he played, he said, we have talked to both sides. That's the night that the Pakis went for escalation.
Yeah. No, we should calmly make this point like we are discussing. We are very clear. I don't, see there is any doubt what has happened. We should make this point. That point would be made at every level, and the Americans would know, the world would know. So we should leave it there and go for the next step. In any case, let us wait for Prime Minister's address. You will know how things are changing and what is the new normal. I think the most important aspect is the terror act will be an act of war.
Yeah, any future act of terror is equal to an act of war. That's the new normal.
If something happens, what is next? That is what we should look at. These are forget these diversions.
I think, why are we so worried?
Yeah, we should just
tell me who in this world trusts President Trump for what he says. Before coming into office on 20th Jan, he said, I'll take 1 day to finish off Russia-Ukraine war. After that, he says that there doesn't seem to be any way. He wants to grab Greenland. He wants to go and take over Canada. He wants to go and make French Riviera on the Gaza Strip. Who's trusting him? And why are we bothered? Let us look at our own history. In 1971, the US, the powerful might of the US, sent in the 7th Fleet. What happened? They didn't go beyond the latitude of Sri Lanka. Of course, the Indo-Soviet peace treaty had a lot to do with it. But India stood strong, whether the Soviets were coming or not. What happened during the Kargil war? On the 4th of July, Nawaz Sharif went to which hotel was that? Waldorf Astoria or some other? What did Clinton tell him? In less than an hour, he saw him off from top of the steps and told him to go and finish off your war, whether it is your army chief or you yourself. End of story. We knew exactly the same will happen this time. And in all probability, he must have told his brother, don't play around, go and tell the Americans to sort it out. That seems to have happened. And we don't have to go and explain to anybody in this world.
We don't forget their Secretary of State rang up Asif Munir.
Yeah.
Because their initial talk with their Prime Minister wouldn't have yielded result. And in all probability, he would have told him, fine, you told me, I'm all for it. Well, why don't you tell my army chief too? So they ring up and speak to Asif Munir. The facts are all there. Let us just look at it, make our points and let us
so you
look
are
at the
saying कि
future.
ठीक है जिसको जो कहना है कहने दो हाथी चल रहा है कुछ भौंकेंगे let them bark those who want to bark let them bark let's just do our thing and if we need to sort out certain things let's learn our lessons we'll recalibrate as a nation and perhaps move forward. Now to the aspect of political will, we are counting down just about 8 minutes for the Prime Minister. We're not taking any break. We go to the address. What are you expecting from the Prime Minister? Chief, let me ask you, we will not preempt what the Prime Minister is going to say, but individually I'm going to ask all of you, what is the messaging that you are expecting from the PM?
See, to tell you honestly, I'm not going to second guess. It is just not possible. There will be a very clear statement of intent of what is going to happen or what happened and what is going to. But what I want to say is 140 crores Indians will be listening and more importantly I think every single Pakistani should listen and the world should tune in when he speaks today and listen to him because that is going to be the future.
True.
So to me that is important.
True. So you're not wanting to second guess, but are you expecting something? What's the messaging, General Pandey, that you're expecting?
Messaging will be very clear and I think the bottom line is act of terror will be act of war. You've seen what we have done.
Nobody controls, nobody else but Bharat decides what is an act of terror and what will be Bharat's response.
When we want to respond, we don't look left, right, we don't come under any pressure. It was done. So that's what's going to happen.
I think what the Chief has said is absolutely valid. This is the time when the entire world should be watching his statement because we are today the 4th largest economy. We are actually rising and we are going to be on the high table. So when the Prime Minister who has done what no other modern nation in last about 70-80 years has done, the control of escalation ladder without actually going to war, having done what he had promised, unlike what Trump has done, right? I think the world should listen. It is the time he'll come out onto the stage, possibly where it started, what was his mission statement, has he achieved that? Possibly I think he's going to inform.
Zaka Jacob also joins us, so right stand seamlessly moves into brass tacks, but just asking the service veterans here, what their expectation is from Prime Minister Narendra Modi in terms of messaging. Zaka.
All right, as we count down in the next few minutes, Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the nation. It's the first time that he will be speaking directly to the nation after the Pahalgam attack and certainly after Operation Sindoor. Remember, 2 days after Pahalgam, he had gone to Bihar where he had made a solemn promise that each one of these terrorists and their backers will be hunted down and they will be pursued to the ends of the earth. So he will tonight speak directly to the people of India and tell them how the account has been flattened between these terrorists who carried out that dastardly attack in which 26 civilians, Indians, were segregated on the basis of their religion and killed. And in response to that, 2 weeks later, India launched Operation Sindoor, targeted 9 different terror locations, 21 strikes, killing over 100 terrorists, some of them high-value targets. So the Prime Minister will be speaking to the nation directly in his first comments after Operation Sindoor. The Prime Minister will also outline to the people of the country what the objectives of Operation Sindoor were and how those objectives were met by the combined strength of the 3 armed forces. He may also throw some light on the escalation that happened on the night of the 9th of May and the morning of the 10th of May when Pakistan tried to attack multiple Indian air bases but was unsuccessful. In reply, India attacked at least a dozen air bases of Pakistan and did significant damage to most of them. We'll queue up to the big address to the nation by Prime Minister Modi. Lots to expect. Clarifications maybe on third-party mediation. There's been a lot of chatter, a lot of misinformation about how the Americans forced India's hand, how the ceasefire was forced by the Trump administration. All of that will be clarified through the course of this next hour. But first, I want to bring you up to speed with what Prime Minister said exactly 2 days after Pahalgam in Bihar, where he said that these terrorists and their backers will be tracked, pursued, and be brought to justice, even if that means we have to go to the ends of the earth. Let's listen in.
India will identify, track, and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done.
All right, I want to go across to Aman Sharma, our political editor. Pallavi Ghosh is also joining us live from 7 LKM. Aman, first things first, what do we expect the Prime Minister's speech to be about? Certainly it's going to be on Operation Sindoor, but do we know any further on how he's expected to address this topic?
I think, Zaka, what the Prime Minister is going to say here, that justice has been served. This is what he promised in Bihar, that we will pursue the attackers and the backers of the Pahalgam attack till the ends of the earth. आतंकियों की बची खुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया है. India has done that by striking the terror headquarters of the Jaish, the LET and the Hizbul Mujahideen on as part of Operation Sindoor. Not just that, India has drawn new lines. India has now said that neither will Pakistan's nuclear threat nor the LOC and the international boundary can save terrorists on Pakistani soil. India will cross the borders, India will hit them even if there is a nuclear threat from Pakistan. So I think the rules of the game have been totally changed, especially what happened on May 10th morning when India has attacked multiple air bases of Pakistan, shown the capacity and the caliber to fire from our side of the border and still do extensive damage at bases like Rawalpindi and Islamabad and others in Karachi and Lahore. I think Pakistan was pummeled into submission. They went to US seeking a ceasefire. India has made it very, very clear that if Pakistan responds again or if there is an act of terror against us, it will be treated as an act of war. I think people were very angry, very anguished of the Pahalgam attack, and they are looking forward to what the Prime Minister has to tell them today on how ends of justice have been served after the Pahalgam attack.
Pallavi, also, politically, the Congress and the other opposition parties have sort of made it out to be almost like, the Americans intervened and it was Trump who pressurized India into accepting the ceasefire. Will the Prime Minister clarify on that as well in his speech tonight?
I don't think the Prime Minister is going to make a very political speech. I think it's going to be more high on emotion quotient and also reassuring the people that Pakistan has to be taught a lesson and has been taught a lesson, and that our war against Pakistan was not against the people of Pakistan as much it was against the terrorists, and on that war India is never ever going to compromise. But yes, somewhere down the line I think the need for the Prime Minister and the significance of the timing is very, very interesting. Why the Prime Minister wants to speak. See, for the last 4 days we've been seeing daily routines and briefings being given to the media. They were the people who were involved in Operation Sindoor, who are there on the ground, who are experts on the ground. They were doing the talking. The party and the government was remaining away from it. There was complete silence. I think only today for the first time ever you had a BJP spokesperson, Mr. Sambit Patra, doing a press conference, but even there he refused to take any questions in responding to the Congress's campaign against the BJP. He said now is not the time for this. So I think that's the cue. I don't think the Prime Minister is going to be compromising on that gravitas. He is going to reach out to the people. But yes, one pressure I'm sure, and Mr. Kharge.
नमस्कार। हम सभी ने बीते दिनों में देश का सामर्थ्य और उसका संयम दोनों देखा है। मैं सबसे पहले भारत की पराक्रमी सेनाओं को, सशस्त्र बलों को, हमारी खुफिया एजेंसियों को, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों को, हर भारतवासी की तरफ से सैल्यूट करता हूं। हमारे वीर सैनिकों ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के लक्ष्यों की प्राप्ति के लिए असीम शौर्य का प्रदर्शन किया। मैं उनकी वीरता को, उनके साहस को, उनके पराक्रम को आज समर्पित करता हूं। हमारे देश की हर माता को, देश की हर बहन को और देश की हर बेटी को ये पराक्रम समर्पित करता हूं। साथियों, 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने जो बर्बरता दिखाई थी, उसने देश और दुनिया को झकझोर दिया था। छुट्टियां मना रहे निर्दोष मासूम नागरिकों को धर्म पूछकर उनके परिवार के सामने, उनके बच्चों के सामने बेरहमी से मार डालना, यह आतंक का बहुत विभत्स चेहरा था, क्रूरता थी। ये देश के सद्भाव को तोड़ने की घिनौनी कोशिश भी थी। मेरे लिए व्यक्तिगत रूप से ये पीड़ा बहुत बड़ी थी। इस आतंकी हमले के बाद सारा राष्ट्र, हर नागरिक, हर समाज, हर वर्ग, हर राजनीतिक दल एक स्वर में आतंक के खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई के लिए उठ खड़ा हुआ। हमने आतंकवादियों को मिट्टी में मिलाने के लिए भारत की सेनाओं को पूरी छूट दे दी और आज हर आतंकी, आतंक का हर संगठन जान चुका है कि हमारी बहनों बेटियों के माथे से सिंदूर हटाने का अंजाम क्या होता है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ये सिर्फ नाम नहीं है, ये देश के कोटि कोटि लोगों की भावनाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर न्याय की अखंड प्रतिज्ञा है। 6 मई की देर रात, 7 मई की सुबह पूरी दुनिया ने इस प्रतिज्ञा को परिणाम में बदलते देखा है। भारत की सेनाओं ने पाकिस्तान में आतंक के ठिकानों पर, उनके ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स पर सटीक प्रहार किया। आतंकियों ने सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि भारत इतना बड़ा फैसला ले सकता है। लेकिन जब देश एकजुट होता है, नेशन फर्स्ट की भावना से भरा होता है, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि होता है, तो फौलादी फैसले लिए जाते हैं, परिणाम लाकर दिखाए जाते हैं। जब पाकिस्तान में आतंक के अड्डों पर भारत की मिसाइलों ने हमला बोला, भारत के ड्रोन्स ने हमला बोला, तो आतंकी संगठनों की इमारतें नहीं, बल्कि उनका हौसला भी थर्रा गया। बहावलपुर और मुरिद के जैसे आतंकी ठिकाने एक प्रकार से ग्लोबल टेररिज्म की यूनिवर्सिटीज रही है। दुनिया में कहीं पर भी जो बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, चाहे 9/11 हो, चाहे लंदन ट्यूब बॉम्बिंग हो, या भारत में दशकों से जो बड़े बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, उन सब के तार कहीं ना कहीं आतंक के इन्हीं ठिकानों से जुड़ते रहे हैं। आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों का सिंदूर उजाड़ा था, इसलिए भारत ने आतंक के ये हेडक्वार्टर्स उजाड़ दिए। भारत के इन हमलों में 100 से अधिक खूंखार आतंकवादियों को मौत के घाट उतारा गया है। आतंक के बहुत सारे आका बीते 2.5-3 दशकों से खुलेआम पाकिस्तान में घूम रहे थे, जो भारत के खिलाफ साजिशें करते थे। उन्हें भारत ने एक झटके में खत्म कर दिया। साथियों, भारत की इस कार्रवाई से पाकिस्तान घोर निराशा में गिर गया था, हताशा में गिर गया था, बौखला गया था। और इसी बौखलाहट में उसने एक और दुस्साहस किया। आतंक पर भारत की कार्रवाई का साथ देने के बजाय पाकिस्तान ने भारत पर ही हमला करना शुरू कर दिया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे स्कूलों, कॉलेजों को, गुरुद्वारों को, मंदिरों को, सामान्य नागरिकों के घरों को निशाना बनाया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना बनाया। लेकिन इसमें भी पाकिस्तान खुद बेनकाब हो गया। दुनिया ने देखा कि कैसे पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन्स, पाकिस्तान की मिसाइलें भारत के सामने तिनके की तरह बिखर गई। भारत के सशक्त एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम ने उन्हें आसमान में ही नष्ट कर दिया। पाकिस्तान की तैयारी सीमा पर वार की थी, लेकिन भारत ने पाकिस्तान के सीने पर वार कर दिया। भारत के ड्रोन्स, भारत की मिसाइलों ने सटीकता के साथ हमला किया। पाकिस्तानी वायुसेना के उन एयरबेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जिस पर पाकिस्तान को बहुत घमंड था। भारत ने पहले 3 दिनों में ही पाकिस्तान को इतना तबाह कर दिया जिसका उसे अंदाजा भी नहीं था। इसलिए भारत की आक्रामक कार्रवाई के बाद पाकिस्तान बचने के रास्ते खोजने लगा। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में तनाव कम करने के लिए गुहार लगा रहा था और बुरी तरह पीटने के बाद इसी मजबूरी में 10 मई की दोपहर को पाकिस्तानी सेना ने हमारे डीजीएमओ को संपर्क किया। तब तक हम आतंकवाद के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बड़े पैमाने पर तबाह कर चुके थे। आतंकियों को मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया था। पाकिस्तान के सीने में बसाए गए आतंक के अड्डों को हमने खंडहर बना दिया था। इसलिए जब पाकिस्तान की तरफ से गुहार लगाई गई, पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जब ये कहा गया कि उसकी ओर से आगे कोई आतंकी गतिविधि और सैन्य दुस्साहस नहीं दिखाया जाएगा, तो भारत ने भी उस पर विचार किया। और मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। आने वाले दिनों में हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को इस कसौटी पर मापेंगे कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है। साथियों, भारत की तीनों सेनाएं, हमारी एयरफोर्स, हमारी आर्मी और हमारी नेवी, हमारी बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स बीएसएफ, भारत के अर्धसैनिक बल लगातार अलर्ट पर है सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक के बाद अब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर आतंक के खिलाफ भारत की नीति है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने पाकिस्तान का वो घिनौना सच फिर देखा है, जब मारे गए आतंकियों को विदाई देने पाकिस्तानी सेना के बड़े बड़े अफसर उमड़ पड़े। स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म का यह बहुत बड़ा सबूत है। हम भारत और अपने नागरिकों को किसी भी खतरे से बचाने के लिए लगातार निर्णायक कदम उठाते रहेंगे। साथियों, युद्ध के मैदान पर हमने हर बार पाकिस्तान को धूल चटाई है और इस बार ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने नया आयाम जोड़ा है। हमने रेगिस्तानों और पहाड़ों में अपनी क्षमता का शानदार प्रदर्शन किया और साथ ही न्यू एज वॉरफेयर में भी अपनी श्रेष्ठता सिद्ध की। इस ऑपरेशन के दौरान हमारे मेड इन इंडिया हथियारों की प्रामाणिकता सिद्ध हुई। आज दुनिया देख रही है 21वीं सदी के वॉरफेयर में मेड इन इंडिया डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट्स, इसका समय आ चुका है। साथियों, हर प्रकार के आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम सभी का एकजुट रहना, हमारी एकता हमारी सबसे बड़ी शक्ति है। निश्चित तौर पर ये युग युद्ध का नहीं है, लेकिन ये युग आतंकवाद का भी नहीं है। टेररिज्म के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस, ये एक बेहतर दुनिया की गारंटी है। साथियों, पाकिस्तानी फौज, पाकिस्तान की सरकार जिस तरह आतंकवाद को खाद पानी दे रहे हैं, वो एक दिन पाकिस्तान को ही समाप्त कर देगा। पाकिस्तान को अगर बचना है तो उसे अपने टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सफाया करना ही होगा। इसके अलावा शांति का कोई रास्ता नहीं है। भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता। मैं आज विश्व समुदाय को भी कहूंगा, हमारी घोषित नीति रही है, अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो टेररिज्म पर ही होगी। अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर पीओके उस पर ही होगी। प्रिय देशवासियों, आज बुद्ध पूर्णिमा है। भगवान बुद्ध ने हमें शांति का रास्ता दिखाया है। शांति का मार्ग भी शक्ति से होकर जाता है। मानवता शांति और समृद्धि की तरफ बढ़े, हर भारतीय शांति से जी सके, विकसित भारत के सपने को पूरा कर सके, इसके लिए भारत का शक्तिशाली होना बहुत जरूरी है। और आवश्यकता पड़ने पर इस शक्ति का इस्तेमाल भी जरूरी है। और पिछले कुछ दिनों में भारत ने यही किया है। मैं एक बार फिर भारत की सेना और सशस्त्र बलों को सैल्यूट करता हूं। हम भारतवासी के हौसले, हर भारतवासी का एकजुटता का शपथ, संकल्प, मैं उसे नमन करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय।
The Prime Minister, in a very, very aggressive speech, laying down what he called the new normal against Pakistan. No question of terror and talks going together, no question of terror and trade going together, and no question of blood and water flowing together. The Prime Minister making it absolutely clear that Operation Sindoor was about justice for the widows, the daughters, the wives who lost their male members of their family in the Pahalgam terror attack. Operation Sindoor has raised a new normal, and that is that India will strike deep inside Pakistan, inside Bahawalpur, inside Muridke, the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. It will not hesitate, and no country can use the bogey of nuclear blackmail.
सारा राष्ट्र, हर नागरिक, हर समाज, हर वर्ग, हर राजनीतिक दल एक स्वर में आतंक के खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई के लिए उठ खड़ा हुआ। हमने आतंकवादियों को मिट्टी में मिलाने के लिए भारत की सेनाओं को पूरी छूट दे दी, और आज हर आतंकी, आतंक का हर संगठन जान चुका है कि हमारी बहनों बेटियों के माथे से सिंदूर हटाने का अंजाम क्या होता है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ये सिर्फ नाम नहीं है, ये देश के कोटि कोटि लोगों की भावनाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर न्याय की अखंड प्रतिज्ञा है। 6 मई की देर रात, 7 मई की सुबह पूरी दुनिया ने इस प्रतिज्ञा को परिणाम में बदलते देखा है। भारत की सेनाओं ने पाकिस्तान में आतंक के ठिकानों पर, उनके ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स पर सटीक प्रहार किया। आतंकियों ने सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि भारत इतना बड़ा फैसला ले सकता है। लेकिन जब देश एकजुट होता है, नेशन फर्स्ट की भावना से भरा होता है, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि होता है, तो फौलादी फैसले लिए जाते हैं, परिणाम लाकर दिखाए जाते हैं। जब पाकिस्तान में आतंक के अड्डों पर भारत की मिसाइलों ने हमला बोला, भारत के ड्रोन्स ने हमला बोला, तो आतंकी संगठनों की इमारतें नहीं, बल्कि उनका हौसला भी थर्रा गया। बहावलपुर और मुरिद के जैसे आतंकी ठिकाने एक प्रकार से ग्लोबल टेररिज्म की यूनिवर्सिटीज रही है। दुनिया में कहीं पर भी जो बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, चाहे 9/11 हो, चाहे लंदन ट्यूब बॉम्बिंग हो, या भारत में दशकों से जो बड़े बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, उन सब के तार कहीं ना कहीं आतंक के इन्हीं ठिकानों से जुड़ते रहे हैं। आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों का सिंदूर उजाड़ा था, इसलिए भारत ने आतंक के ये हेडक्वार्टर्स उजाड़ दिए। भारत के इन हमलों में 100 से अधिक खूंखार आतंकवादियों को मौत के घाट उतारा गया है। आतंक के बहुत सारे आका बीते 2.5-3 दशकों से खुलेआम पाकिस्तान में घूम रहे थे, जो भारत के खिलाफ साजिशें करते थे। उन्हें भारत ने एक झटके में खत्म कर दिया। साथियों, भारत की इस कार्रवाई से पाकिस्तान घोर निराशा में गिर गया था, हताशा में गिर गया था, बौखला गया था। और इसी बौखलाहट में उसने एक और दुस्साहस किया। आतंक पर भारत की कार्रवाई का साथ देने के बजाय पाकिस्तान ने भारत पर ही हमला करना शुरू कर दिया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे स्कूलों, कॉलेजों को, गुरुद्वारों को, मंदिरों को, सामान्य नागरिकों के घरों को निशाना बनाया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना बनाया। लेकिन इसमें भी पाकिस्तान खुद बेनकाब हो गया। दुनिया ने देखा कि कैसे पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन्स, पाकिस्तान की मिसाइलें भारत के सामने तिनके की तरह बिखर गई। भारत के सशक्त एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम ने उन्हें आसमान में ही नष्ट कर दिया। पाकिस्तान की तैयारी सीमा पर वार की थी, लेकिन भारत ने पाकिस्तान के सीने पर वार कर दिया। भारत के ड्रोन्स, भारत की मिसाइलों ने सटीकता के साथ हमला किया। पाकिस्तानी वायुसेना के उन एयरबेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जिस पर पाकिस्तान को बहुत घमंड था। भारत ने पहले 3 दिनों में ही पाकिस्तान को इतना तबाह कर दिया जिसका उसे अंदाजा भी नहीं था। इसलिए भारत की आक्रामक कार्रवाई के बाद पाकिस्तान बचने के रास्ते खोजने लगा। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में तनाव कम करने के लिए गुहार लगा रहा था और बुरी तरह पीटने के बाद इसी मजबूरी में 10 मई की दोपहर को पाकिस्तानी सेना ने हमारे डीजीएमओ को संपर्क किया। तब तक हम आतंकवाद के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बड़े पैमाने पर तबाह कर चुके थे। आतंकियों को मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया था। पाकिस्तान के सीने में बसाए गए आतंक के अड्डों को हमने खंडहर बना दिया था। इसलिए जब पाकिस्तान की तरफ से गुहार लगाई गई, पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जब ये कहा गया कि उसकी ओर से आगे कोई आतंकी गतिविधि और सैन्य दुस्साहस नहीं दिखाया जाएगा, तो भारत ने भी उस पर विचार किया। और मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। आने वाले दिनों में हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को इस कसौटी पर मापेंगे कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है। साथियों, भारत की तीनों सेनाएं, हमारी एयरफोर्स, हमारी आर्मी और हमारी नेवी, हमारी बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स, हमारे देश की हर माता को, देश की हर बहन को और देश की हर बेटी को ये पराक्रम समर्पित करता हूं। साथियों, 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने जो बर्बरता दिखाई थी, उसने देश और दुनिया को झकझोर दिया था। छुट्टियां मना रहे निर्दोष मासूम नागरिकों को धर्म पूछकर उनके परिवार के सामने, उनके बच्चों के सामने बेरहमी से मार डालना, यह आतंक का बहुत विभत्स चेहरा था, क्रूरता थी। ये देश के सद्भाव को तोड़ने की घिनौनी कोशिश भी थी। मेरे लिए व्यक्तिगत रूप से ये पीड़ा बहुत बड़ी थी। इस आतंकी हमले के बाद सारा राष्ट्र, हर नागरिक, हर समाज, हर वर्ग, हर राजनीतिक दल एक स्वर में आतंक के खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई के लिए उठ खड़ा हुआ। हमने आतंकवादियों को मिट्टी में मिलाने के लिए भारत की सेनाओं को पूरी छूट दे दी और आज हर आतंकी, आतंक का हर संगठन जान चुका है कि हमारी बहनों बेटियों के माथे से सिंदूर हटाने का अंजाम क्या होता है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ये सिर्फ नाम नहीं है, ये देश के कोटि कोटि लोगों की भावनाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर न्याय की अखंड प्रतिज्ञा है। 6 मई की देर रात, 7 मई की सुबह पूरी दुनिया ने इस प्रतिज्ञा को परिणाम में बदलते देखा है। भारत की सेनाओं ने पाकिस्तान में आतंक के ठिकानों पर, उनके ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स पर सटीक प्रहार किया। आतंकियों ने सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि भारत इतना बड़ा फैसला ले सकता है। लेकिन जब देश एकजुट होता है, नेशन फर्स्ट की भावना से भरा होता है, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि होता है, तो फौलादी फैसले लिए जाते हैं, परिणाम लाकर दिखाए जाते हैं। जब पाकिस्तान में आतंक के अड्डों पर भारत की मिसाइलों ने हमला बोला, भारत के ड्रोन्स ने हमला बोला, तो आतंकी संगठनों की इमारतें नहीं, बल्कि उनका हौसला भी थर्रा गया। बहावलपुर और मुरिद के जैसे आतंकी ठिकाने एक प्रकार से ग्लोबल टेररिज्म की यूनिवर्सिटीज रही है। दुनिया में कहीं पर भी जो बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, चाहे 9/11 हो, चाहे लंदन ट्यूब बॉम्बिंग हो, या भारत में दशकों से जो बड़े बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, उन सब के तार कहीं ना कहीं आतंक के इन्हीं ठिकानों से जुड़ते रहे हैं। आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों का सिंदूर उजाड़ा था, इसलिए भारत ने आतंक के ये हेडक्वार्टर्स उजाड़ दिए। भारत के इन हमलों में 100 से अधिक खूंखार आतंकवादियों को मौत के घाट उतारा गया है। आतंक के बहुत सारे आका बीते 2.5-3 दशकों से खुलेआम पाकिस्तान में घूम रहे थे, जो भारत के खिलाफ साजिशें करते थे। उन्हें भारत ने एक झटके में खत्म कर दिया। साथियों, भारत की इस कार्रवाई से पाकिस्तान घोर निराशा में गिर गया था, हताशा में गिर गया था, बौखला गया था। और इसी बौखलाहट में उसने एक और दुस्साहस किया। आतंक पर भारत की कार्रवाई का साथ देने के बजाय पाकिस्तान ने भारत पर ही हमला करना शुरू कर दिया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे स्कूलों, कॉलेजों को, गुरुद्वारों को, मंदिरों को, सामान्य नागरिकों के घरों को निशाना बनाया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना बनाया। लेकिन इसमें भी पाकिस्तान खुद बेनकाब हो गया। दुनिया ने देखा कि कैसे पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन्स, पाकिस्तान की मिसाइलें भारत के सामने तिनके की तरह बिखर गई। भारत के सशक्त एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम ने उन्हें आसमान में ही नष्ट कर दिया। पाकिस्तान की तैयारी सीमा पर वार की थी, लेकिन भारत ने पाकिस्तान के सीने पर वार कर दिया। भारत के ड्रोन्स, भारत की मिसाइलों ने सटीकता के साथ हमला किया। पाकिस्तानी वायुसेना के उन एयरबेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जिस पर पाकिस्तान को बहुत घमंड था। भारत ने पहले 3 दिनों में ही पाकिस्तान को इतना तबाह कर दिया जिसका उसे अंदाजा भी नहीं था। इसलिए भारत की आक्रामक कार्रवाई के बाद पाकिस्तान बचने के रास्ते खोजने लगा। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में तनाव कम करने के लिए गुहार लगा रहा था, और बुरी तरह पीटने के बाद इसी मजबूरी में 10 मई की दोपहर को पाकिस्तानी सेना ने हमारे डीजीएमओ को संपर्क किया। तब तक हम आतंकवाद के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बड़े पैमाने पर तबाह कर चुके थे। आतंकियों को मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया था। पाकिस्तान के सीने में बसाए गए आतंक के अड्डों को हमने खंडहर बना दिया था। इसलिए जब पाकिस्तान की तरफ से गुहार लगाई गई, पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जब ये कहा गया कि उसकी ओर से आगे कोई आतंकी गतिविधि और सैन्य दुस्साहस नहीं दिखाया जाएगा, तो भारत ने भी उस पर विचार किया। और मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। आने वाले दिनों में हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को इस कसौटी पर मापेंगे कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है। साथियों, भारत की तीनों सेनाएं, हमारी एयरफोर्स, हमारी आर्मी और हमारी नेवी, हमारी बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स बीएसएफ, भारत के अर्धसैनिक बल लगातार अलर्ट पर है। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक के बाद अब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर आतंक के खिलाफ भारत की नीति है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने पाकिस्तान का वो घिनौना सच फिर देखा है, जब मारे गए आतंकियों को विदाई देने पाकिस्तानी सेना के बड़े बड़े अफसर उमड़ पड़े। स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म का ये बहुत बड़ा सबूत है। हम भारत और अपने नागरिकों को किसी भी खतरे से बचाने के लिए लगातार निर्णायक कदम उठाते रहेंगे। साथियों, युद्ध के मैदान पर हमने हर बार पाकिस्तान को धूल चटाई है और इस बार ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने नया आयाम जोड़ा है। हमने रेगिस्तानों और पहाड़ों में अपनी क्षमता का शानदार प्रदर्शन किया और साथ ही न्यू एज वॉरफेयर में भी अपनी श्रेष्ठता सिद्ध की। इस ऑपरेशन के दौरान हमारे मेड इन इंडिया हथियारों की प्रामाणिकता सिद्ध हुई। आज दुनिया देख रही है 21वीं सदी के वॉरफेयर में मेड इन इंडिया डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट्स, इसका समय आ चुका है। साथियों, हर प्रकार के आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम सभी का एकजुट रहना, हमारी एकता हमारी सबसे बड़ी शक्ति है। निश्चित तौर पर ये युग युद्ध का नहीं है, लेकिन ये युग आतंकवाद का भी नहीं है। टेररिज्म के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस, ये एक बेहतर दुनिया की गारंटी है। साथियों, पाकिस्तानी फौज, पाकिस्तान की सरकार जिस तरह आतंकवाद को खाद पानी दे रहे हैं, वो एक दिन पाकिस्तान को ही समाप्त कर देगा। पाकिस्तान को अगर बचना है तो उसे अपने टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सफाया करना ही होगा। इसके अलावा शांति का कोई रास्ता नहीं है। भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता। मैं आज विश्व समुदाय को भी कहूंगा, हमारी घोषित नीति रही है, अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो टेररिज्म पर ही होगी। अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर, पीओके, उस पर ही होगी। प्रिय देशवासियों, आज बुद्ध पूर्णिमा है। भगवान बुद्ध ने हमें शांति का रास्ता दिखाया है। शांति का मार्ग भी शक्ति से होकर जाता है। मानवता शांति और समृद्धि की तरफ बढ़े, हर भारतीय शांति से जी सके, विकसित भारत के सपने को पूरा कर सके, इसके लिए भारत का शक्तिशाली होना बहुत जरूरी है और आवश्यकता पड़ने पर इस शक्ति का इस्तेमाल भी जरूरी है। और पिछले कुछ दिनों में भारत ने यही किया है। मैं एक बार फिर भारत की सेना और सशस्त्र बलों को सैल्यूट करता हूं। हम भारतवासी के हौसले, हर भारतवासी का एकजुटता का शपथ, संकल्प, मैं उसे नमन करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय।
The Prime Minister, in a very, very aggressive speech, laying down what he called the new normal against Pakistan. No question of terror and talks going together, no question of terror and trade going together, and no question of blood and water flowing together. The Prime Minister making it absolutely.
नमस्कार। हम सभी ने बीते दिनों में देश का सामर्थ्य और उसका संयम दोनों देखा है। मैं सबसे पहले भारत की पराक्रमी सेनाओं को, सशस्त्र बलों को, हमारी खुफिया एजेंसियों को, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों को, हर भारतवासी की तरफ से सैल्यूट करता हूं। हमारे वीर सैनिकों ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के लक्ष्यों की प्राप्ति के लिए असीम शौर्य का प्रदर्शन किया। मैं उनकी वीरता को, उनके साहस को, उनके पराक्रम को आज समर्पित करता हूं। हमारे देश की हर माता को, देश की हर बहन को और देश की हर बेटी को ये पराक्रम समर्पित करता हूं। साथियों, 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने जो बर्बरता दिखाई थी, उसने देश और दुनिया को झकझोर दिया था। छुट्टियां मना रहे निर्दोष मासूम नागरिकों को धर्म पूछकर उनके परिवार के सामने, उनके बच्चों के सामने बेरहमी से मार डालना, यह आतंक का बहुत विभत्स चेहरा था, क्रूरता थी। ये देश के सद्भाव को तोड़ने की घिनौनी कोशिश भी थी। मेरे लिए व्यक्तिगत रूप से ये पीड़ा बहुत बड़ी थी। इस आतंकी हमले के बाद सारा राष्ट्र, हर नागरिक, हर समाज, हर वर्ग, हर राजनीतिक दल एक स्वर में आतंक के खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई के लिए उठ खड़ा हुआ। हमने आतंकवादियों को मिट्टी में मिलाने के लिए भारत की सेनाओं को पूरी छूट दे दी और आज हर आतंकी, आतंक का हर संगठन जान चुका है कि हमारी बहनों बेटियों के माथे से सिंदूर हटाने का अंजाम क्या होता है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ये सिर्फ नाम नहीं है, ये देश के कोटि कोटि लोगों की भावनाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर न्याय की अखंड प्रतिज्ञा है। 6 मई की देर रात, 7 मई की सुबह पूरी दुनिया ने इस प्रतिज्ञा को परिणाम में बदलते देखा है। भारत की सेनाओं ने पाकिस्तान में आतंक के ठिकानों पर, उनके ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स पर सटीक प्रहार किया। आतंकियों ने सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि भारत इतना बड़ा फैसला ले सकता है। लेकिन जब देश एकजुट होता है, नेशन फर्स्ट की भावना से भरा होता है, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि होता है, तो फौलादी फैसले लिए जाते हैं, परिणाम लाकर दिखाए जाते हैं। जब पाकिस्तान में आतंक के अड्डों पर भारत की मिसाइलों ने हमला बोला, भारत के ड्रोन्स ने हमला बोला, तो आतंकी संगठनों की इमारतें नहीं, बल्कि उनका हौसला भी थर्रा गया। बहावलपुर और मुरिद के जैसे आतंकी ठिकाने एक प्रकार से ग्लोबल टेररिज्म की यूनिवर्सिटीज रही है। दुनिया में कहीं पर भी जो बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, चाहे 9/11 हो, चाहे लंदन ट्यूब बॉम्बिंग हो, या भारत में दशकों से जो बड़े बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, उन सब के तार कहीं ना कहीं आतंक के इन्हीं ठिकानों से जुड़ते रहे हैं। आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों का सिंदूर उजाड़ा था, इसलिए भारत ने आतंक के ये हेडक्वार्टर्स उजाड़ दिए। भारत के इन हमलों में 100 से अधिक खूंखार आतंकवादियों को मौत के घाट उतारा गया है। आतंक के बहुत सारे आका बीते 2.5-3 दशकों से खुलेआम पाकिस्तान में घूम रहे थे, जो भारत के खिलाफ साजिशें करते थे। उन्हें भारत ने एक झटके में खत्म कर दिया। साथियों, भारत की इस कार्रवाई से पाकिस्तान घोर निराशा में गिर गया था, हताशा में गिर गया था, बौखला गया था। और इसी बौखलाहट में उसने एक और दुस्साहस किया। आतंक पर भारत की कार्रवाई का साथ देने के बजाय पाकिस्तान ने भारत पर ही हमला करना शुरू कर दिया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे स्कूलों, कॉलेजों को, गुरुद्वारों को, मंदिरों को, सामान्य नागरिकों के घरों को निशाना बनाया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना बनाया। लेकिन इसमें भी पाकिस्तान खुद बेनकाब हो गया। दुनिया ने देखा कि कैसे पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन्स, पाकिस्तान की मिसाइलें भारत के सामने तिनके की तरह बिखर गई। भारत के सशक्त एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम ने उन्हें आसमान में ही नष्ट कर दिया। पाकिस्तान की तैयारी सीमा पर वार की थी, लेकिन भारत ने पाकिस्तान के सीने पर वार कर दिया। भारत के ड्रोन्स, भारत की मिसाइलों ने सटीकता के साथ हमला किया। पाकिस्तानी वायुसेना के उन एयरबेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जिस पर पाकिस्तान को बहुत घमंड था। भारत ने पहले 3 दिनों में ही पाकिस्तान को इतना तबाह कर दिया जिसका उसे अंदाजा भी नहीं था। इसलिए भारत की आक्रामक कार्रवाई के बाद पाकिस्तान बचने के रास्ते खोजने लगा। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में तनाव कम करने के लिए गुहार लगा रहा था, और बुरी तरह पीटने के बाद इसी मजबूरी में 10 मई की दोपहर को पाकिस्तानी सेना ने हमारे डीजीएमओ को संपर्क किया। तब तक हम आतंकवाद के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बड़े पैमाने पर तबाह कर चुके थे। आतंकियों को मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया था। पाकिस्तान के सीने में बसाए गए आतंक के अड्डों को हमने खंडहर बना दिया था। इसलिए जब पाकिस्तान की तरफ से गुहार लगाई गई, पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जब ये कहा गया कि उसकी ओर से आगे कोई आतंकी गतिविधि और सैन्य दुस्साहस नहीं दिखाया जाएगा, तो भारत ने भी उस पर विचार किया। और मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। आने वाले दिनों में हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को इस कसौटी पर मापेंगे कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है। साथियों, भारत की तीनों सेनाएं, हमारी एयरफोर्स, हमारी आर्मी और हमारी नेवी, हमारी बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स बीएसएफ, भारत के अर्धसैनिक बल लगातार अलर्ट पर है। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक के बाद अब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर आतंक के खिलाफ भारत की नीति है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने पाकिस्तान का वो घिनौना सच फिर देखा है, जब मारे गए आतंकियों को विदाई देने पाकिस्तानी सेना के बड़े बड़े अफसर उमड़ पड़े। स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म का ये बहुत बड़ा सबूत है। हम भारत और अपने नागरिकों को किसी भी खतरे से बचाने के लिए लगातार निर्णायक कदम उठाते रहेंगे। साथियों, युद्ध के मैदान पर हमने हर बार पाकिस्तान को धूल चटाई है और इस बार ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने नया आयाम जोड़ा है। हमने रेगिस्तानों और पहाड़ों में अपनी क्षमता का शानदार प्रदर्शन किया और साथ ही न्यू एज वॉरफेयर में भी अपनी श्रेष्ठता सिद्ध की। इस ऑपरेशन के दौरान हमारे मेड इन इंडिया हथियारों की प्रामाणिकता सिद्ध हुई। आज दुनिया देख रही है 21वीं सदी के वॉरफेयर में मेड इन इंडिया डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट्स, इसका समय आ चुका है। साथियों, हर प्रकार के आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम सभी का एकजुट रहना, हमारी एकता हमारी सबसे बड़ी शक्ति है। निश्चित तौर पर ये युग युद्ध का नहीं है, लेकिन ये युग आतंकवाद का भी नहीं है। टेररिज्म के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस, ये एक बेहतर दुनिया की गारंटी है। साथियों, पाकिस्तानी फौज, पाकिस्तान की सरकार जिस तरह आतंकवाद को खाद पानी दे रहे हैं, वो एक दिन पाकिस्तान को ही समाप्त कर देगा। पाकिस्तान को अगर बचना है तो उसे अपने टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सफाया करना ही होगा। इसके अलावा शांति का कोई रास्ता नहीं है। भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता। मैं आज विश्व समुदाय को भी कहूंगा, हमारी घोषित नीति रही है, अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो टेररिज्म पर ही होगी। अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर पीओके उस पर ही होगी। प्रिय देशवासियों, आज बुद्ध पूर्णिमा है। भगवान बुद्ध ने हमें शांति का रास्ता दिखाया है। शांति का मार्ग भी शक्ति से होकर जाता है। मानवता शांति और समृद्धि की तरफ बढ़े, हर भारतीय शांति से जी सके, विकसित भारत के सपने को पूरा कर सके, इसके लिए भारत का शक्तिशाली होना बहुत जरूरी है और आवश्यकता पड़ने पर इस शक्ति का इस्तेमाल भी जरूरी है। और पिछले कुछ दिनों में भारत ने यही किया है। मैं एक बार फिर भारत की सेना और सशस्त्र बलों को सैल्यूट करता हूं। हम भारतवासी के हौसले, हर भारतवासी का एकजुटता का शपथ, संकल्प, मैं उसे नमन करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय।
The Prime Minister, in a very, very aggressive speech, laying down what he called the new normal against Pakistan. No question of terror and talks going together, no question of terror and trade going together, and no question of blood and water flowing together. The Prime Minister making it absolutely clear.
नमस्कार। हम सभी ने बीते दिनों में देश का सामर्थ्य और उसका संयम दोनों देखा है। मैं सबसे पहले भारत की पराक्रमी सेनाओं को, सशस्त्र बलों को, हमारी खुफिया एजेंसियों को, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों को, हर भारतवासी की तरफ से सैल्यूट करता हूं। हमारे वीर सैनिकों ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के लक्ष्यों की प्राप्ति के लिए असीम शौर्य का प्रदर्शन किया। मैं उनकी वीरता को, उनके साहस को, उनके पराक्रम को आज समर्पित करता हूं। हमारे देश की हर माता को, देश की हर बहन को और देश की हर बेटी को ये पराक्रम समर्पित करता हूं। साथियों, 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने जो बर्बरता दिखाई थी, उसने देश और दुनिया को झकझोर दिया था। छुट्टियां मना रहे निर्दोष मासूम नागरिकों को धर्म पूछकर उनके परिवार के सामने, उनके बच्चों के सामने बेरहमी से मार डालना, यह आतंक का बहुत विभत्स चेहरा था, क्रूरता थी। ये देश के सद्भाव को तोड़ने की घिनौनी कोशिश भी थी। मेरे लिए व्यक्तिगत रूप से ये पीड़ा बहुत बड़ी थी। इस आतंकी हमले के बाद सारा राष्ट्र, हर नागरिक, हर समाज, हर वर्ग, हर राजनीतिक दल एक स्वर में आतंक के खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई के लिए उठ खड़ा हुआ। हमने आतंकवादियों को मिट्टी में मिलाने के लिए भारत की सेनाओं को पूरी छूट दे दी और आज हर आतंकी, आतंक का हर संगठन जान चुका है कि हमारी बहनों बेटियों के माथे से सिंदूर हटाने का अंजाम क्या होता है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ये सिर्फ नाम नहीं है, ये देश के कोटि कोटि लोगों की भावनाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर न्याय की अखंड प्रतिज्ञा है। 6 मई की देर रात, 7 मई की सुबह पूरी दुनिया ने इस प्रतिज्ञा को परिणाम में बदलते देखा है। भारत की सेनाओं ने पाकिस्तान में